Hello, everybody. I'm just waiting for the screen to pop up on mine. How are you all doing today? I'm Ikibu, and by the side of me is none other than Carrie Barry himself. Today is
The
going to be Clan
Harry Barry.
Rivals. The Carrie Barry. None other than the Carrie Barry. Today is Clan Rivals Day 1, where we start off our usual Clan Rivals tournaments where the best clans from EU fight it out for the champion. We do have our Razor sponsorship going on. We also have our drops campaign going that I'm going to be testing and making sure everything is working. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Here you can say with the Twitch drops, the prizes that you can get. It's a completely new system, so bear in mind above your chat, it should pop up. It will tell you exactly how much time you've got to watch. Then you have to manually yourself click the claim button. If you don't see it come in game, you have to log out, you have to log back in, and it should be there. I've tested it. It works, so hopefully everything works now because it'll be the first time we're using the new system. It's very transparent. It's very easy for people to know exactly what they're doing, and there will be instructions coming for this. You can follow the link I've just dropped in chat to get all that information. And yeah, so Barry, what are you expecting from today?
I'm expecting a bit of a different tournament today. I don't know if some of our viewers might already be aware, but we do have a few different teams for this tournament in particular. Some that we've not actually seen before, I believe. And some of the old guard not here today either. So it's going to be a bit of a different one. We might see some closer games, I think. I think the skill distribution is kind of a lot tighter now. We still do have some of our old members, such as you can see here, Invil in the first game and Raid in the second game, match 4. And I think they'll be the ones to watch in terms of the overall tournament and probably both of the finalists.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, I think you can see down in the losers bracket already, we've got more and MVPs. We've seen MVPs before. I'm not sure if we've seen more before, unless you've seen something I haven't, David.
No, I don't remember the name from anything. I wasn't sure if this I wasn't sure if this was just a renamed or rebranded team, perhaps. That happens pretty frequently, but I don't recognize the name very much. Tense, I think I remember them briefly, but Raid, of course, and Invil are two of the powerhouse names I've seen have some fantastic games. So it'll be interesting to see if they face each other so early. But do you have a prediction for the first game?
Yeah, so the first game of today will be Invil versus Tread. I think Invil will take that pretty decisively. I would actually say 4-0, I believe.
4-0? Just
Yeah,
no mercy.
4-0. No mercy at all.
No. Oh, wow. Just slapping down poor Tread. Okay, I see how it is. So yeah, there's your prediction on there. Please let us know your predictions in chat. Hopefully I can time it this time without spoiling the winner of the tournament before it's there, like I did last time. Let's not try this again. And yeah, I'm not sure if our casters are ready or not right now before we throw over to those. But who are you thinking might win the tournament overall? Have you got any bold predictions so far without Fame?
Well, yeah, as you just mentioned, Fame are not here, so that does open things up, I think, massively. It makes it a bit more competitive in terms of who can actually truly challenge the old leadership. I think Invil probably, judging by their last performance and the fact that they did beat Fame, they have to be I'd say the number one kind of team if we were to, if I was a betting man, but I'm not, but if I was, I would say Invil will take this. And yourself?
I'm actually hoping for Raid a little bit, because they had some solid performances in the past and they came just a little bit short. So I'm hoping that they've had a chance to improve and kind of see if they can get over those little hiccups they had in the previous tournaments. I do know Invil are going to be a force to be reckoned with based on what we've seen in the past. But I'm kind of hoping for a Raid kind of performance on here, for raiding for the victory. Yes, I made a pun. Deal with it. Okay, so thank you very much for that. We're going to throw over to Mojo and Keyhand. We're going to be casting the games and taking you through the awesome battles ahead.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and various members of Animal Kingdom. Welcome to the Spring Assault Tournament. Finally, we have a chance to watch another Clash of the Clans. We've been waiting it eagerly since November. There is quite a gap between the tournaments, but that's how it is. And today we will see some of the old culprits that we had chance to see before, but as the guys already mentioned, some of the old crew is completely missing. Eki?
Definitely. me being a member of Fame, obviously, I'm missing that team participating this time. That being said, I'm very hyped about the games that we're going to see today and also tomorrow here on the stream, since there is some new names on the block, as was already mentioned. Tents, I'm not sure if they reached the final stages of a tournament like this before. They're an all-German team. Some of their players might have appeared, but the team as such certainly not. And yeah, it was also mentioned More is in here. That is a new Spanish team. And I don't think we've even had a Spanish team as such before, Mojo.
Well, you know how it is, man. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition, but they have a chance to prove finally now here, like they're supposed to be a Spanish superstar team. So we will see what can they do in this kind of competition. We have like two Gators here, like Invil waiting for them, and Raid. Very, very, very dominant teams. And from some of the old teams, I would say like Fame is missing because they didn't want to come and play. But some guys like CSA, as example, they actually didn't manage through the qualifiers, same as a really numerous number of other teams. So it was quite a fight and like really a carnage in the qualifier groups. We had like double qualifiers first, and some of the teams actually played it even twice because of that. And then we had a group stage after that, where the teams collided, and we got a final picture as we can see it now, like Invil and Raid waiting for 4 teams that are joining them, and those are Tread, More, MVPS, and Tents.
Definitely. And yeah, as you mentioned, the qualifiers were utterly brutal. CSA not making it to the group stage even there. Twice in a row. Once getting beaten by Anway, another Czech team that failed to qualify through the group stage then. And yeah, also in the group stage, we saw some teams that we know from beforehand drop out. Devi, one of the victims there to fall, as yeah, they didn't make it to the final stage either. That just shows that on the server there's a lot of teams with sort of equal skill competing, but do they stack up to, yeah, sort of the old guard, you have to call them by now, Invil and GX Raid? That's about what we are gonna find out. I believe we can go through the teams that we have playing next, which is Tread against Invil now. And yeah, here we can see the community predictions as well as with the player lineups. The Invil guys playing with the 3XR logos here. Obviously, a lot of the names are gonna seem familiar. It's under their captain, Call Me Piotr, and then you have a lot of Polish guys. I believe Fortuna Pro is Russian though, and I believe they have one German citizen there, not even sure. And yeah, for the Tread guys, those are your Balkanistan brothers. I'll let you introduce those.
Tread guys are actually kind of an older crew there. I mean, most of them were in Viter before, and you know that when they went like after to GX and so on, then like, you know, when those guys split, some went to Devi, blah blah blah, whatever. So, but that's pretty much part of that core. So you are not talking about a clan that is here since yesterday or something like that. They do have the skills and they do have some kind of background. But is it enough to deal with the enemy like this? I mean, Invil is really brutal team. Like, they broke the cherry finally last time and managed to win a tournament, like something that was their long desired wish. And the games that they show usually initially are so aggressive and with new tactics that I'm actually looking forward what's going to happen now, because I'm not sure can Tread be actually ready for something like that.
Yeah, in the last tournament we saw a lot of teams not really able to deal with the reckless aggression coming out from the Invil guys that just directly took the aggression to the enemy and just, you know, forced their own game onto them. And that does take a lot of practice, right? For those pushes to work, you need timings to be perfect. Everything needs to be on point. The players need to know what to focus at what time. And Invil did that admirably against basically everyone that they came up with. I think they had an almost flawless run into the finals, and then they bested Fame, I believe 4-3 it was.
4-3. And it was a drama llama game, and actually they could have lost the tournament because Fame actually had a match point.
Yeah.
Like, after a really bad start on tournament, Fame came back and we had some really dramatic games. I mean, people could have seen the trailer for this tournament. It's... you can see a couple of the scenes from the previous tournament, and some were really a heart-stopping moment. I'm hoping to see them again in this time. I mean, Tread to come here, they had to pass qualifier, as we said, and then they also had to be the group stage. They were top dog in their group, unbeaten, and also we saw them play last night. That was a not officially streamed match, but they faced more, so we could decide who is gonna face Invil today, and they beat them also. So that's how it is, and we do have the map picks on the screen now.
Yeah, obviously Tread coming in here with the first Ensk ban, then Invil banning Live Oaks. Then we have 2 picked maps, which are Proko for Tread, Sand River for Invil. Then Himmelsdorf surprisingly getting banned by Tread. They looked pretty strong on Himmelsdorf, maybe saving some tactics for later. Even if they lose, they still got a second chance in the lower part of the bracket. Then Invil, unsurprisingly, I would say picking Glyph. Glyph is just their bread and butter, where they can just take those games and be aggressive immediately. And should we come to it, we do have a tiebreaker on Muro. Keep in mind, the rule for it is, Mojo, I know you love explaining it.
Rules about what, mate?
Who gets to decide the sides on the tiebreaker?
On a tiebreaker, usually you get guys who win the fastest attack. So of all of these games, who wins the fastest attack, he chooses the side on a tiebreaker. Of course, this is best of 7. Entire tournament is best of 7, and each day we will see 4 matches. What I'm gonna say about this map pick and ban, only I think they were just avoiding city maps against Invil, because city maps require really a lot of integration of the team, and personal choices need to be made on spot based on tactics. I think they just decided to slip that. Also, Ensk was their ban even on previous match, so I don't think they even want to play it on this tournament.
Nah, all teams tend to have one map which they just don't want to play, don't want to train, and Ensk also used to be the safe ban for Fame here, but yeah, we see Proko, the first map at hand, and that map always brings flashbacks to me if I see stuff happening on the 1-2 line, the old Kazna vibes coming in. We'll see if we see any of that stuff this tournament. But yeah, I'm really excited because Proko is one of those maps where it can go 2 ways, right? People can go for a longer game, they can go for the spotting approach, but they can also directly just take the aggression to the
and enemy. Push 1-2 line?
Push 1-2 line, or push some other line maybe.
When out of ideas, push 1-2 line. I mean, we've seen it even happen today with some copy-paste of some Russian tactics, like even Badger was used, and Manticore and so on. So there were some interesting things to see even in previous matches, something that you usually would not expect. But we'll see what these guys will opt for. Like, will they try to play with Arty? Will they just play full rush, domination, like some rotation on map? I don't know. There is always a lot of options, but it comes to this. These tournament maps are 10 minutes. And it's not normal clan war time, it's not 15 minutes, so you don't have all the time in the world to do whatever you want. You do initial spot, and then you either push or start doing rotations already.
There seems to be a little problem in the training room right now. I think we've already had our first restart of the tournament. I mean, yeah, first game played, maybe some people are not quite ready yet to, just ready up their tanks in time. But yeah, other than that, I believe the map after Proko, now you gotta help me out a bit, Mojo. Well,
map after will be Sand River.
Yeah, I mean, both of those maps, we are gonna see 2 matches each at least, because since it's best of 7, first to 4 wins. Both of those maps, I would say, are sort of slow play, right? They are pretty big. Spotting is normally very important on both of those maps, and keep in mind, for Sand River, the sides have been changed. So the western side that is normally considered a little inferior is now that the defender side, since the eastern side, that just generated defensive wins like 80%.
Yeah, so people are not confused. Like on previous tournament, there was a test, and several maps that are judged to be really overwhelming for defender, they were literally swap spawns. So to avoid some big camping and things like that, as example on Sand River, as Kihan said, the spawns were changed. So defender is actually where usually number 2 would be, and attacker is from the side of number 1, which actually helps quite a lot. Also, you could say that Sand River is certainly a positional and slower map, But sometimes the way Invil plays it, it doesn't look like that. I mean, their openings with the triple EBRs and 63s on last tournament, I'm looking forward to see what will they come up with this one. Because no matter, like, even if the tanks didn't change that much, the maps can. And finally appears that the guys are ready, so we can see the lineup. And as we said, we were gonna watch Proko. So Tread is looking forward to play with Team 92. This is not something you often see. And Invil is playing with 261.
I believe the teams might be swapped around right now because Fortuna Pro is for sure an Invil player.
Yeah, this is like looking wrong. Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, so keep in mind the white tanks are actually the Tread tanks, the blue tanks are actually the Invil tanks. But yeah, other than that, we can see Monster and Kayaken just exchanging some spots here in the little village. And already the commitment by Invil, by the blue tanks here, does look very, very 1-2 heavy for the moment being. And the same goes for Tread as well. Both teams not really committing to that 8-9-0 line.
Oh man, like I can see that at the moment, like I'm so confused with these colors, you know? But never mind that. Like we can see that complete control of the forest side and middle coming in here for Invil. I'm going to remind everyone, if you're watching the minimap, the blue team is actually the Invil team. The logo and everything else is, unfortunately for this game, not correct. On other side, we can see that the Tread guys are really, really dominantly in the forest also. Like they're almost entire team, man.
Is this going to be a clash of the choo-choo trains here in 1-2? We're going to see. But yeah, Tread here with a, I would say, pretty unusual move out over the 1-2 line. Normally the choo-choo train goes from the south to the north, but we're going to see as double EBR is just pre-spotting, and one of them falls immediately here. Now the 907s and Chieftains are spotted as well, and they're swinging into the middle now, trying to get the Invil Chieftains that are there and just trying to pick them apart before the tanks that are further back in the 1-2 can respond.
Oh, I love this, man. Tread decided to go balls deep immediately because they don't want to show any fear toward the Invil. So they decided to go for aggressive option, dropping immediately 907 so they can farm the corner. But that doesn't usually work that way because Invil is really fast reactionary team. And you can see already they did make a crossfire. Now the HP is going left, right and center. But at the moment, Invil is in lead on a couple of HP, a couple of thousand HP. I'm going to remind you all, guys, the blue team shown here is actually Invil.
Yeah, it's not looking good anymore here for Tread that took their aggression, but now the 907 seem to be sort of stuck here in this ditch, and another arty shell raining in, and the HP, they are just melting here for the Balkanistan guys. And yeah, Invil holding strong here still with the Chieftains in the middle. Lucky on a one-shot, needs to be a little careful, but in the meantime, call me Piotr with the 279 over pushing on the left there onto Matic in his Chieftain. Piotr very low HP though, so he's probably going to lose that fight, but it really is all about this commitment here by Tread. Mookie and Staffa in their Chieftains, very low HP in the ditch now, and just getting picked apart one by one. Yeah, the HP mojo, they just tell the story of the game here.
It's not even anymore just HP. I mean, the number of the guns, we can see it's completely one-sided at the moment. Invil does have the control, and they do have the crossfire. They have EBR behind the Tread forces, who is gonna spot them and start shooting them. He's scouting the way for his CS63, who is gonna join him and start sniping them, the remaining tanks in the back. So there is nothing in the middle anymore left for the Tread guys. They are all in a dip and a couple of mediums in the corner in the back. I don't think they can even help each other now. When the tanks who have HP from Invil just jump into this dip, and they're gonna delete Staffa and Mookie easily. And those guys in the back will not be able to help them at all.
Yeah, I mean, look, the STRV 103B here by Invil, it's still alive, and basically Tread suicided 2 to 3 EBRs, I don't even know how many, just to get that STRV out of the game, but Piotrik's still going strong here, still not even a one-shot, so he was probably able to farm a lot of damage. And yeah, with an STRV just firing away, hammering at your own tank, you're not going to be able to get a good cleanup. And Invil taking a pretty good first victory here, I would say. It was just them receiving the aggression by Tread that probably not a lot of people expected, but Invil just, yeah, easily able to deal with that one.
I mean, I understand like that mentality of Tread. They decided like if they need to fight them, they're either gonna try to do something or go with a bang. Everything is better than just sitting in a corner and playing against a more experienced team and getting farmed. So if you manage to surprise them and do something, there is a chance on any team that feels inferior. It's like soccer doing almost 5,000 damage with the 907, man. That's a lot of shots fired there.
Yeah, that's also good shooting by him. 24, 19, 17 is especially over the distance, right? Over 300 meters, 3.5k damage at that distance. And then the SGRV I talked about, also 10.99, so really good shooting here. Also the Chieftains by Invil, that got basically... Tread tried to push them immediately. They're getting a lot of damage done here. Even the IS-7 over 2k. And meanwhile, on the other set, just look, Reza in the EBR, not a lot of spotting, not even one tier 10 tank, that is. Kaioken also doesn't even have one full tier 10 tank in spotting, and that's the EBRs. That was all the spotting power that Tread had this game to try to get the STRV and the snipers in the back out of the game, and they just didn't get to do it. One of the EBRs was deleted immediately, and the other one did make it to the corner, but the STRVs managed to survive. So yeah, that's just
as
how
far as I can see,
crumbles,
this lineup I'm watching now from Invil, it's more or less identical to the previous tournament, so they didn't change much. Even I can see that most of the guys are playing similar tanks that they did, like Fortuna is playing RT again, Piotrek is playing STRV, and so on and so on. So these guys already have the cohesion. This is like super important for tournaments, like when you actually do know who's doing what. You can change the strats, you can change various things, but if you have some people who do know how to play their role tanks, let's call them like that, you know what are you working with, and you react way faster than other team. And this is something that you can gain only by playing really, really a lot together, and especially playing strong matches. And I can say, like, if you remember from the last tournament, a couple of matches that Invil played were a stomp. And there's no other way to say, but a couple of matches were so close.
Yeah.
That it was unreal, man.
Yeah,
and they did win the tournament, but they had a couple of matches, like really close games against Raid, really close finals against Fame and so on. Like, so
yeah, they are a battle-tested team for sure, and it really just comes to show in situations like these where the other team is actually taking the aggression, which is unusual in games with Invil to happen. But those guys, you just saw like a sort of an organic reaction by the Polish team here. They were just like, okay, they're doing this, well, then everyone knows what they have to do immediately. Like you saw, as soon as the 1-2 line push got spotted, the Invil heavy tanks in the middle immediately shifted towards that ditch to receive the enemy heavy tanks, and then stopped as soon as they realized that the mediums were also going to push over. And by stopping, they enabled their tanks in the back to just farm the mediums from Tread even more heavily, and that just enabled them to get this decisive victory, you can say, here in Game 1. Obviously, we are still in a best of 7, so nothing is lost here yet for, I would say, pretty unusual move out over the 1-2 line. Normally the choo-choo train goes from the south to the north, but we're gonna see as double EBR is just pre-spotting, and one of them falls immediately here. Now the 907s and Chieftains are spotted as well, and they're swinging into the middle now, trying to get the Invil Chieftains that are there, and just trying to pick them apart before the tanks that are further back in the 1-2 can respond.
Oh, I love this, man. Tread decided to go balls deep immediately because they don't want to show any fear toward the Invil. So they decided to go for aggressive option, dropping immediately 907 so they can farm the corner. But that doesn't usually work that way because Invil is really fast reactionary team. And you can see already they did make a crossfire. Now the HP is going left, right and center. But at the moment, Invil is in lead on a couple of couple of thousand HP. I'm going to remind you all, guys, the blue team shown here is actually Invil.
Yeah, it's not looking good anymore here for Tread that took their aggression, but now the 907 seem to be sort of stuck here in this ditch, and another arty shell raining in, and the HP, they are just melting here for the Balkan. And yeah, that was...
Well, guys, yeah, you could see some of the replays, guys, from those moments that could clarify way better than we just talk about the games. What we can say more about a team like we can talk more about Invil than about Tread, because Tread is tournament-wise new team. As we said, like, they're a group of players who play this game long, and they've been here a while. But on tournaments, you couldn't see them more, except maybe sometimes as a part of a V-tier team, some of them and so on. Invil, on the other hand, does have one weakness that we all know. They usually prepare well for the start of the tournament, but until they come to the finals, they actually kind of run out of ideas and they start recycling, you know?
Indeed.
So we're going to need to see, like, did they change in this time?
But yeah, second map of Proko coming now, and this time it's going to be... just the side swapped. Let's hope the team lineups are in the right spot this time. And here we can see Invil. I believe, the team lineups are still switched. We'll hope that we can get that fixed by the third game. But yeah, Invil on the right side now, only one EBR, double CS, 5 Chieftains, and a lot of 907s, and a CS in there.
Yeah, we can see that Monster is playing a solo EBR here. It's quite interesting. Also, I might show you guys, like, if you notice, the 907s on Invil are actually playing with HP boosters. 2160 HP on a 907. Like, that's extra shot for everyone when you push. And you don't really lose that much on any kind of gun control.
Yes, indeed. And we also see a very, very interesting setup here by Treadside seems to be fixed, that they have the Chieftains on the eastern side of the rails here. So they are getting a lot of control immediately over the middle by just having the Chieftains hold down behind the rails. And now we can see Razor in his EBR here getting tagged a lot already.
This is actually the strat from Invil, from the last tournament that Tread is doing at the moment. They're pushing their right side, keeping the STRV on an identical spot that Invil played on the last tournament. But Invil is responding in kind and they're pushing immediately down the center, and they're keeping the occupied tanks in Chieftains in the corner. Now we need to see, like, will they actually be able to dig out those couple of guys in the corner, the Chieftains, because that is a game decider here. There is a counter push also coming in from the threat side. They cross the rail and they're pushing on Chieftains from the Invil. It's gonna be a full out trade.
Yeah, you can see here the counter push by Tread that came over the rails. They are going to catch 2 Chieftains here by Invil directly. Glasini and Yuzek getting focused heavily here right now. But in turn, the Tread HP are also melting. One of the 907s already dropping. Meanwhile, one of the CSs by Invil is also fallen. I'm not sure if Invil can clean up the crucial corner in K1 here right now. And you can see the medium push by Invil also faltering here at the moment. Although Never and David are still in the back there on pretty healthy HP.
Yeah, Tread has slight advantage here, but I would say positional-wise, Invil, if they clear the corner, they should be able to gather up and do really good work. Like, they did something that is notorious for, as example, Russian teams. When in doubt, they spread out all over the map and make the map like a cluster of fights. Like, you have 5, 6, 7 epicenters of fights, and everyone is doing, you know, like stuff without being micromanaged, if you understand me. And that confuses the teams that play less way more.
Yeah, Tread now feeling pressured into this counter push here already. Lucky getting focused again, but Matic is also down to a one-shot here. This is going to be neck and neck in this ditch here. But it is going to be the Tread guys cleaning up a lot here. You can see a lot of white tanks going down, and still Tread in the HP lead and also in the tank lead. And now everyone is just converging here into this ditch again. Kaioken taking a lot of damage in his EBR, and Simple Evil is about to go down. It doesn't look too good for either side here, to be honest, because I don't know how far the Tread tanks are actually out.
Well, the Tread tanks are really far away. That's the problem for them. That's what I wanted to tell you. In one moment, like, Invil guys actually gathered up. So the difference is now, they have Staffa with a really, really lot of HP and Muki. So if they manage to make an impact now and deal with Piotrix or Mumek on time, they actually can do something with this game. Because Panzer Fury will just sit in that hole. He's never gonna leave it. He's just gonna play his little cooldown and fire damage as much as he can. But Staffa is losing and bleeding a lot of HP while approaching. Muki is even losing the part of the crew, so it's always sliding slowly toward the Invil.
Yeah, Staffa is now trying to take out Panz Fury here. Panz Fury putting in a big shot, but he does get the roll. Keep in mind though, Monster on 70 HP in the back is still farming with his EBR, although he does have limited DPM. And now it's only Mumek and Monster here to try to do it against 3 tanks. The HP is actually in favor of Invil here, despite being down a tank. But yeah, Muki needs to be super careful here not to die. And Monster, ouch, that hurts to get killed right there. And in turn, Mumek picking up another one here. Mumek now on one shot. It's 1 against 2. And Staffa and Tomi, they just need to time this right against Mumek here so they can both have a shot at him and he cannot kill both.
Okay, I heard that one before. I was literally thinking, man, this shot by Monster will decide the game. If he killed the chieftain, they would win. It's simply like that.
Yep.
Like we could see the reload of the chieftain because we are spectators, closing in, and he's jumping out. Like he had to risk it because that was the moment of pressure, and he simply didn't land the shot. I don't know, did he even have time to click? But if he landed that shot, Invil will actually win that game. So there goes my prognosis. Like 4-0 is not going to happen. Chad is playing way better than expected. They're actually taking the fights, and they're taking the fights to Invil. So I really respect that kind of play because it shows that they are not giving in to any fear, if you understand me. So really, really great job by them taking this round on Prokorovka. I really didn't expect it. I expected if maybe they take it, it's going to be Sand River rather. But here, I really didn't.
Yeah, you can see here Monsteo still with a good performance though. 12-12-10 with an EBR 3.6k damage. It just tells you how much time he also had there in the back to farm. But then he didn't get off that one crucial connection. And yeah, both teams seem to be sort of unwilling so far, at least on Proko, to play the tactical game, it seems. It seems we're in for, a treat of an aggression match here.
Yeah, but even the games like this are tactical in their own way, man, because you have to react fast to what the enemy does. And seriously, the biggest test for a team is when you get attacked by a team who plays super fast and plays like that all the time, to actually react proper. And as we already said, when you watch this game, there was so many clusters of fights all over the place. Like you couldn't make a single place that something was just happening there. No, there was like a fight in this corner, in that corner, on center of the map, on this side of the ridge, on that side of the ridge. So like, and all of those have like cause and effect kind of reactions,
Yeah, it's a butterfly effect. Once one side of the map gets won, that creates new crossfire angles and frees up guns to just, give support on the complete other side of the map. And it's so incredibly difficult as a caller, but also as a player, to just keep in mind what are the most important things to do right now, what are the positions that we need to clear. And then if it gets tense, like it did in this match, it's, just down to the individual plays, down to the individual decision makings. Most of the time someone in TeamSpeak will cry, shut up, let them play. And I believe that's what we saw happening here with a better end for Tread. So I believe my prediction is still going strong, Mojo. I think I went with a 4-1 for Invil.
You're probably the only one. But it's a possibility, and the way it's going, actually, it can even change further. Like, this is not set to stone, as we said. Also, I may remind everyone, guys, like Invil, this is, of course, they played a lot of trainings, and they probably trained a lot even against the teams that are not on European server. Like, the smart thing for every team who can organize it is to play against, as example, Russian teams, because they are skilled enough, and there is a less chance of a leak, let's say it like that, of the threats. And you can also learn a lot when they beat the crap out of you. So that helps. But as example, Chad also had an opportunity to play matches on qualifier, on group stage, and so on. So they had some time to polish themselves. So they're not just coming out of the box and playing straight out the first match without being warmed up. They even had a match yesterday. So that goes for them a bit.
Yeah, and in that match yesterday, just to clear up confusion for everyone, the first two matches of the 10-game tournament were played off of this stream, so we are actually watching the third match right now of the entire tournament. And Tread yesterday beat Moore 4-2, and Moore was only able to take wins against Tread on the map called Cliff. So yeah, there goes that. But that being said, I'm super well surprised by the fact how Tread is actually playing here, just taking the aggression, turning it into Invil's face, and just saying, yeah, like, come at me, bro, what you can do, we can also. And yeah, we've played together for long enough to just have the coherence in the team to just respond in kind. I'm taken aback by how well it's working right now.
I mean, it was really cool to see. If you remember, like when Invil started the last tournament, they even met Fame in one moment, and that was a 0 game. So this is like already really huge advancement for a team like Tred, I would say, and a big surprise. But we can see on replays here, as I said, like this threat that Tred played here is a direct copy paste of what Invil played on last tournament. I swear to God.
Yeah, and here comes the aggression by the Tred tanks east of the railway, as we said, and there the Invil tanks, they are pushing in now, but you have to sort of question that decision with the 907s, because, well, they're basically pushing into nothing and just taking a lot of damage for free here, because on the 1-2 line, their push hasn't even reached the chieftains yet, so those chieftains in K1 are probably putting out crucial shots right now. And yeah, then just the repush by Tred over the rails in the middle, it hits to disable the Invil guns from yeah, just supporting their mediums. They just want to take pressure off of K1 right now.
As you can see, guys, here on this replay, look at the fights of the 907s on 7, 8, and 9 line. Like that is a massive fight that also Muki is one of the guys who survived till the end, pretty much decided. There is another fight on K1 and 2 line. There is a third major fight on the hills of 4 and 5 where simple guys and step bro guys were like attacking Invil. So as I said, like on a lot of spots on the map, there were individual fights of mini teams for 3 or 4 guys. And all of those were making some kind of butterfly or domino effect. And they would come to the conclusion at the end. At the end, literally, maybe one shot decided the game. And I really think, like, if EBR managed to kill that 200 HP chieftain, it would be an Invil game because they would end up 2-1.
That is Prokorovka done and dusted, though. We're heading now into Sand River. And Sand River is one of those maps where I would say it's even more positional than Prokorovka sometimes tends to be. And now we have Tred coming in here without an artillery, just one EBR, double 907, 1279, and all chieftains.
Yeah, chieftains, they're in fashion when they are always allowed in the tournament. Sometimes you can mix in some 279 on city maps and so on. I'm hoping to see some kind of mix on the city maps. We'll see how it goes. Anyways, Tred, this is one of the maps, by the way, which we were talking about that should have the swapped spawns as far as I remember. Defense should be on other side, but it's just not marked on this map. So Invil on this one is defending, so the white team is defending and the blue team is attacking. And Tred is pushing heavily through the center and the K line, hoping to meet probably Invil team. Invil playing with one RT, unlike Tred. So they already noticed this is similar to their old openings. The CS is going on top of the map, immediate rotation with a couple of chieftains on top. So they want to just create a crossfire. You can see immediately how they retracted their chieftains because they cannot get farmed by RT. They're taking those cooldowns and they will be protected by those guys from 4 and 5 line.
Yeah, you can see here Tred taking a lot of control over the southern side of the map. However, Invil doesn't really take... Yeah, they did take a lot of the northern side, but then, yeah, they also have chieftains here south of the dried out riverbed, so they are not letting go completely of the southern side. Instead, they have tanks set up to, yeah, to punish anyone who tries to attack their chieftains in G3. And yeah, you can just see behind every dune here, there is a chieftain just waiting for the Tred guys. And now Staffa is going to pay the price here as the first Tred guy to go in, already dropping down to a one-shot, has to go safe here behind this dune. But the Invil guys, they are not done here farming this push, Mojo.
Oh man, they're playing it really well, like playing this cooldown and trying to farm as much as they can because sooner or later these tanks will have to die. Giacchini, Never, Rexar and Ketzai, they're trying to gather up as much as they can to lure every possible second and to make more pressure toward the Tred base because you can see the CSs and EBRs are pushing their parallel as this is going on. So this is like a YOLO squad, yalla going on from Tred. They're just not stopping, man. Like they want to kill them and they want to make some foothold in their base.
Yeah, Edzo and Stelik now pushing onto Piotrix and Jusek. Meanwhile, it's just the same story as on Prokorovka. Little fights erupting all around the map, with Invil having a stronghold in the east. However, it is all about this chieftain aggression here that is in the west part of the map now. Rexa getting picked up here by Apollo, and now Faber and Tomi going to bully one chieftain with the two of them. Piotrix still surviving near his own base on a two-shot, dropping now. And it seems like Tread has broken through to Invil's base at the moment, but the cap race on the other side has started equally.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that, like, well, that was going on and that was all fine. Invil made sure to clear up entire Tread base and to clear up the center so no one can even spot it. So yeah, they have the cap, but how will they decap their own base? That's the problem. It's 3-on-3 cap, but there is, as you see, magnificent difference in like almost 10 seconds.
Yeah, Tread now needs to make sure that they do get a few more kills here so that the cap timer runs down, but I believe it's Invil defending, so it doesn't even matter since their cap went through here. And yes, with 4 seconds on the cap for Tread here, it is Invil taking the win by cap, and I believe no one really quite was sure how it was gonna turn out until the cap entirely ran through. If I've ever seen a weird Sand River match, it's this one.
No, I think actually entire match was under the control of Invil. From the start, you could see from the upper side, there was a kind of a control of Invil tanks. They had layers of chieftains set up. There was no arty for Tread, so they knew that the only possibility that Tread has is to actually push into them and attack them strong, which they did. So they were making sure to A, do a lot of damage while they're approaching, B, to buy a lot of time while that's happening so their CSs can actually attack the Tread base with EBRs, and then to make sure they control the center of the map. So Invil did everything needed to win. And as you already said, they were defending. Even if it was a draw, why would they care? They're defenders. Automatically they win then.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see just the capping squad here by Invil getting sent. I believe it was 1 EBR and then double CS. Yeah, you can see here Soka also with the capping points, and those are the 32 remaining ones on David. And yeah, on the other side, I mean, Lager with a lot of damage, but obviously the Invil chieftains that got pushed had better shots and better opportunities just to deal damage equally. And Invil with the win in this pretty strange cap race, but in the end, yeah, if I rethink it, I do recall Invil just, you know, taking the aggression towards the Tread cap, and I'm not entirely sure what happened to the 279 of Tread there that was posted. Did it just get overrun by CSs?
Yes, as I told you, like the Invil team had the 3 CSs on top of the map, plus EBRs controlling that. So when everything was happening in the Invil base in front of it, of course, those guys didn't wait, and they were not waiting for imitation. They just rushed in. They were sharing HP and fighting. While we were watching the chieftains, they were doing the work. And it's I think, like, as far as I saw while I was watching, I think they finished the cleanup of the Tread base like 20 to 30 seconds before Tread finished with cleaning the Invil one.
Yeah.
Like, that was a huge advantage, and it took them really little time to clear the middle from the chieftains and to pressure the cap in the same moment. So they were just doing their job, man, like A, B, C, D.
Yeah, I believe we have a replay ready to give what went exactly down here. And yeah, you can see that Tread, I believe we're seeing their vision yet. Now we see everything, but Tread just didn't have a lot of info on what the CSs by Invil were actually doing, so they didn't have enough tanks in place to defend their own cap. And
yeah, but look the EBR of Invil on F9. He was giving the info to those 3 CSs all the time, man. So he was way ahead of them and clearing the way. And while you can see that, you can see F1 and G2 and H3 positions of the chieftains. They were like making layers of defense to hold off Tread all the time. And everyone else, and I mean everyone else, CSs and the other chieftains, they were working on damage and clearing the middle and the base of Tread. And look what's going on, man. Like the Tread tanks are still pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, which they must do, but their base is already gone.
Yes, and you can see now this is where I realized that the east is held by Invil, which didn't have their spawn in the east. So this is where it really all went sour for Tread. And then they failed to get their tanks back in time to just get spots on the cap, to get resets. And Yeah, as soon as the defender gets a full cap onto the attacker's cap, obviously it's going to be at least a draw. And this in turn means we do have a 2-1 Invil scoreline now.
Yeah, at the moment we do have 2-1 for Invil. Now we will see, will Chad actually make some kind of comeback like on the last map? Or like how they even plan to play that defense? As I said, the spawns are shifted on this map. This is one of the 3 maps where the spawns are shifted. So it's Ensk, Sand River and Malinovka. And that's why we were seeing Chad attack from that side.
Yep.
So it's kind of harder to camp here. It's not impossible. We've seen people do it very successfully on the last tournament, but it's way harder. It's not just like, let's take the K line to Artis and wait. Yep. You actually have to respond, you have to rotate, you need to do various things.
Yep. As we do load into the next game, and we're going to see what both teams have prepared for us. Invil now with a double RT here on the attacker's side and double EBR. Also 1907, 1279, and the rest is all chieftains. Well, Tread, Mojo?
Well, for Tread, we do have Destroyer on his GC, and we have only 1 EBR. That's quite interesting, but this is something that I'm going to again say a team like Invil was playing on a previous tournament. And kind of makes you wonder how was the Tread preparation.
Just like watch Invil's matches from last tournament and just mirror it. Maybe it works. But yeah, we do see Invil here from the east attacking, taking the south immediately. Those dunes or the formation of the ground just favors the eastern team to a point where it doesn't really make sense to go aggressively from the western side if you don't plan to overpush with 15 tanks. Obviously, Invil does have the double RT in the back, which would enable the chieftains to just trade much better in a hold-down fight. And yeah, we can see Tread has some chieftains now in the south, but they do send the double CS and all of the 907s to the north.
Yeah, it's a bit different setup here because of those 907s. Those 907s can be a real hit and miss, mate, because if chieftains of Invil clear up the upper side and start taking the control of the center, 907s cannot really deal with them in a cooldown. That's gonna be a real problem for them. Like, Tread is doing something kind of unexpected, man. They're actually pushing toward the Invil base. But they're spotted. They're 100% spotted. Like, you look at that EBR, he's waiting for that. He can see them.
Yeah, Invil has all the information right now on what Tread is doing. The question is, what are they going to do in response? It seems like they want to overpush here in the western part of the map. It is 4 chieftains encroaching onto Apollo right now, and Apollo probably doesn't have much longer to live as he's down to a one-shot now. But it is all about the choo-choo train of the Tread tanks heading to the Invil base, but there's already chieftains by Invil ready to receive here, so it's going to be just Invil taking tanks for free here, it seems.
Well, Simple is really overextending himself. I think there he should be way more back so he's not so easily killed. Like, you could see the Invil reaction from last time, that's the proper one, like, so you can drop like Faba is. But now there is a massive push coming in from Tread forces on the cap of the Invil, but they're already met with 3 chieftains there, and there is more returning. So I don't think they will gonna be able to cap anything, and the Invil still didn't lose a single tank. The difference between the last and this game is because Invil had a spotter, the thing you saw that was missing for Tread. Invil had a spotter in their base, and they had time to decide how many tanks they need actually to push toward the Tread base and how many tanks need to come back and defend their own.
Yeah, we do see now the last Tread chieftain here in their own base getting cleaned up. The RT has run already to the hills of A4, but if it is 2 EBRs capping already, as we see here for Invil, then Tread needs to suicide tanks in to get resets. But if you look at the HP, Mojo, there's not a lot left to suicide in with. It's just, Invil having the decisive lead at the moment, just playing Tread like a fiddle here on Sand River. And I do believe we're going to see a 3-1 scoreline after this game is done.
Yes, Ducky would say this game is pretty much done and dusted, man. There is not much left from the Tread guys. Like, it's pretty much 2 tanks plus RT equals nothing. But that RT is very mobile.
Yeah, I mean,
he's been driving more around than shooting, I can tell you that.
Yeah, he's certainly been driving a lot here, but he does get picked up by the EBR in the end, and now it's only Lager and Mookie here. Mookie did make it to the cap of Invil, so that's maybe something he can take away from the game, but it's not going to be a lot more, as, you know, there is already shells bouncing off of him left and right, the 907 armor just shining there, but it won't be long. Yeah, there we go. It's Glassini, Zaccolini actually picking up Mookie, and Invil does take a rather convincing game 4 here. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's a rather easy game for them. They already spotted the enemy lineup. I think this was a really risky lineup for Chad, man. So many 907s and CSs. I mean, in the old time, you could play Sand River with a lot of rotations of mediums, if you remember. Like, that was the general meta and everything. But today, with the Chieftain having Turbo as example, and HP module, and you have so many cooldowns on Sand River, it's really, I mean, it's almost impossible to out-rotate the enemy team and then to win them in a brawl.
Yeah, you can see here that the CSs by Tread, that they got pushed over the north, and they did achieve some nice damage results amongst them, but yeah, it's just about the Chieftains by Invil that got pushed over the southern side, and also the ones that got, you know, hull down behind their own cap to just defend. And yeah, it seems like Invil read really well here what Tread was doing, and there never was a second in this game where I thought Invil might be, you know, be in some sort of trouble.
No, they divided their forces on time, and they just rotated and plugged the hole where it was needed and pressured as much as it was needed. They didn't show anything too much, if you understand. There was simply no need, because the way the Tread played this defense was pretty risky, unnecessary risky, I would say, because opening, sending CSs up, fine, but I don't know, man. Like, I really don't understand what they thought to accomplish with so many 907s in this current meta, because Invil guys are not dumb, man. They know that Tread has to do some kind of push with those 907s. So they either gonna try to surprise them and push into the heavies somehow, or they're gonna try to pressure the base. As soon as they saw them in the base, they knew what happens, man, and that's it.
Yeah, and here we can just see the moments during which the game was already decided, right? Tread is about to find out, we see their vision here, how many tanks Invil has actually kept back to defend their own cap. And this push here, it's just enough. Like, it's 5 Chieftains against 3, but they do get to single out the Chieftains one by one. The Chieftains by Tread, they just weren't together. Yes, they could support each other, but yeah, Tread just made it so simple for Invil to just, you know, jump on one tank, drive to the next tune, jump on the next one, and rinse, repeat, and just get, yeah, just a decisive advantage here. And then there is one more Chieftain, Staffar FCB, yeah, just as a surprise for Invil, but they are like, oh, hey, it's another Chieftain we're gonna get for free. And then you can just see 3 Invil players just, you know, jumping at the opportunity of getting those good trades here. And in the meanwhile, Tread just isn't able to clean up on the eastern part of the map.
Well, this makes it 3-1 for Invil. We are already on a match point for them. The next map played will be Cliff. I'm going to remind everyone, this is a best of 7 games, like entire tournament is like that, all the matches. So best of 7 means who first gets the 4th game, he wins. It's currently 3-1 for Invil, obviously, so only 1 left for them needed. On the other hand, for Tread, quite more. Now, if Tread loses the game here, which is highly likely at the moment, but, you know, nothing is a given. They're not out of the tournament yet, because this is a double bracket tournament. That means there is a loser bracket, and they can rise from it and possibly play even the finals. Yeah. Like we've seen it happen on a last tournament. So those are all possibilities.
I mean, there is going to be guaranteed one team from the lower bracket going to be making it from the to the grand finals. That is just simply how the qualifier works. But it might be actually just the same 2 teams we saw in the upper bracket finals. I believe that was the case last tournament, where Fame dropped down and then met Invil yet again in the grand final. But yeah, let's not talk about that too much for now. We are still in the first match here on the stream, and the upcoming map is Cliff. And Tread did play Cliff yesterday already against Moore. They did end up winning the match, but they lost both games on Cliff.
Yes, they lost both games on Cliff, and I'm pretty sure that Invil was paying close attention. Also, Invil plays like Cliff super aggressive and really well. I mean, you probably rewatched the last tournaments also, same as we or all of the other players. And you could see the differences. Now, I noticed that some guys now lately like to try to block that climb of CSs and stuff with EBRs, and there was a lot of commotions and comical scenes in these games that we've seen. So I'm wondering like what's going to happen today and who's going to try to pull something like that off. And will it even work with the trades that Invil will try to enforce while fighting for the middle?
I mean, if there's anything positive that Tred can maybe take away from losing the games on Cliff yesterday, is that it did highlight what they were doing wrong, probably. So they did have time, they did have a whole day to fix those issues, and yeah, that's going to be what they will have to put their money on here, as they're up against the wall with their backs here. If they lose one more game here, they do drop down to the lower bracket, and yeah, as we do see that very, very scenic map video for Cliff here, the destroyed small Acropolis, or is it even destroyed, or is that the current state of it? Not sure, but yeah, it is the donut in the end, as we're gonna call it, where probably a lot of the action is gonna take place.
I don't know, Cliff is one of my favorite maps to watch always. There was a time when it was a kind of a stale map to watch and play, but not anymore. With introduction, with all of the fast tanks that you have again, like CS, and with all the modules for speed, like turbos and so on, it's again like really, really nice map and brawl map to watch. So I'm looking forward to that. I just want to see like what kind of strat these guys want to play. Like, does Invil want to show their cards from the start already or not? Does Tred even count themselves in this match, or they want to save something for tomorrow? We're gonna see in any moment now, because it's showtime. It's gonna be a middle brawl probably. Tred is going full speed over the center, but they do have one GC and one chieftain covering their base in the back. Invil, on the other hand, we can already see them there climbing on that hill, as we already said.
Yeah, a lot of CSs getting committed right now to the lighthouse, where there is one of the very important positions on the hill, but Lukiet's getting picked up by Sema here. He was even burning, and now Invil does have a bit more HP, but do they have the positions to stop those Tred guys? They did commit a lot to the middle, and we see a reaction on the 1-2 line right now on the minimap. There is the 277's counter pushing, and the Tred guys, they seem to be sort of content, not over pushing the middle at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, actually they're doing the fine job so far, but Invil does have the hill, they have the upper position, but it doesn't mean anything at the moment, because like Tred controls also their side of the hill. The thing is, I've never seen Invil yet play with Leopard here. Like, this is a complete change. They have Leopard and they have Arty, man.
Yeah, and this is also why Invil didn't go for some kind of immediate commitment. They do know in the long run they will probably get value with that Arty. Lucky now picking up Staffa here, so both sides losing one tank already, and the 277 in the 1-2 line, he's very, very low HP. He needs to be super careful to not get splashed to death by the artillery. And yeah, other than that, it seems like Tred wants to make a move now. They're taking some tanks and committing them around the lighthouse through the 9 line, and we're going to see if they're going to be able to even spot the Leo in the back. Yeah, and now Sokar in the 1-2 line just died to Simple there.
I mean, everyone must understand, these CSs here, when they start the game, they know that at least one of them will not make it to the top of the hill. Like, that's a given. But they're there to pretty much establish, like, crossfire and spotting for the rest of the team, and everyone else is, like, they're controlling 1-2-3 line, and they have a couple of snipers in the back and Arty. So that's how they play it. Now they're 2 tanks down. Like, Sokar is one of the tanks down. They were probably expecting Arty to be somewhere more left, but all the cautious teams keep Arty on A4 like Tred actually did now. So this is good, and they're like 3000 HP up. This is also really good for them. Now it's all about what will they do next, because Invil is defending here and they don't have to do some major moves. They just need to hold and like bleed and chip away the HP of Tred. It is actually happening as we speak. Like, it was 3000 lead, now it's barely 500.
Yeah, it does seem like the trades do tend to go back and forth, though. We see also Mookie there in the Chieftain. He's just getting chipped away at, even though in D5 he should normally be in a position where he's sort of safe. Sema also needs to be super careful here. 357 HP on his CS. That's a one-shot for any tank on the field here right now. But it does seem like Invil has sort of... Oh, Fortuna Pro, that is a counter if I've ever seen one, and what an important one. This basically means that Invil has the only RT remaining in the game, and he can simply just do what he wants at this point in time.
This is like a seal clubbing now at the moment, because I think Chad is out of ideas what to do. They're just gonna probably gather up and do the final push, and what happens, man. I think that's gonna happen in a moment.
Yeah. The team from the Balkan, they are now mustering every force they can gather, all pushing towards the donut here, but Invil does already have a lot of tanks set up here, and Invil sees this push coming, so they do know how to receive it. And yeah, you have the CSs, the Chieftains in the hull down, Simple Evil pushing in first, taking a lot of damage. Oros down to a one-shot here, and are they gonna succeed?
No, I think like definitely not. Already Giacchini survived in his 277 in the back, and this middle ground fight is gonna be pretty much bloody, but let's us remember that Invil controls all the other parts of the map. Now they're just like soloing people from Chad down. Apollo is on one shot behind the corner. Lager is the only guy left on HP in Chad, and there is also Reza, who was playing that D4-5 position with his CS. But he's not a person of any impact here because he cannot move because of those CSs on a hill. And the mop-up is done and dusted, like Chad did actually a correct thing after losing Arti and even Sema on that cooldown. They were really left without any choice but to push. And I understand that choice because it's better to try to do something than to wait to slowly be bled out from all the positions and by Arti on top of that. Oh.
Yeah, this being a best of 7 and Invil getting the 4-1 does mean Invil wins their first match of the tournament here. Congratulations. And it also means, coincidentally, that I got my my prediction right. I think that's the first one in about two tournaments.
I was about to congratulate you, but since you're being such an ass, like...
Oh, you gotta give me some credit. That is the first time in like 2 or 3 tournaments that I get something right here, and don't curse anyone. But yeah, to be honest, it did seem this match like, Invil just had it under complete control, under complete lockdown, like some cities in Europe are right now. For the entirety of the game, they just knew what Tread was gonna do before Tread themselves, decided on something. And as soon as Fortuna did that beautiful arty counter, Tread was just left without any option but to, try to push and get a lucky timing. Invil had thought ahead, had posted enough tanks on the 1-2 approach to the donut, and then it was just, a slaughter, you have to say.
Yeah, they sacrificed the CS on a start, if you remember, and a couple of thousand of HP going left, right, and center to realize where is the RT of Tread and how are they exactly positioned, but it paid off at the end because after they took those positions, they already knew what they want to do with them, how they want to create a crossfire, like how will Chad pay for every wrong peak and every wrong move. And we saw it culminated, as you said, by RT being chased because it had nowhere else to be. It's only those bushes there. Now it's a bit of RNG. Will it be chased or not? And honestly, it would not even decide the game. Like, even if that RT was still in a play, the time is limited. Invil was well positioned, and they already managed to take back all the HP they lost on a start. So they were closing the game. This was just like the faster way. Fortuna is a really good RT player. We could witness that on the last tournament. So he's not someone to joke around with.
No, definitely. He's up there with the likes of like Dr. Nix and Luna, who both are not here this tournament. So yeah, Fortuna is just taken their role, I guess. And by getting the counter, they're just, cementing the victory for Invil. That being said, throughout the whole match, except for that one Proko, where I believe Monster maybe slipped up in his EBR by not killing the Chieftain, it did look...
You can't blame it on him. Like, it would be too much. Like, he had entire good game. Like, it's like... I literally don't know did he even manage to click a shot. Like I couldn't see it because the reload of Chieftain there was just coming in that moment. So maybe Chieftain just like fired before him or something.
Yeah, I mean, Invil looking so strong on Sandriva, I need to find something to criticize, right?
I was like from zero to hero moment. You know, if he connected that shot, he would be a hero of the game. If he didn't, next.
Yeah. And yeah, thus, I believe we might have a replay ready soon for this last Clifflink game. And yeah, other than that, I think we can already start talking about what the next matchups are going to be.
Oh, the next matchup? You mean the next teams who are playing?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, next match we will watch Tents and Raid, which will be, as Smiley said today, a German derby, pretty much. Players of the similar school, maybe, but Raid with way more experience. Definitely.
So, if I had to name two favorites for the tournament for myself to win it, it would probably be either Invil or GX Raid. But yeah, here we can see the bracket now. Obviously, Invil taking the decisive 4-1 over Tread right there. So they're going to be in match 8, where they are going to face the winner of the next match that we're going to see here. It is going to be Tents against Raid. You can see Tread has now dropped down to the losers bracket, although they themselves probably would like to call it lower bracket instead. And match 4, which we're going to see soon, is going to decide who drops down to match 6 against Moore, who has been waiting there since yesterday evening.
Yes. About like who can win the tournament, yeah, but by far, like I would say Invil and Raid both are the favorites. And we should not forget that Raid didn't win the last one, but they lost really close to Fame, and they lost really close to Invil before. So those are like a tiny details that can decide those games. The only thing going for Invil now maybe is because they matured, and all those games they were previously losing, if you remember, for like a speck of difference and whatever, they usually turn in their favor. Now, which shows like a great maturity, but we cannot cast out Raid or any of the other guys. Like Raid already won one tournament and they're trying to come back ever since, and they're very persistent at it. And all of these guys are hungry, man. Like they want to have their piece of pie.
That being said, Raid has obviously also won a tournament already. But yeah, Mojo, I believe that's quite enough from us for the moment. Let's head over to our analyst's desk and see what they have to say about this.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Well, cracker of a game going on there. I missed some of it, unfortunately, due to technical problems, but I hope you got caught all of it so you can run through all the games and the awesomeness with our viewers there. So, did that go as you expected, Barry?
I'm going to say yes. Okay, so I said 4-0. It was 4-1. However, I think we might also see later that it did kind of come down to almost one shot. So if one shot goes differently, I was basically right. Therefore, I'm kind of right. I'll take that as a W. Thank you. I think you also said 4-0 as well. So you kind of, we're all in the similar ballpark. But yeah, it was a very, I don't want to say one-sided game. It looked at the start that it was actually a lot closer than I initially thought. I was sweating. But in the end, Invil did see it through with the 4-1. And as I said, on the one that they did lose, it was a lot closer than the eventual scoreline suggests. You know, it wasn't just a 1-0 win. It came down to one shot in my eyes.
Okay. And so I know we've got some replays to go through shortly, and you'll be able to run us through those. Just waiting for them to pop up on the stream. So yeah, we'll be able to let you go and take through all the replays.
Yeah, sure. So this is the second game, I believe. Yeah, and you've got now Tread on the right side, and this was it's actually switched, I believe. But no, it isn't switched. Sorry, but anyway, Tread are actually on the right side, and they're actually doing something similar to what Invil did in the last tournament. Here, they've got the Chieftain, the STOV on the J9 position on the rails, and they're kind of just saying, Invil, if you want to push in, we can kind of take this. We can let you push in, because they have those STOV and that Chieftain farming at the back. And Invil pushed through, and I think Keehan actually said that this was a bit of a questionable play as well, because they're now actually making 3 different fights in the map, and Mojo suggested as well. You've got these 3 fights going on all at the same time, and it's a bit chaotic. You can see that it now comes down to a lot of the individual plays here. Invil managing to just elongate the game by jumping over the ridge lines. There are so many fights going on here. It's actually so difficult to see who's actually winning at this moment. I actually thought Invil had the upper hand at this moment in time, and I think it's because they managed to make those 3 fights in a different part of the map. So you've got the K1 position, you've got that 8-9 line fight going on, and then you've got that kind of north ridgeline fight going on. And it was actually after this was the game that came down to the one shot in my eyes. So I said the Invil here should actually be in the winning positions, and it looked like they were going to win. And I think we can see that there's this fight going on here, but Invil actually managed to converge on this position after Tread over push into this little dip. And still, I think Invil are in the winning positions here. As you can see now, they all just converge into this dip, and Invil have more of the tanks closer to the fight so they can jump on. I think you'll see, look at this swarm from Invil. And actually, they did manage to lose that, but it only came down to 1 shot. And here now we go into the game after that. So this is game 3. And Tread, really, I didn't like what they did. I thought this game was lost from the beginning. Their lineup was, it was a one-trick pony, as I like to call. So you can see they've actually got 11 chieftains, Tread. So that basically lends to one thing happening, and it's exactly what did happen. They pushed down the down the K line and then down the 1 line. And Invil reacted well to this. But more importantly, I saw at the start, Invil had 3 CSs. And you can see that now on the 0 line, they were already in Tread's base. And before the game started, this is how I thought it would go. And some people might say that I do have a mega mind, but I successfully predicted this. And as I said, this was a theme of the battle, actually, that Tread were, I would say, tactically inferior. There were some things that at the start of the game you could see that would be the most likely outcome, and then that was what happened, and that's kind of why they lost. It was the general theme of just not being up to Invil's level in terms of the tactics. But now this is the game after as well, so this is the sides have switched, obviously, and Invil just play a much more smarter way. So just before this has happened, Invil have actually managed to get the information of all of the chieftains on the 1 line from Tread, so they know exactly how many tanks are here, because they spotted all the chieftains. So what they do is they have a spot on the other side, and they're playing more of an information-based game, as opposed to Tread, who kind of played off more of a, how to put it nicely, a bit of a YOLO game. They had their tactic, they did it. If it didn't work, it didn't work. So Invil managed to push here with just enough tanks to overrun this side, because they pushed with 5 chieftains, and they knew that there were 4 chieftains here. So they're making sure that they can win the fight in the most optimal way, not wasting tanks, because they know that due to the Tread lineup in this game, there were a lot of 907s. I'm not too sure, but about 5, maybe 6, maybe even 7. And it's likely that they were going to use that aggression to then push the cap. So this was actually very well played from Invil here. And as I said, it's being able to use the information to adjust your tactics and then play in the most optimal way, which Tread didn't really do. And that's kind of why we had such a decisive scoreline here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
Yep,
as I said, you can actually see that, yeah, the Invil lineup is still just over pushing the 1 line. Tanks can't really do too much.
Okay, and how would you feel they should have probably played this a little bit differently if they could?
So I said, from my analysis, I would say that Tread, Invil were actually doing what they should be doing. I said they were playing in a much more optimal fashion, and that's just kind of the difference between, let's say, the top teams and teams that are in kind of that second tier. You usually have, say, a few of the top teams, I would say kind of Invil, Fame, Raid, and then after that you kind of have this second tier of teams who aren't on that same consistent level, and that's usually what you see. The top teams, they play off info and they react, whereas that second band of team, sometimes they do it, but because they haven't been in all those scenarios, they don't know how to react. So it's kind of more like, we're doing this, you do it, if you die, well, we'll learn from it kind of thing, instead of being able to react.
Yeah. Okay. So I believe our casters are ready, who will be able to take you through the next game, which should be, and I'm going to just double check the sheet so I don't get this wrong, Tense versus Raid.
The Klassiker.
Yeah, so we'll let you take it over with key.
Wow, I don't know what to think even about this. Like the boy evolved. He's not Carry Berry anymore. He's Mega Berry now, man. Like what the hell?
What a handsome guy. But yeah, to take over the transition we had from the analyst desk, thanks a lot. We're gonna have Der Klassiker, which is, you know, as probably everyone has guessed, the classic. It is a German duel. And yeah, I think two almost fully German teams going up against each other here. And GX Raid obviously being the well-known team that has already won a tournament in the past, going up against Tense. And yeah, we can see the community predictions sort of swinging 2/3 in Raid's favor, 1/3 for Tense. I believe that's about right. Maybe not enough for Raid. What do you think, Moja?
It should be like even a bit more for Raid, I would say, because they are way more experienced. I mean, Tense are the clan and the team who did play previous tournaments, but not on a level of Raid yet. Like, it remains to be seen. Like, what can they do on this tournament? Do they have any original tactics of their own? Or are they just like refining other people's, other clans' things and trying to make them better or make them work? And how will they perform against a team like Raid, who is also a very reactionary team, similar to Invil, just like in a German style, I would say that. Old King's the captain here, like a lot of guys that you know here, Smiley being their in-game leader, and so on and so on. Maybe some different flags here. I think YOLO is the only one from Ukraine. Everyone else should be from Germany with Daddy Bunzo with that Canadian flag. Is he really from Canada or something?
I believe he does have the Canadian citizenship, but I know for a fact that he speaks German, and the same goes for Alka, the Swiss guy. Yeah, the primary in-game language for those guys on TeamSpeak is going to be German, as it's going to be for Tense as well. Because, yeah, if you see, they even picked the E100 to represent them in the game here. Yeah, the captain, Katja Krasavice, and yeah, then we also have a lot of guys that, if you're familiar with the competitive scene, you might know already. For example, Leechbear making again an appearance, and yeah, I can't wait to see what Tense has to bring to the table here, because I believe, you know, not only going by the community predictions, but also by the casters' predictions, I think not a single one of us has actually gone for Tense here. I believe all of us have gone for Raid. For me personally, it was a 4-1, and as you can already see by the video, the first map in between both of them is going to be Live Oaks.
Yeah, Live Oaks will be the first map. As we were saying, like, Raid was invited on this tournament as being the third, so like Fame would be invited, but since they're not playing, it's Raid. But it doesn't matter now because the match is starting. We can watch the Live Oaks. We have a couple of 279s. This is usually used for anchor on this map, and really aggressive push here coming in from Tense toward the city area with a couple of snipers on a center. So this is the part of the map they want to focus and play a lot. Like, Hans is doing a big spot. Wait.
Oh, Hannes
again,
here.
we have the swapped roles again.
Yeah, the swapped roles. So basically, yellow is gonna be Tense and red should be Raid normally, but we can see Hannes, the self-proclaimed best EVR player on the server here, putting the second shot into Alexandros, trying to clear out the Manticore, but it is in turn going to be Hannes getting picked up by, I believe, Leechbear it was, and Leechbear just barely getting away with his life. And yeah, as soon as Alexandros is going to be despotted here with the Manticore, he will be able to take a bush again, and thus, yeah, just be able to give a lot of info for their team. But keep in mind, Raid does have a Manticore of their own in F8, and I don't think I've seen that position before.
I haven't seen it used from that side yet. Like, it's usually closer to the base, but this one will probably give a lot of spotting potential, because we know that Manticore has a really good view range, like really brilliant combo values. So that's why people use it as a static spotter most of the time. Usually in past times, maybe it was like T100, but in last tournament, I think Manticore was introduced and everyone started taking it after that.
And yeah, we can now see that it is, I think the sides are also switched. Normally it should be the southwest defending. So Yeah, you see at the moment it would be Raid from the northeast in red who would have to attack here. And so far they haven't made a lot of progress. They suicided one tank trying to get Alexandros out, but he hasn't died yet. And now it's going to be Ricochet here on the right side in the Chieftain, taking a bit more ground here in D2 into that ditch close to the building, trying to just, you know, take some map away from TenZ here to just be able to get something done, because at the moment it's already 2 minutes gone, and so far, not a lot has happened except MV0 RNG going in. Now YOLO Extreme is spotted in his Manticore as well, but MV is already down here, and now the Manticore needs to be extra careful.
Well, YOLO is on one shot and it's really hard to survive yet. Like, that was a trade that actually TenZ decided to give into because they didn't want to get spotted all the time. It was a good trade for them, I would say, just losing that one EBR for that, because they still have their Manticore and Lichbear on one shot. But Alka is still alive on 800 HP, so that's a possible danger for them. Now we can see that there is a massive push coming in from TenZ. Let's again remember that yellow guys are actually TenZ and red are Raid. So there is a push on that zero line, but it's going to be met by guys who are already holding the buildings on zero line. And there is on other side counter push coming in from the Raid, doing the pincer attack toward the water and the center, but I don't think they actually do have enough forces to deal with them, because there is also 279 and Chieftain in the back there.
Yeah, you can see now here Raid has tried to overpush here, and they do finally get it done. The red team taking E2 decisively, and so far TenZ on the zero line, they have not been able to make a lot of progress over the zero line, as there is one heavy tank in B0 just locking them down here. Same goes here for the 2 line as well. It is one Chieftain, Never Forget Me, from the TenZ team, just, you know, able to lock down this side. He could drop down immediately if he chose to into the ditch, and then it would be the Raid tanks having a lot of problems just over pushing there. And now it seems like Raid with Alka, they have made one last ditch effort here. They do get the Manticore out, but Alka in turn gets picked up by Leech, and that is the last light tank gone for the Raid team, and lights are ever so crucial on this map, Mojo.
Yeah, but we can also notice that Lichbear is on one shot, so he cannot really do anything fancy with this kind of game. The biggest problem for Raid at the moment is, yes, they don't have a light spotter anymore, but they also have a couple of guns less. They are the team with, I think, like even maybe 2 tanks less at the moment, plus 3,000-4,000 HP on top of that, which really limits their options in these moments, man. I mean, a lot of guys of their team have full HP, but in this kind of game, it doesn't really matter much. Like, one wrong choice, if they lose like 1 or 2 more tanks, it's gonna be done for this game.
Yeah, I mean, Raid still on the attacking side here from the northeast, and at the moment it doesn't look like they do have an answer to how TenZ is playing this on their defensive side. They are down in HP, and they're also down in tanks, and most importantly, they're down in light tanks, and that on Live Oaks just is a death sentence almost for your team if you don't have like 90% map control and the enemy cornered. So we're gonna see how this plays out. Now we do see Lichbear making another run here in CBR, and he can do so just without fear of anything really happening to him or getting outspotted, because yeah, in the end he can just, you know, he does outspot anyone with his CBS. He has mounted the equipment 2.0 really coming in to shine there. And yeah, Raid, they don't have a lot of time left to find out how to make magic happen.
Well, Raid is attacking as far as I remember. And TenZ are defending. So Raid with less HP, as you said, like, they have to make some kind of miracle in this game. Like, nothing is working really well for them in this moment. They have a couple of tanks with the full HP they can use to push, but I think TenZ actually has everything under firm control at the moment. Like, there is nothing that can endanger them from the lake side, because they have the spot by Lichbear and Purple in there, and there is really nothing that can actually catch them toward their own cap, because they do have the crossfire. RT is on a safe spot. So the only thing that might happen is to maybe lose the other side, but they have excessive number of tanks. So even if they lose 1 or 2, by the time that actually Raid forces reach the rest of them, they're gonna bleed so much HP it won't matter anymore.
Yeah, and now we see here Raid just, you know, searching for any openings, I believe, but so far they've not been able to find any, and it's just both artists here doing most of the work for their respective teams, with a better end for Tents here, obviously, as they are defending at the moment. And now I think finally Raid has decided on what to do here. They're pushing over the 2 line with double Chieftain and 1 CS. They are going to find 1 Chieftain almost for free, I believe, but after that, what do they do? There is already a 279 and a Leo set up to receive this push.
Yeah, nothing comes for free, man, so neither does this. They already lost Aladdin, Merkel, and Benzo will take a lot of damage from Artie. Never Forget Me falls, and yeah, they did take the dip, but that doesn't really help them in anything. Now they're gonna try to pressure more, but there is a crossfire that Tents will just organize. I mean, come on, this is stacking up, it's 6,000 HP, and they can't really do anything with those tanks in their own base on A and B0 line, because they're just stuck defending.
Yup, and now, yeah, we just see Tents on their defensive side with decisively more HP at this point. It's almost 6k difference here. And yeah, Mayo, he can just wait in his 279. The Kong GC picks up another kill here onto the 279 by Raid, and 279 seems to be fully committing to this push over the cap of Tents here. But I believe Tents might have enough tanks back here to just, you know, receive this easily. Pfeiltastenkorn there in his Chieftain. He's getting pummeled by the Artie, but that here on the 0 line, that's not where the action is really gonna go down. It is here on the 2 line where we can see probably the last ditch attempt by Raid to still win this game. Old Kings picking up Magnus, both of them in the Leo, and now it is Kalium gonna flanking Mayo, but you can already see Aaron Broody there in the back. They have enough tanks just directly at their cap. Benzo now starting up the cap, but it is Leechbear in the EBR just crawling back towards the cap already.
Well, alright, we have the observer mode working properly, finally, so it's never too late, guys. And we can see the final moments of Raid in this game. It doesn't matter, it's just the opening of the match, so for the guys who are fans of Raid, this is just the start, something to fire them up, I guess. But it also shows us that Tents are not to be underestimated, not by any remote chance, because they had this game from pretty much first moment under control.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, you know, it felt like Raid put themselves at a disadvantage immediately with sending Hannes through that middle. I'm not sure I do agree with that, you know, that push being made by the EBR, because if the Manticore reacts in the right way, which it did, of just, you know, staying behind the building, just staying safe and letting your team finish off the enemy EBR, then there's just not a lot that the EBR can do towards a Manticore, and in the end he's just gonna die because he's gonna be so close to all of the enemy tanks. And yeah, with 16 seconds remaining on the clock, it's only Baron the Flick God going up against a Chieftain that is like 7 times his HP. And yeah, we do see Pfeiltasten just picking him up there, and we do have Tents taking here the first win on Live Oaks against GX Raid, and I don't think a lot of people would have expected that in the start of the game. Is that your, you know, dark horse that you try to find every tournament, Mojo?
Well, frankly, if I was picking a game for Tents to win, this was actually the one. On Live Oaks defense. Like, that was like my best pick possibility for that. And we're gonna see for the rest. Because now they will have to actually perform on their attack. For that initial trade, I think it was a lot of RNG involved. Like, obviously Tents guys reacted really well and had their crossfire, and they deleted Hans, but they also had Leechbear left on 1 shot and Manticore on 2 shots, so that might also mean that a couple of guys from Raid just simply didn't connect, maybe. Yeah. Or had a critical, the famous critical.
Yes, indeed. The shot hitting the wheels, but not the tank itself. And yeah, we can see.
So those things do happen.
Look at Pi.
Really
he did 2 penetrations with his artillery during the course of the game. That's why he's up there with 5.5k damage. Also Mayo in the 279, who got pushed there over the cap, dealing a lot of damage here.
Mayo had a really good position because he was anchor for Tents team. He was situated in that factory area. And he was constantly farming tanks when they were pushing. So when they were pushing the chieftains on the hills, he was farming. When they were pushing chieftains in a hole, he was farming. When they were pushing him, he was farming. So all he needed to do, a simplest thing in the game, is to penetrate his shots, which he obviously did, to do 5k in 10 minutes, man. And survive.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see Hannes getting pushed in the beginning. Yes, he did do 2 shots on the Manticore, but in the end he wasn't able to get a lot done. So, it was just the problems for GX Raid just starting immediately by, taking some decisions which were, in hindsight, I know it's backseat gaming here a little, but were just, weird in hindsight to do.
It's interesting to... I wonder how much Manticore actually from Raid had spot. Because was the EBR the only thing he spotted in the entire game? Or what happened there? Because that position is kind of risky.
That Manticore by Raid did have only 1257 spotting, so it was just the spotting on one EBR, that's it.
So that's a really risky position, because as you said, it's not normally used, so it can be used as a kind of a trick, but it also means he really had nowhere to leave. There is a slight hole there that he was trying to use, but that's not enough. He was firing from 2 angles as far as I saw, plus an RT shooting. So there was no way for him to survive. On the other hand, we saw on the start, the 10th Manticore had a house to hide behind. And not a straw house, a proper house that cannot be blown up by wind or anything else. Or by RT, which tried. RT tried. You could see that also later. So that position is way safer, and it gives you a lot of more opportunities later. But as I said, this is only the first game. From that first moment, it was under 10's control. We cannot only say that everything about the game is coming from the spotters themselves, because that's not enough. Spotters are one part of the game. There is also how you displace the rest of the tanks, what you do with them. There was that push by 10's tanks on a waterline, control of the rest of the map, how do you create crossfires. So 10's did their homework well, and they positioned their tanks well, and they controlled the defense well. Now we need to see, can they perform the same kind of thing from attack side, which is way harder, of course.
Yes, indeed. The difficulty level for 10s is going to increase a bit, because normally on Live Oaks, the defender side is considered to have some kind of an advantage. Now, for the pick and bans, which we haven't really covered yet a lot, it is Cliff and Malinovka getting banned by 10s and GX respectively. Now, 10s did pick Live Oaks, so they only so far managed to convert their own defense on this map. And after the next game, which is going to be GX Raid defending on Live Oaks, we are going to see Ensk, which is a map we haven't seen in a lot of tournaments so far, I believe, Mojo.
Yeah, we haven't seen it almost at all, because most of the clans avoid it. It's not an easy map to play. You need to have a lot of individual knowledge about positions, about angling, and you need to be... Because there is a lot of tanks who are slow being played. Situational awareness is quite needed, because when people start spamming you on the rail from a couple of centimeters of difference of angle, you can really, really destroy your team's game by small mistakes.
And yeah, here we can see the second game in between 10s and Raid. Raid now on the defense, bringing a CGC, YOLO Extremist again in the Manticore, double EBR. Then we see 90907, 1 Leo, 1 CS, 1279, and the rest is Chieftains. Well, 10s.
Well, let us see what will actually Raid decide to do here in this moment. This Manticore is starting to be quite the normal meta at the moment, but triple EBR, no RT game from 10s, that's something that interests me way more. How will they actually decide to do with this? They need to play full-out aggression from the very start with this, because no RT means that they will be kind of farmed over time by Raid if they allow it.
Yes, and full-out aggression it is, but for both teams here, as 10s is rushing down the zero line to get the peninsula. It is Raid going for the city aggression, just sending their 907s in the corner there, then some Chieftains to cover. But this in turn means that both teams are sort of avoiding each other in a clockwise rotation over the map, and now it seems to be split. The east belongs to 10s, the west belongs to Raid. Yeah, it's going to be interesting how 10s decides to deal with this.
I would say everyone is getting their dominant side. So Raid is just getting the city side and abandoning the rest, because they can make a good crossfire and shoot while they're covering that Chieftain and CS if they're getting pushed, while they're pressuring the upper side of the 10th base. And we need to see, will this Chieftain actually make it out alive?
Yes,
because there is not a really great coverage there toward Jaggi. And Hippo knows it really well, so he's moving in a backline immediately where he can be helped by guys from the zero line who already returned. So that's a good reaction by them. 8.5 minutes remaining for this one. Pretty much nothing happened from the start, which is better for Raid at the moment.
Yes, and you can see now TenZ, they have established some positions on the peninsula, but not really a lot. They have one EBR in G9 there, just getting early info. And now you can see the raid tanks are sort of committing in the city. They do seem to smell blood in the water here, as the Hippo seems to be wounded now, and the blood is just flowing out, and they are the sharks just smelling it. And yeah, now TenZ, they are rotating a lot of stuff back over the zero line, gathering up in A9, and then they will probably just do a push there on the north, because they need to do something, because right now their heavies are getting farmed.
Yeah, this is something they must do because RT is farming them. Also, like, this is the correct thing to do, because if they don't, they're not utilizing the fact that they don't have the RT, so they have a tank plus, and that Raid actually has a couple of tanks out of the game at the moment, while the only thing that TenZ have out of the game are 2 EBRs, which can, you know, like, they're such a well-balanced and slow vehicles, like they can just be there in 3 seconds.
And yeah, here we can see now the push by TenZ coming over the A line. It is just a combined push with Chieftains and 907s here, and we do see the reaction from Raid coming out. They are running with the 907s. They do not want to get caught. Carlim here taking a lot of damage for his troubles, but still managing to stay on a healthy 1160. And here now the tanks in full push. Timmy Hates already taking a lot of fire in his 279 here, probably dropping soon. And TenZ, will they decide the game with this push is the question. Raid seems to be set up.
It's a big fight in a city here coming in. A lot of red tanks, TenZ pushing in like a big wave of red tide, man. But as you said already, Raid is situated well to greet them. Now the thing is gonna be just like who loses, or is there more of the tanks in the same time. Like, Raid is trying desperately to win the corner of the city, A1 and A2, and they succeed in that, but they lost pretty much the rest of the map. But this made them actually make some kind of a crossfire, so the tanks that were out of the game for them managed to join the rest of their brethren, and now they're making damage that is a lot needed.
Yeah, well, TenZ was up in HP a lot during the start of this fight. Now the Raid tanks in the back, the Chieftain and the Leo in E2, they are farming heavily onto the TenZ tanks, and it seems like they have overcommitted here. Their HP now heavily in favor of the Raid team here. They have managed to stop this push. Never Forget Me in the ditch here on a one-shot. Alka failing to picking up for the time being. In 10 seconds, he'll probably be back for another round to cruise around in his EBR. Katya picking up YOLO Extremist in the Manticore in the meantime, but the push that started off so well here for the TenZ guys, it seems to be just entirely stopped in its tracks. No one seems to be willing or having the HP to push anymore. Destroyer Amaranth in the city, that's a problem for Raid, but as he's just a one-shot, he's just, you know, contributing one-shot whenever he's unspotted anyway. And yeah, TenZ meanwhile on the other side, getting Alexandros getting picked up by Hannes, that's not good. And Benzo in the meantime getting Timmy Flutschfinger here.
Well, Alka and Hannes are still alive, so it's 2-2 on EBRs, but that would be a big difference if they actually survive with one more, because they could pressure the RT then. Still, Raid did what they wanted. They pretty much stole the game. They put a foot down. They're controlling the backside of their map. They're controlling the city. They're deleting tanks of TenZ one by one. And Magnus is the last one to fall. So we now see have only Never Forget Me hiding in that little hole. And he cannot even peek anywhere because he's completely surrounded by Raid tanks.
Yeah, all of the Raid tanks in the city that were previously locked down by some remaining TenZ forces now freely able to move over the map. And you can see all the HP that TenZ really had was not in the city, it was on their EBR, so good job to their EBR players for staying alive for so long on so much HP. But yeah, if you don't at one point in time just contribute towards your team's efforts, then you're just not gonna be able to contribute to the win, as we see here. Leechbear getting another connection into Old Kings, but we shouldn't deceive ourselves. This game is all but over here, as Leechbear and MB0 are just drawing it out. And yeah, just, you know, probably giving their team time to think what went wrong and what they need to change for the next game, which is going to be on Ensk.
Well, it doesn't matter because it's, as you said already, it's a different map, so they can just chill a bit. But Phil did mention interesting, I would say even a meme-tastic moment. the Baron who is playing in a raid team is actually commander of 10th clan. So I even didn't know that, man. I remember Smiley said like they have actually like one guy who is from 10th, but I didn't pay attention. I didn't even realize that was actually the actual commander of the clan.
So yeah, since both teams are comprised mostly of German clans, they are going to be fairly acknowledged with each other. I mean, yeah, I personally have played with basically Leechbear and Smiley in an ESL team. That was way back, you know, in the Silver League. We never managed to actually go to the Gold League, but it always, you know, warms my heart a little to see those.
Didn't Leechbear play the Gold League, right?
Huh?
Leechbear played the Gold League, right?
played one battle of Gold League, but he doesn't want to get reminded of this. But yeah, it is very nice to see all of those people still playing the game on a very high competitive level. And I believe we're about ready to get to the post-battle stats, where we can see Old Kings did quite a hefty amount of damage.
Well, as I said, like there was a couple of guys who were controlling the center of the map, and they had all the time side shots, what to do. And I must say, like, I really liked the reaction of Raid when they realized they're getting pretty much attacked by a huge wave of 10 tanks, all of the tanks. They realized they cannot really take them on frontally, if you understand me. So they did sacrifice a couple of tanks, but they sent everyone who they could to take control of the corner. And by doing so, they gave time to their tanks that were on bottom side of the map, as you remember, as I said, that were out of the game, to actually reach the hills and create a crossfire with them. So that was a really nice choice, a bit risky, but on long term, it actually paid off. Also, they preserved all of their lights till the end, and Artie was just like pounding constantly. So something that could have been a risk if it was a really, really fast game, paid off at the end, because once you stop the enemy advance, the RT always pays off, always.
Yes, indeed. And also they did have in E2, as I mentioned, the Chieftain and the Leo. And as soon as you have a just Leo 1 just, you know, farming in the side, then, you know, it's going bad for your team. And this is the push that we mentioned here. At this point in time, it does look sort of okay-ish for Tens regarding HP, but Raid is doing the right thing. They're pulling back their mediums so they don't just get overwhelmed there in the city by the enemy chieftains. And then, yeah, just Raid is doing a good job of stopping the push here, creating enough crossfires. Yes, they do lose Timmy Hate's Artie, or are very close to it right now, but if you just see on the minimap right now how Raid is, you know, just fanning out, just not giving Tens the single targets to push on.
You can see the Leopard position also, and you can see the Chieftain from down and like EBRs joining in on the game. So that is a very important moment, because like they're losing heavily. You can see positions where Baron and Magnesium were, they're like just dying because they were being overwhelmed. But it's also a mistake, because you can see a couple of Chieftains from Tents actually kind of suicided themselves going for A1 and A2.
Yeah, in A1 and A2, that was where the true firepower and the DPM by Raid were, because the mediums generally tend to have more DPM than the heavy tanks. And then from there on, they were just able to, you know, farm the Tens guys down to one-shots, then they couldn't push anymore, and then it was up to Raid just getting those side shots in with the Leo. And yeah, from then on, it was just a cleanup operation. Yes, Tens did have some aces up their sleeves, with the EBRs just getting work done on the other side, but in the end, those EBRs just didn't have enough time to really have a decisive impact.
Honestly, like, there was a chance for Tens in this game, because I think if they didn't sacrifice those couple of tanks in that moment, in the corner of the city, if they just didn't send them there, but they just kept some kind of crossfire while the rest of the tanks were pressured from the raid, they would actually have maybe enough force, as you said, to counter push once again.
Although keep in mind they probably felt pressured into, you know, doing something simply because the enemy had Artie and they didn't. But yeah, that is a Live Oaks over for us. As you can already see by this map's video, we're heading over to a completely and entirely different map. We're heading over to the streets of Ensk.
You know, this is so realistic, man. Like, when you go to some museums in Russia, you always have those, like, murals, and they're usually communist. Oh, surprised. And you have a bunch of those, like, gift cards that look exactly like those on those buildings, man. with some like retro messages from like 50s and 60s with all of those proletariat things.
Yeah.
Anyways, Ensk, pretty much industrial, so it does ring a bell. It's usually a big brawl around the middle, and then the teams just decide like will they push the green or the city. It's usually either just push the city and control the rail a bit, or push the green a lot and then snipe the rail.
Yeah.
And I don't see many TDs here, so it's gonna be a big brawl, man.
Yeah, this is very, very unusual. Normally the meta on Ensk is to have a lot of E-tanks, E3s, E4s, just firing down the middle with HE, APCR, whatever they feel like. But here it seems like Tents and Raid, they have read sort of the same script, and the script is, you know, rush on the green, davai. And we do see those very crucial positions on the zero line, each taken by 2 chieftains, and then we have just, you know, the brawling forces on the lower side, just, you know, committing in. Raid hanging back, they are the defenders at the moment, and it's gonna be Tents putting on the first aggression.
Well, it's a very, very nice play for Ensk for us, because otherwise it could be very long. So there is a big push coming in from Tents, pushing 0 line and the 8 line mainly, and it's a big brawl in the cluster of the tanks here. Ricochet was the first one to fall, but they're using his corpse. Farin and Magnesium and Alka are trying to hide behind. Alka will also make a shield, I think, for Magnesium. Magnesium is gonna turn out to be a big problem for them there.
Yeah, Tents here committing heavily onto those tanks on the zero line, getting all of them out of the game, but sacrificing a lot of HP in the process. But it's still Tents who is up in HP and up in tanks at the moment. In comes the counter push by Raid here with a lot of chieftains. Will it be enough is the question. Leechbear is probably going to fall soon in his position as he does, but Tents still does have a lot of tanks on the zero line that are farming Kalium right now. Kalium down to a one-shot YOLO Extremist. Yeah, Kalium just falling. YOLO Extremist coming into his position. 1600 HP on him, and now the brawl also starts on the 7-8 line, and Tents immediately re-pushing yet again on the zero line. They're gonna clean up YOLO Extremist, all foes for free, and Katya and Chris, they're coming around to flank the tanks on the lower side.
Well, this is actually amazing. Did we actually underestimate Tents and their efforts for this tournament? This was very, very, very aggressive. I liked it. 14,000 HP compared to 7 of Raid, like that's 2 to 1. And positional wise, they're controlling everything. This attack will definitely be theirs.
Yes, indeed. This attack is going to be theirs. They did even bring a VK-72 Alexander's in the back, who takes a lot of punishment
that's such
right
a classic move, man. I like it so much.
And yeah, Daddy Bunze here in the E4, one of the last 3 remaining guys for his team, about to fall. Hannes, the other one in his chieftain, on a 2-shot. He does get one more connection onto Magnus, but yeah, now Bunze and Hannes, both of them are yeah, about to get picked up. And keep in mind, this was an attack that lasted not even 3 minutes, so in a possible tiebreaker we would definitely have to look at the result of this match.
Well, I'm gonna embrace the suck, because obviously I'm missing every possible prediction in this tournament, so that's gonna be my role in this one. Well, Tents are doing way, way better than I expected, even after watching them, like the game they played. I was not convinced they can perform like this. This was actually really nice.
Yeah,
I'm just like surprised that they actually caught and killed so many of the Raid tanks initially. You know, I would expect them, if the like Raid guys are seeing that, they would respond a bit better. I was really surprised to see so many of them fall on that upper line.
Yeah, it does seem like Tents has the green figured out here on Ensk, as they just, you know, every time they did an overpush, it just felt like Raid wasn't ready or something for it. It was just, you know, the Tents guys just all together going into the open as one single unit and just taking their rage out onto the GX Raid tanks, and they succeeded with it. And meanwhile, on the lower side, the Tents tanks, sort of with their VK-72, with the 279s, they just kept the GX tanks busy for long enough that their brethren on the zero line could just win it by focusing. And then after that, the GX repush failed. And after this, it was Tents just, you know, encrawling onto the remaining GX tanks. The battle was over at this point. And I have to say, just as you, I am taken aback by how well Tents has played this round, or how good they have looked.
I still would like to see the replay when it comes, you know, for that. And there you go, the final push coming. Like Alexander's just holding the back, so he's like anchor for the base. This is a really nice position by Mayo, where it's hard for them to pen and he can have side shots. But this is the part of the push now. We can see that cluster of the tanks pushing on Ricochet and the guys. Ricochet is taking so much damage in this moment. And he's gonna die any second now. And there is Falir and Alka and Magnesium. Yeah, it does look like there is a vast majority of raid tanks that were simply not ready to do enough damage on them. You can see them all the way back, but not really in position to help them.
Yeah, you can see now the last guy up there in those zero-line positions gets picked up, and now in comes the repush by Raid here. They do recognize they cannot leave the TenS tanks where they are, or they will just get farmed to death. But the problem is the positions that the TenS guys are in, except for Leechbear who gets picked up now. But yeah, the positions that the TenS guys are in now just favor them so heavily. They do have the hull downs, and it is the raid tanks that just need to push towards them in the open. And at this point in time, just look at the HP, Mojo. It's not even close anymore. TenS just sitting on almost double the HP of what Raid has. And yeah, the raid tanks at the bottom, they just do not stand a chance against concentrated crossfire coming out there. They cannot even push in.
Pretty much when those 4 tanks on the red line were deleted, the raid tanks, and there was nothing equally happening on the map in the same moment that would go for raid, I think that's the moment they lost the game, because they simply had no response. Everything else was just like too little too late. Maybe like in human terms, like it's a short amount of time, like 20-30 seconds, but in a game that lasts only 10 minutes and all the tanks are at hand, like that's eternity.
Yeah, especially in a game like this that was done in not even 3 minutes. Yeah, I'll just check the time. The game was concluded within 2 minutes and 44 seconds. So that is a fast attack if I've ever seen one. However, Raid, they have come back already from being down 0-1. Will they be able to come back from 2-1 lead that TenS currently has? We're going to see this as the sides are going to be switched now, obviously, like every time. And we're going to see how the setups look in a few seconds, and I believe we already have some surprises waiting for us here, as I do see double 2684 for the side of Raid.
Gotta love those messages on the flags in the city, man, like freedom, equality.
I do not speak Russian, and I do not know Cyrillic letters, so I'm lost there.
Oh man, like it's entertaining. 268s on the raid side in this kind of game now, and everything else monotonous chieftain. I would say they're angry, man.
This does indeed look like Raid is pretty angry at what just happened, but yeah, their swings will go into nothing, because TenS is not going to the green this time around. They're going to the city heavily, and yeah, Raid should find this out any second now, as the 2684s and the Chieftains, they are just pushing down those rails. They just want to get the aggression towards the tanks, TenS tanks that are not even there. And yeah, the map is now split over the rails here, but Raid does have a foothold established in the city with B4, all of those chieftains there. Also, they're going to take the A1 positions, I believe. This is a heavy repush coming out by Raid, who are now split, Mojo.
Yeah, Raid is split, but they're split in a bit better way than TenS at the moment, but they cannot actually monetize that, because if they enter the city, TenS tanks can gather up way faster and deal with them, and I don't think they would be able to finish the cap on time for that. But still, they want to be a proactive team, so they are actually pushing from the lower side. They think they see an opening. We need to see is that actually the case. They're taking over the rail so they can have a crossfire with their tanks from the city while playing hold down, and they're gonna try to farm guys like Leon and maybe Leechbear from the distance, but I don't think that will actually work.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh yeah, they're losing like a lot of HP.
It definitely doesn't seem to work, and keep in mind you can actually shoot below the rail cars here on the rails, so you can do damage, and even if you cannot hit the tank directly, you can just fire HE. Lazzi Primus though getting the first kill of the game. Hero 867 dropping there in his chieftain, so it is Raid that are up in tanks, and by now even
but he really behaved like Hero, man. He was like literally the single tank even close to the Raid tanks. Like he was on their upper courtyard, man. He had no business being there, but never mind. Now Raid is trying to pressure the city slowly while creating the crossfire. As I said, they're keeping Benzo, Ricochet, and the rest of the guys to play the hooldowns from the side if these guys get counter-pushed in the city. And they're trying to get corner by corner. Alexandros falls in his E3 and Jaggy is on one shot. That's some really good shooting coming in from the Raid guys, man.
Yeah, the raid guys seem to have done their homework on where the angles exactly are in between the train cars here. And yeah, the raid repush in the city, I mean, it's sort of rolling, or rather it's crawling. It's not really being done in a super
it's just like
fashion.
tactical taking of positions. This is not a push.
Yeah, and look, Purple, he's actually tracked here in his Chieftain as a one-shot, so he might even fall soon. And Benzo Primos, he's pushed up very far, and he is not that high HP anymore. And yeah, Tens know they need to make something happen because their own cap is being overrun. And in comes the push here by Tens, but they get crossfired heavily, and the triple cap for Raid has started as well. And there is not a lot of tanks that can actually go back and, you know, help with that cap. Tens just completely getting out positioned. Yes, they are gonna get Old Kings here, but what are they gonna do about that cap that is still running with 15 seconds on the clock, and the E4 and the Chieftain, they're completely getting blocked off from the cap. There is just a house shielding it.
There is a big pain train coming in from Tents on the upper side of the map, but it's totally insignificant because there is 4, 3, 2, 1 second till the end of the cap, and it's about GG. Absolute control from Raid on this game. I was really surprised, man, how they connected some of the shots on those E3s.
Yeah, exactly. And there are those certain angles that we really need to spend a lot of time to figure out how exactly, you know, you need to shoot through there. But what you said in the beginning, sort of, you know, it rings back to me. Raid seemed angry, and yes, they did indeed through the whole game. It was just like, okay, you want to play this game? All right, we got something in store for you, and that's what we just saw here.
But while I was watching like Tents playing the city and then playing the outer side, trying to play the outer side, like it kind of looked to me like someone from Tents is trying to play mind games with them, you know? Like we push you one side from the green, and then next time we go in a city and see ya, you know, that kind of game. But I think they messed up their positioning with E3s because look, Alexandros and Jagged did absolutely nothing, mate.
Yeah, they did fire a bit back, but yeah, Alexandros only firing one shot, not connecting it. Jaggy getting 3 shots off, connecting all 3, but, you know, not even able to pen with 375 millimeters of pen. Yeah, I don't know.
They don't even have that much blocked damage, man.
I mean, the same goes for the 2684s, right? They also didn't do damage, but then again, when you have a third of the cap points required to win the game, you do not care about doing damage because in the end,
the difference is like they were alive and they didn't have opportunity to actually do damage because you know what is 268 used for? It's a battering ram to, you know, push first and get beaten, and then the rest of the guys come. If their role is not performed like that, but they're still alive, they still have the HP and everything. But E3s just died, man. And their death means more than one thing. That means they were covering the cap, which they're not doing anymore. Like Lichberg did almost 4k in his E4. Like, how did E3s die so easily?
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, it must have been some mispositioning. I cannot imagine anything else here. And yeah, in the end, you have to say, GX Raid just, you know, having had enough of Tense shenanigans this game at least, and just with a concentrated team effort, just, you know, putting it down and getting the equalizer yet again. And this means we're gonna see at least 2 more rounds, and the next one, now I have to take a look at my cheat sheet, is gonna be Prokorovka. So the first map we're actually gonna see twice this tournament on stream. And yeah, judging by how it went in between Tread and Invil, I think those might be some exciting and fast-paced games, but maybe those teams will do, you know, slightly different on this map. Yeah, here we can see Live Oaks, Ensk are done and over, and now Proko, and the tiebreaker would be Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, we should see what will happen on Proko now. There is a potential for actually either of the teams at the moment to take 2-0 here. Proko is that kind of the map. I think we vastly underestimated Tents and their abilities, but I still think the Raid should be the better team.
I mean,
that's still my opinion, and they're more experienced, but they need to actually prove it in this kind of the match.
I mean,
they really need to prove it.
Did we underestimate Tents or did we overestimate Raid? That is the real question here. Food for thought, maybe. But yeah, Prokorovka, we mentioned it already, the 1-2 line memes, they are still alive, and the pushes, it doesn't matter from which side they come, they seem to always fail. I mean, just like in the first game there that we saw. And yeah, judging by what we've seen by the 2 Kalanza Tense and GX Raid, what do you think? Like, who's going to play the more passive game here, or are either of them going to do it?
I think if anyone goes more passive, it should be Tense. I don't think Raid will play passive. I don't see them as that kind of team. They are a team that likes to be proactive. They like to actually initiate the games, and that was pretty much their mark in previous tournaments, and sometimes even their bane. You know, like they can be their own worst enemy. But if you adopt that play style, you stick to it. That's how I see it. So fast rotations in initial games, like I still remember some of the games they play on Prokorovka on last tournament, and I'm gonna be more than happy to compare them like when I see these ones.
Exactly. And yeah, Prokorovka obviously being yet again an entirely different map to the one we just saw, to Ensk, because it's going to be very important here again how far the spotters come during rushes, or which EBRs dive first, or which light tanks dive first during the course of the game. It is going to come down maybe to some 1 or 2 nice artillery shots, and yeah, if not, then it will just come down to focus fire and team cohesion. Who is going to win in those brawls, like on the bottom left, on the top right, wherever those brawls just, spark up.
Frankly, lately, it's not even about like suiciding lights like before to spot or doing some kind of passive spots on Prokorovka. It's more about initial spots and then reactions of the rest of the team. Like most of the games are faster. And it really also depends on what kind of enemy you're fighting. Like if you're fighting some guys like Fame likes to sometimes slow down the pace and try to dominate the map, but not everyone is like that. There is a lot of teams like we've seen today when we watched Chad and Invil's play that just like to go out for a brawl on Proco and use the terrain in their advantage.
Yes, exactly. As we see Tense coming in with a tank we haven't seen so far in any of the tournaments, they bring the triple Carro da Comandimento, a 45T.
What the hell?
They do.
This actually happened?
I guess they are doing it. They're trying to pull it off here. So yeah, nice premiere for this tank. We are going to see if the win rate of this tank in the tournament is going to be 100 or 0% after this. And yeah. Tense sort of setting up only on the western side of the rail, while GX seems to take more, like more positions all around the map.
Well, I'm really interested to see how will they actually perform. I mean, these tanks in this game, because I personally think they are nice random vehicles, but utterly for Clan Wars, they seem like trash to me. But let's see, I might stay corrected, man.
Yeah, Hannes here just getting out some spots onto the Carros for his Chieftain and STRV that are in the corner. Those are some positions which are going to be incredibly difficult for Tense to dig out, as Tense does the overpush that we've seen by Invil already, focusing out Bunze, who's falling, Aladdin also getting focused, and Lazzi Primus in turn picking up MV0 and G. Aladdin now falling, but what are the Tense guys pushing into? Nothingness really, as the repush by Raid comes in.
They cleared out those 3 tanks, but now there comes the farm of Raid. Like this STRV, don't forget him. He's sitting on the red line on K3 and he's shooting 24/7. EBR is trying to flush him out now, and he does find him, but will anyone be able to do anything about it? That's a different question. Now Raid is also counter-pushing other side of the rail, but they are getting farmed there a bit by Leopard from the tents, from the forest. So there is always a tit for tat, and this is still not done, man, because the HP is pretty much the same and number of the tanks is in a tent's favor.
Yes, indeed, it's in Tense favor, and I've lost count of how many repushes there have been. Is this the Riri or the Riri repush? No one knows, but the Carro's still going strong here in the ditch, and E2, now they're over-pushing out of there. They're trying to get the EBRs, which are threatening the Leo Benzo Primo, surviving by the nick of an eye, and now the Carros, they are just charging against the EBRs. They want to establish dominance against the light tanks, and Lazzi Primos, he's very, very crucial in his CS63 down in the A6 corner of the map, and yeah, now the EBRs are getting spotted here. The Carros firing away, but so far not really able to flush out the EBRs from Raid, from the 1-2 line. It is instead the EBRs just, running away. And now the problem for Tense is they are caught in between enemy tanks here. Raid just, in the course of this game, has taken complete map control, and they have just encircled Tense completely.
I think this would be like way easier for Raid if that STRV didn't die. I don't know how he managed to die next to like Chieftain, who's on full HP and didn't save him on time, but whatever. And still, it didn't help a lot to Tents, who actually, in all of these massive brawls that happened all over the place, pretty much similar, like when we were watching Invil and Tread, went in Raid's favor. As I said, they had a couple of guys constantly farming from that K line, and yes, they did lose the initial couple of tanks on the start, but it didn't reflect much the end result because that damage stacked up. Now Leon and Magnus are the last guys standing here for Tents. They're trying to wiggle out and maybe do a shot or two more damage, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter because there is absolutely nothing they can do to win the game.
Yeah, it does seem like the Caro is not entirely arrived in the meta yet.
It was an interesting opening. I understood what they wanted with it, actually.
Yeah, like they do want to get their clips out there, and they do want to have, sort of auto reloaders that have some kind of frontal armor. But yeah, the problem remains for the Caros that the DPM is just, if you play it single shot mode, it's just not really there. And yeah, if we head to the battle results screen, we are going to see just that not only do you not really have a lot of DPM, the other problem remains the gun tends to be sort of iffy, and we see here one Caro 810, 742 in shots, the second Caro 753, and yeah, the third Caro, Magnus, actually the only one, also 7 shots fired. No Caro got more than 7 shots off. But
Magnus was one of the last guys alive, and he still fired only 7 shots.
So yeah,
I understood what they want. They want to have some guys to throw in and to try to delete the chieftains from the center as fast as they can, and even sacrificing Caro for chieftain 1-for-1 is a good trade because you want to keep your momentum going. So that's the point of Caro, I guess. Like something you throw in and you use it like that, and it has some cooldown if needed for later, But it just didn't work out well because we saw really similar opening played by Raid, because they were controlling the other side of the rail and they kept some snipers in the back. They were in a different position than maybe the Tread guys when they played there, Prokorovka from the same side, but it's pretty much a similar effect.
Yeah. And this in turn means, since GX Raid just won, this means that for the first time in this match here, GX Raid is actually taking the lead here with the 3-2 and coincidentally putting themselves up on a match point in this best of 7.
Funny thing, this was attack also for them.
This was attack, and now they get to defend. That sort of spells dire times here for Tents for me.
Yeah, this is not a good thing to happen now because you need to go in opponent who can choose to trench up or do whatever. But since all of the games so far were really, let's say, brawlish, I don't think the last one would differ. And this is what we see. Let's see exactly where the Caros are. Caros are actually in a dip on F3, so they're using them. I don't like that. I was expecting them to be actually more up close and personal.
Yeah, no, the Caros are sort of in the dip, and since the gun is so inaccurate and iffy to use, what I mentioned, and yeah, they don't really get to use their DPM on the chieftains that get overpushed, and then they have the problem that to just farm the 907s here by Raid, they need to completely overpeak, exposed to the STRV, exposed to the chieftain, and yeah, here you can see one of the EBRs by Tents, he actually goes super close to the STRV, and as the Caro, you have the problem that you cannot auto-pen an STRV either if he's completely directly aiming to you, because you don't have the caliber to overmatch and you don't have the heat to yeah, basically just shoot it frontally. You have.
I guess the only guy who can help that STRV was Chieftain, and he simply does not have DPM, and he can not connect every shell on EBR. I mean, you can connect every shell, but it's sometimes questionable will the damage come. Sometimes it lacks when you shoot EBRs.
Yeah, and in the last seconds of that replay, you could also see how methodical GX just was with getting those outside positions, you know, to just have the Tents tanks always on the inside where they need to turn the turrets, and when you yourself have to peek, you only have one direction to worry about. So even in the midst of all of that, with the chaotic brawls going on everywhere, the Raid players, they knew a lot better what they needed to do in the end to just, you know, achieve victory and, as I said, put yourself up on match point.
Well, as you said, the important thing is they kept their cool. It's important for them, of course. Even if they lost, it won't be the end of the world, because there is still one game to be played. So 3-2 at the moment for the Raid guys. They do have a match point. They didn't open the tournament maybe as good as they wanted, but still, they are one step away from the first victory of the day. On other hand, Tents played really decent. No, not decent. Really well so far. And they still have a chance to overcome all the difficulties they have and to win this match, which will be a huge morale boost for them in many ways.
Yes, indeed. As we hop into what may be the last game in between those two clans here, Tens now coming in with double EBR, 1 STRV, 5 907s, and the rest is Chieftains, while Raid, they do bring the Ardi out here, and also 279.
I like to see double EBR and RT for Raid, STRV, so it's like a really setup meant for waiting and greeting the enemy. On other hand, Tents is going pretty much all in. They're just playing like no RT, double EBR, 1 STRV. STRV can be used very offensive in all of these kind of games. It can be used to greet the enemy push. Ooh, Hans.
Hannes getting set on fire here. He's not going to be happy with that, but if he doesn't get hit again, he should be able to make it out alive. That is, if he doesn't get hit again like Magnus does here, just getting the immediate kill onto Hannes here. And this is already a big advantage here for Tens, who are up in HP and up in tanks now. And they can just do a lot and get away with a lot without... Raid seeing it early. Raid, however, in the meantime, they're doing some sort of 1-2 repush where they are going to find 3 Chieftains.
I don't think Raid will actually do well in this game because they cannot do anything on 1-2 line. And effectively, they don't have enough tanks to hold the other side of the rail at the moment.
Yeah.
It doesn't really spell well for them, man.
I don't really like how Hero and Pfeiltastenkorn are just going there on the lower side with the 907s. They are going to find themselves caught in a crossfire here. They need to hope that their brethren in B0, which is Juggy, and 2 others, they need to just put the pedal to the metal and just bring the aggression to the raid tanks here. As they do now, it is just complete over-pushing in AB8 here for Tens. And in the meantime, there's a hold-down brawl going on in between Chieftains here. But the Chieftains from Tens, they do have the support by the STRB from the hill. And this is what it's all about. This corner fight here. Pfeiltastenkorn going down to a one-shot here. And Purple up there in the 907 just raining fire onto the raid tanks. And they seem to be lacking the umbrella to fight this.
There's absolutely nothing they can do against this. This threat of Tents was way above them, and it looked like a pretty much a threat made to kill if someone splits like Raid does. Like from the tanks that Raid had, they could maybe judge where their tanks are, and this kind of split was really, really dangerous. Losing EBR on start, losing the vision in those seconds, then having tanks all over the map is really something that costed them this game. Look at this 8,000 HP difference, 7 at the moment, but it's just gonna get worse because absolute control of the map is in Tens' hands. They don't need the RT, they have everything else at the hand available.
Yes, indeed. All of the trump cards seem to be stacked here in Tens' favor here, who are, as you said, hugely in favor when it comes to the HP, and they can just now choose where they exactly want to, attack Raid further. And at the moment, it seems like they are content with just proxy spotting Farin for the Chieftains in the middle, and Farin now dropping down to 1,016 HP. That's 3 more shots from Chieftains. And in the meanwhile, the Raid tanks, they cannot really overpush because they do not know where this STRV is. Still, the STRV is actually coming close now, and because Farin had to go forward to get hold down against the Chieftains from middle, there is the 907s now overpeaking. Oh, Timmy taking a shot here and getting killed by Farin.
Timmy!
Yeah, Timmy.
Well, Timmy ate a bullet there. It was a bit overzealous, but still, it doesn't change the fate of Farin. Purple takes him from a different angle. And that's all about that. Like, Tents are now creating the crossfires left, right, and center, pressuring all parts of the map in the same time and closing in the game, more or less. There is nothing that Raid can do against this because they have no force available to counterattack anywhere.
Yeah, the RD smiley there for GX trying with the last shot here to change the course of the game, but alas, we do know that is not going to happen, as Tens still has 11 vehicles available in this game against just Old Kings and Smiley, the team captain and one of the in-game leaders, and they will try to put in a valiant effort here. Mario taking 1 more shot by the STRV, but in the end, it's not going to matter no matter how hard you tried. And yeah, TenZ, the first time back in this matchup, or down a point, and they're able to defeat the match point that Raid had against them. Now it's going to be a tie 3-3. We're going to head to Himmelsdorf, and it's a sudden death here for everyone to not drop down to the lower bracket. That's unexpected, I would say.
Well, it's the first tiebreaker of the tournament. Like, I personally kind of like when the teams are playing skill-wise so close. So it makes it kind of more spicy, you know? And Himmelsdorf is a really good map for such thing, because the better team there always prevails. The map is kind of similar. You can play well both of the sides. So it's always interesting to see who will be more decisive, who will read the enemy better, and so on. I must congratulate to TenZ to actually getting to this result. As I said, vastly or underestimated team so far, but it proves that they are here in this tournament by deserving their spot. They didn't just like waltz in from the street, you know?
Yes, exactly. And yeah, I think, you know, I'm not going to keep my 100% prediction rate here either, as we're already above the points that I predicted for TenZ to have, but nonetheless, that makes it exciting, and I do think we have to find out now who's going to be the one defending or attacking. It should probably be TenZ choosing, since they had the fastest attack on Ensk, I would say. But whether they will choose defense or attack, we're going to see. And
well, it's usually defense, man, because at least time works with you. It just depends like what you want to do. I hope they will not camp, though, if they pick the defense. I don't like that. I mean, they haven't done it in a single game.
Alright,
so they shouldn't
so I just get info. It's TenZ picking the top side, so if memory serves me right, that is the attacking side. But yeah, here we just see...
it actually is.
The action by Hannes there, you know, just getting picked up, that hurts so much if you're a Raid. And he didn't even get the info on the Chieftains, I believe, that are now in G6, sort of. And that just comes back to hurt Raid, because there are Chieftains by Raid that are in E6 now. They cannot really help with that push going on in the 9-0 line.
Like if you press pause here, you can literally see the game is already over. Like, the game is already over by positions. There is nothing that Raid can do with this disposition of the tanks. They have too many tanks stranded out left, right, and center. Chieftains on the center cannot move. They are faced with a couple of Chieftains and STRV in the back, and Chieftain from the lower side. They cannot move the forest. They already have a couple of Chieftains there. They cannot counterattack the part where the water is, because they are outnumbered there. So no matter how they move, they have a couple of guys like Chieftain in the forest, 907, STRV, that are doing absolutely nothing. And they're getting pressured by more tanks that are in better position to actually do damage to them.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I don't know if this was immediately a counter strap, maybe designed by TenZ, because they studied what GX Raid did in the past.
It doesn't have to be a counter strat. This is something like a normal opening we've seen so far several times from multiple teams. You leave a couple of guys on left side and you push with most on the right side to establish your presence there, and then you rotate on a center if you need to, or wherever, you know? Like, we've seen it multiple times on this tournament already.
Yeah, and now we see we are left with the very interesting tiebreaker, and we are being led there by every map so far being split 1-1. And yeah, tiebreaker on Himmelsdorf, obviously, that leads my memory back to some other tiebreakers on Himmelsdorf that have always been the most exciting ones of all the tournaments, so I can't wait to see what we're going to see there. And TenZ with the fast attack choosing the attacking side, that's quite curious, I would say. Normally you would expect teams to, you know, pick defense.
Well, normally you take the time for your ally, but I guess they just decided to go balls deep, man, and that's it. Because they're gonna definitely, if you pick attack side, they have something they want to play specifically, maybe against Raid, and it should be quite aggressive. So I'm looking forward to see actually what they have in the plan, and what kind of strat they prepared for this game. And I just hope that playing against Raid here doesn't dry them up from everything good they have. for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in past tournaments when, one team just has one strat prepared for each side, and then they just run out of steam, and it's just, down to YOLO pushes and player skill. And, when other teams have more strategies prepared, then those are going to be the ones taking the win in the end. But yeah, so far, judging by how the match has been going, I would say there is no real advantage for either side going into this. And since TenS actually chose to attack, maybe you could even favor them for this match.
Well, they're really playing toe-to-toe, but realistically speaking, it does look like TenS actually have a slight advantage in a game so far, because the games taken were there to take. They were not like thrown away or something by Raid or whatever. TenS actually did their effort. And I would say maybe like even on Prokorovka that TenS lost, I would say that maybe even they threw it by the way they played it. I don't know. So they're kind of playing aggressive, and they make it work.
And yeah, here we go. We are going to see another new tank that we haven't seen so far this tournament. Raid coming into this Himmelsdorf with quadruple 279, 1 CS, 1 Super Conk, and the rest is Chieftains.
Yeah, we have finally a Super Conk. I know that people are always complaining when we cast, like, oh, Chieftains, like nothing from the tech tree. Man, like, it's just tanks. You pick at hand what you need best for your position, and that's it. So let's go. 279s going toward the rail. There is like a really, really big presence from Raid. This is something we've seen them do time and time over again, trying to dominate the middle with a couple of Chieftains and then pressuring that 3 line. The difference is the CS63 on that E1 position. That is not something you usually see. Also, the Super Conk being on G8 position. That's an interesting part of the game also.
Yeah, 2 Chieftains by Red already pushed up very, very far through the courtyard here. Now in Huldan Brawl here, fully in the D line, and you can see TenS. They wanted to commit heavily to the hill. They're already pulling tanks back because they see this 2-line push here coming in by Raid. It's just all-out Chieftains, 279s pushing into the hangar. And if you see on the minimap, there's not a lot to receive them. There's Juggy and Aaron Broody in their 279s who are probably gonna get overrun fairly soon. And then you have 2 more or 3 more tanks in B4 just giving cross shots onto that cross. But really, it is Raid just with the all-out aggression here on their attacking side, but they are bleeding heavily for this. TenS is ahead regarding HP.
It's a really, really small difference, and I think Raid has actually way better positions, and they can buy way more time because there is so many tanks on hill that can actually not help them anymore. You can see all the yellow tanks on bottom side of the map, and there is the difference that's gonna stack up time and time again. Really good map control by Raid, controlling now complete rail. Now they're gonna push toward the cap because they know the tanks from the hill can still not come back on time, and they still haven't cleared the 8 line completely. There is still 1 chieftain in the back of the Raid tanks.
Yeah, TenS is going to have to be careful here with YOLO Extremist in his full HP Chieftain in G5-6, but it is really the big brawl in AB5 that is deciding right now who's probably going to take this game. And judging by looking at the minimap, it looks like it's going to be Raid because all of their tanks, they can just overpush Pfeiltastenkorn and Chris here. And yeah, it's just too many guns here at the yellow cap. This spells dire times here for TenS. They need to pull back their tanks. You see the 50Bs trying to support from the back while MV pushes up in his Chieftain. But in the meanwhile, in the G line, it is also Raid winning here with the high HP tanks that they have here. And yeah, Raid so far firmly up in HP. They have 3 tanks into the cap. This now forces Magnus and Alexandros down into a repush that they probably don't want to do because it's going to be so many tanks aimed at them.
I would just say like that TenS failed at the final exam, man, because like at the moment you can see that Raid is doing way better on Himmelsdorf position-wise and reaction-wise. They even survived with that CS and Chieftain on bottom side of the map and managed to take out all of those Chieftains from the 8 line. So Raid bringing down finally TenS much harder than expected, but couple of seconds left, couple of tanks left, and we will have the winner of this match. Only Magnus and Zero are keeping the TenS from this defeat, but it's pretty much done.
Yeah, Magnus here with the 50B on one shot, still reloading. He doesn't have a gunner at the moment, it seems. And yeah, rerolls and Ricochet are coming from one side, while Benzo is coming from the other. Benzo gets to pick up Magnus, and this does mean we do have the winner of this match confirmed. It is Raid taking the... I would say a bit shaky 4-3 against TenZ in the tiebreaker, thus confirming for the time being their position as top one, a German team in this tournament.
Well, it's definitely not something we expected, but it should just remind us that we should not take things for granted. Just because someone did great on previous tournaments, it doesn't mean that they will do it on this one, or it doesn't mean their opponents haven't learned anything in the meantime. So we cannot keep track of all of the teams, how they play all the time, but this is not a result I would expect. Now, all of these kind of things can change toward tomorrow, as example. You can always see teams on tournaments, they play kind of one way one day, and they kind of wake up tomorrow and they play better. That means that TenZ can still come from the lower bracket and they can still be a finalist on this tournament, because with this play so far, they can actually beat most of the teams on this tournament. And same goes for Raid. If they step up their game, they can be just like where they were before. And maybe even take the tournament again.
Maybe even take the tournament, yes. And I have to agree with you. This was surprisingly crisp stuff coming out of TenZ. And, but yeah, GX Raid just able to hang on and get the W in the tiebreaker. This in turn means that we've hit the halftime spot of today, actually, since we have done 2 of the 4 modules scheduled. And the matches that are coming now, Mojo, those are going to be a bit gruesome, because so far we were sure even if one team lost, we were going to see it again in the tournament. In the upcoming matches, not so much. Every team losing from now on today is going to be out.
Yes, we were mentioning that this is a double bracket system, so now we will watch the initial matches of lower bracket, but here you can see these final moments, I mean the initial moments of the push. A couple of tanks from the ends on the hill that are trying to get there to get some sniping positions, but it does look like they miscalculated the fierce push of Raid, who were just going in to take out everyone on the rail and holding the rest of the positions where they couldn't. Also, the tanks of Raid, who were on 8 line, really lasted a long time and did a lot of damage. I must commend them on that. They did that Super Conqueror. I'm actually interested in how much damage he did, because he lasted quite some time, and most of those chieftains on 8 line from TenZ ended up like on low HP.
Yeah, the Super Conqueror was Bunze, and he actually did 877 regarding shots. He did 2,766 damage. So even though he got pushed, in the end he managed to stay alive for a long time and deal a lot of damage in return. So good stuff by him. And now you can see the guys that had finished the 8 line just weren't able to finish off the next one in the next hold-down, which was YOLO Extremist, and he was even full HP.
Yeah, he was backed up by Alka in CS, and actually 2 of them managed to kill them all at the end.
Yeah.
So good game here by Raid. They usually play Himmelsdorf quite well and interesting. And the next match we will be watching is the 5th match, and a match between MVPS and Shred. So that's gonna be a Polish versus how do you say it, Balkanistan forces, and one of them will have to leave the tournament after that.
Yeah, this is now for both of the matches we are going to see, for all intents and purposes, a single elimination bracket for them. MVPs versus Shred is basically Polska against the Balkans, and more against TenZ is gonna be Spain against Germany. So yeah, stay tuned for this, and I believe that's quite enough from us for the time being. Mojo, let's head over to the analysts.
In TeamSpeak, just to turn my volume on there. So welcome back. Hello. Just having some moments with my internet still, so I'm muting myself while I have some fun. I'm joined with Barry as part of our Razer-sponsored Clan Rivals tournament. We have hit the halfway mark. Barry's got a lot of replays to go through with. The drops are still going. I'm seeing a lot of people claiming them and saying thank you very much for their drops and making sure all people are awesome and good. So, how close was that game versus your prediction?
My prediction was 4-2 to Raid, so one game out, but in this game, in comparison to the last game, it was a lot closer than even the scoreline would suggest. It was very tight battles. I really didn't expect it to be like that. I was actually very impressed from Tense. The way in which they played, some of their tactics were pretty good. Overall, yeah, it was kind of unfortunate to not see them be that underdog story, but of course they always have another chance later on. So I'm looking forward to see them again, I think, later in the stream, because then I'll be in the loser bracket.
Yep. Yeah, we should
we'll
see seeing them again
two
more.
Games. Yeah, so here is the first, this is actually the second game, but this is the first game we're going to look at. We can see that this was the game where I was a little bit disappointed from Tense. I think the execution here was not so great. They were actually forced into this repush. Their tactic and the way that Raid played meant that this was kind of the only option they had left, so they had to do it. And I'd actually have liked to see them maybe try and take control of more of the 1-2 line. You see they're kind of just pushing onto the tanks in front of them, but they do actually go on to lose this game. And I think it's because they kind of got a bit bloodthirsty. They just pushed onto the Raid tanks, and they didn't really then kind of have a second level to this. You can see that they're losing that A1 corner, and then eventually Raid can kind of encircle the rest of the Tense tanks, and Raid actually go on to win this. But Tense, I think if they did manage to send a few more tanks towards the 1-2 and just clear things up a little bit more efficiently, they might have actually been able to hold on to this game. But I said it was always going to be difficult once they only had one option left, which was to kind of make this push. So it was fairly good from both teams there. And this one now, this is very interesting. Tense actually had 10 chieftains here, and as the casters were saying, it's very unusual. Usually you have a lot of TDs, but Tense go really hard on eliminating this G0 position from Raid, which is those chieftains. Once they're basically in a hold down position, it's difficult to delete them unless you have double the tanks, and you can just absolutely annihilate them. And these guys go down within 10-15 seconds. And at this moment in time, the game is it's in Tense's control, and from here it's kind of just cleaning up the rest already. You can see Raid are actually reacting, but they're reacting too slow to this threat. But from Tense, this strategy was pretty decent. You can see Raid now reacting, sending some tanks to the 0 line, but by this time it's already too late. It was too late 20 seconds ago. But they're trying, but this game is already in Tense's control, and they really were. This was quite a decisive win for them. Okay. You can see now they're just clearing up the rest of those Raid tanks here. And this Prokorovka was also interesting. I actually thought that Raid would take a 2-0 on this. I thought usually the more experienced teams are able to make it work, but we did see those 3 Carrows from Tense. And that's why I like to see a team trying to do something new as opposed to just trying to do something that's already been shown. They bought the 3 Carrows, and this was to delete these chieftains here, where you can see all the 907s from Tense. They're encircling those chieftains. They've got that Carrow clip to start off with, and then Raid repush around the north. And this is where I just like to see Tense leave this area now, because they had to push over. But really, this is kind of where I think they could have done it a little better. I don't know if they would have won the game, but they're now sat in a position where they're completely encircled by the Raid tanks. If they actually were able to push over the ridgeline, and they did have the tanks at one point to try it, I think the game might have been different. But this was also where those 3 Carrows that they brought in were probably at a disadvantage, because now those Carrows, they fully clipped at the start, I believe, and now they're reloading. You can see them all in that dip at F2. They're not really able to impact the battle, whereas, for example, if you did have maybe a chieftain there, even just one, just to put out some consistent fire, I think that game might have been a little bit different.
Yep. Yeah. And how about the chieftain that was babysitting the SDRV?
Oh, sorry, I think we just got to see this. This was crucial, by the way. Hannah's losing his tank right at the start here. If you actually look at the map now, as opposed to where the tank, just look at the map, the game is kind of over. You can see that the way that Tense want to play, if they want to play heavy on the right side of the rails, they're leaving 3 chieftains at A1, and that's basically to say, okay, we're just going to sit here, we're going to hold this position so that you can never take it off us, and we're going to push on the other side. and all these 907s get across, and not one of them was spotted, so none of them takes any damage getting into this position. And from this moment, this brings it to 3-3, but this game was already not decided as such, but Tents were in such an advantageous position already, and it was kind of due to that one misplay from Hannes at the start. If they did get some cross shots on those 907s, they might have been able to turn this game around, because they did have a 5v6 scenario there, and they might have been able to make it work, but no damage at the start means it's definitely not going their way. And this was the tiebreaker. This is where Raid actually did something different themselves. They used the CS at E1, which I was actually pretty impressed to see, because I think that was probably one of the most crucial things here. They used the CS at E1, where usually teams like to put the CS on the hill because it's so fast. And I think it confused Tents, and they didn't know how to react. And this is what I was saying about that first tier of teams versus that second tier. Sometimes when you do try something new, it can add those few seconds of indecisiveness, and that's kind of what one of the reasons why this game was clinched by Raid, because Tents didn't really know how to react here. You can see that all the tanks from Raid are really on the 1-2 line, but they're still not able to reinforce that. They still don't really know how to react to this, and they've got all these tanks now locked on the 8 line, and really you need to see all of Tents' forces focus back on the base already. And instead you can see a few of the tanks on the 8 line, they're still pushing ahead. But really, look at this massive repush now in the base. They needed to react better in a few crucial moments. And I think if they did that, and hopefully when we see them later on, and maybe tomorrow, I think they look promising, so we might see them tomorrow as well. That would be a prediction of mine, but I think we'll get to that later. I think they could do well in this tournament.
Okay. And so did you, because as I was mentioning, did you see any individual kind of misplays going on there, or was it mostly just pure down to tactical, throwing something at the enemy that just caught them by surprise?
I mean, the one that comes to mind was, I think Hannes has to be said. That's the one that comes to mind. That's the one we highlighted as well. Okay. There probably were some individual misplays, but the game is a very tactical game, and that's what I try and focus on more. Obviously, there are misplays here and there, but that's the glaringly obvious one, let's just say.
Well, I always have to ask this one, because then it's followed up by the, have you seen any shining star, any MVP that's coming through yet from any of the players?
There were a few impressive damage numbers in a few of those games. I remember seeing a couple of 5Ks. I can't remember exactly who made them now.
Okay.
I did see a couple of 5Ks, which is always nice to see, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm hoping... You
can probably hold 5K average though, can't you?
Only on weekends. So I'm hoping for the chat to throw us some MVP votes going on there, as well as, again, I have to share our Razer sponsor. We have the drops information coming in there, as well as a couple of other bits of information dropping in chat. I believe our casters are ready, but what's your prediction for this next game, which is MVPS versus Tread?
I think Tread will probably take this. I think it'll be a close affair again, maybe a 4-3, 4-2 for Tread though. But MVPs, we haven't seen them yet. They might be, they might surprise us, or surprise me at least.
So you're not hoping on them to be the MVP of the next match?
I don't think so. No.
No. You've got to go for the puns.
Sure.
More puns.
Yeah. Dad jokes from Eek. Yikes. You can tell I'm the youngster. I'm a bit like, bit cringe.
Well, give it time. If you're not careful, we will try and practice a high five moment. So, yeah. You better start laughing at my jokes.
I'll do my best.
Okay. I think Keyhand and Mojo are actually ready. I'm just waiting for the all clear for that one before we pass it over properly. Okay, so, we will pass it over to Mojo and Keyhand, who will take you through the next games.
Well, thank you, Mega Duo, for switching to us. We are getting ready for the next game. It's going to be MVPS and Tread. As they mentioned, the entire tournament is in format best of 7. So who wins first 4 games, he wins the match and stays in the lower bracket. And there is no further way down from this to fall.
Yeah, we do see the community apparently sort of undecided as to how this match is gonna pan out. At least I don't see.
I've seen this picture is undecided. I'm not sure about community.
But yeah, when I look at the casters' predictions, those are all going in. Not all actually going in favor of Tread. I believe Barry, Bojo, and my little self have gone with a 4-2 for Tread, while David Iki, he's gone with a 4-3 for MVPS. So
you know what's gonna happen if MVPS wins.
Yeah, MVPs is first of all gonna be on top again, and also Iki is gonna be on top, as we see for the first time today the lineup for MVPs coming in with their captain Piotr 40k, yet another Piotr. That name seems to be quite common in the Polish community. And yeah, we see there is one German amongst them, and I'm not quite sure about the other flag. Is that Belarus?
Yeah, it is.
There we go. And yeah, but I guess they are going to be speaking Polish in-game. Also on the right side, you can see the prepared camo for those teams. And I have to say, yet again, this tournament, as we have seen in all the past tournaments, the camos really are on point. The team captains demonstrating quite some, taste there, because in the end, it's them deciding how their tanks are going to look on the stream. And yeah, that being said, the first time we are going to see MVPs here on the mainstream might as well be the last time. Same goes for the team at hand here. Your Balkan brothers here from Tread, we saw them already and they didn't look good in that one.
Well, Sema, the leader, I don't know, man. Like, I kind of respect how they played against Invil. Like, they faced a way more experienced team, a stronger team, and they tried to fight them everywhere. That's about that. So Sema is the leader of this team. You have a bunch of guys from Balkan here, like Bosnian, Serbian, and Croatian flag. You can see there. That's a majority of them. Most of these guys you will not know outside of the clan wars. So this is not something they're super experienced with, but since it's 15 on 15 format, they're well suited for it. We will see how we'll deal with the likes of MVPS. MVPS didn't show that much in a previous match this morning when they faced Tents, but maybe Tents was just like a big bite for them. I'm not sure,
Yeah, we did see how Tents fared against GX Raid, who are one of the favorites, obviously, for the tournament. And MVPs coming in strong in the community predictions, also with 2/3 going for them here. And now we do have the pick and bans available. MVPs banning Live Oaks, then it is Tread banning Sand River, so that's also two very open and slow maps out of the game. And then we have the full-on action map coming in with Ensk, picked by MVPs, and Tread with Muro.
I guess Tread used all their cookies on Sand River they played against Invil, so they didn't want to repeat it. So hence we'll watch some Ensk. There is some advantage for MVPs there because they played this morning, but then they had a lot of time, like entire day, to watch other teams and to also prepare tactics in the meantime, like to shift around something different. So that goes for them. But they had to wake up rather early, like they had a match in 10 a.m.
I mean, being sort of old now myself with 28 years, I can say, you can, after waking up early, you can always go back to sleep again. That's always an option. And here we hop into game number 1 in between MVPs and Tread. And MVPs on Ensk, they are bringing a lot of E-tanks, 2 E3s, 4 E3s to be exact, the 26A4, a VK72, 2279, the rest is Chiefs.
Oh, we have another VK there. I love that. I would actually kind of like to stick that mic in your mouth for saying old in 28 years in the same sentence. But never mind that. That's just my personal sentiment. There is a city play coming in from MVPS from the top side. The Red Tide is controlling the rail and playing that part of the battlefield, but they can afford it because technically they took so many TDs with them that there would make no sense to play anything else. On the other hand, Tread is playing pretty much the similar, just like a light control on the field, 2 or 3 tanks, and everything else city and the rail. So it's gonna be a Besharu on the middle, and let's see who will pretty much have the upper hand there.
Yeah, we can see those big alpha guns now trading it out here on the second rail. 2684 and VK sort of pushing down from MVPs. But yeah, in return, we can see the 2684 from Tread also getting pushed on the right side of the rails. But yeah, we as observers, we now have the info available as Tarks goes down in the 2684, probably making a hold down for the VK72, which in turn picks up the E3. Bottom left, you see the predictions. You do see also in A0, there's double Chieftain by MVPs that can stop any sort of push that's coming down the 7 line by simply providing crossfire.
Yeah, this Ensk is as standard as it gets, HE all the way. I hope the new patch will fix this so that you actually hit the armor structures of the tanks. You don't do a couple of hundred damage by default. And I'm really looking forward to that patch. There is a slight push coming in from MVPS. We are going to remind everyone that this is one of the 3 maps that the spawns were changed. So the upper spawn is actually attacking spawn, so MVPS is an attacking role, and Tread, the blue team, is defending from a lower side, which is not normal. Oof. That's a good pen on E4.
Yeah, the E4 dropping down to a one-shot here, and now we can see why the VK72 was picked. Not only does it have decent HE to counter, Yolo Piotr actually getting picked up in return by Matic here. And yeah, the VK72, not only can it shoot HE, it does have a lot of HP to tank with, to just take the punishment. And yeah, it's just the E3s and E4s trading it out. No side with a real advantage here regarding tanks, but MVPs is ahead in HP.
They had an HP, but they still have to break the defense of Tread, and they have no means at the moment. Frankly, like at the moment, they have don't even have positions for that.
I mean,
as far as I'm watching,
there is one shot here for Tread, Edzo, and I believe there is multiple angles he can get shot from, so we'll need to watch. Yeah, there he goes down. Chaki actually picking him up, and now we do see a commitment by MVPs down this one line here. They are gonna get across, that's for sure. The problem is how much are they gonna sacrifice for this? Quite a lot. Yannick and Tijek both dropping down, and there is a 279 in the corner that's gonna prove a bastion to overcome.
This is a kind of a bait that Chet gave them, so if there is not another follow-up by MVPs going on another part of the map, this is going to end actually quite miserably. I think like Dava in a corner is gonna be a pain in the butt to them because they need to dig him out. And I don't see who will actually do that job.
Yeah, the problem here is Tijek now down to 9 HP.
Oh my god, he's not penning the shells.
Yeah, it only will take 1 more HE by the 279. No, he does actually picking up with heat, and we can see 2 kills now swinging in the favor of Tread here, who have managed to fend off this one-line push Hak here, and Patrick now hurrying back, trying to not donate any more HP to the enemies. Simple Evil still on a one-shot with the Chieftain, needs to be careful, but Apollo V2 should be sufficient to keep them there. Tread, yeah, just looking strong now. The HP has somewhat evened out. It's still like almost 3k, but the problem is MVPs, yeah, it sort of looks like they, by pushing the one line, they've, for the moment, you know, lost their track of what to do next.
Well, they still have an advantage on a couple of spots on the map that they could utilize. I'm actually quite surprised they didn't do any kind of follow-up with the rest of the tanks. Like, these guys sitting in a corner are exactly doing just that, sitting in a corner, and they're full HP. And while that was going on, I think they might have at least pressured those guys on the rail from the upper side, man. I don't know, like, I guess they just like to focus on one side of the map and just play it like that. Anyhow, Tread is at the moment losing for like 2.5k HP, although they are defending. And the biggest worry for me, if I would be them, would actually be that cluster of the tanks on the C7. Because they can get shot under the rail. And if MVPS actually does a correct move, that's gonna be a pressure point for them, I think.
Yeah, you can see them Lodi with the VK72, obviously a very tall tank, so he's gonna have a very difficult time there, shooting below those train cars. Lega trying to get an angle there, seems to not be finding one for the time being. And yeah, MVP's now rotating back Fly here with his 2k HP Chieftain, probably to get something done. But Fly will have to pay with a lot of his HP if he actually wants to cross over to get some kind of commitment onto the Tread tanks that are still on the rails here. And yeah, this seems to be the calm before the storm here. MVP is deciding what they're gonna do, and it's gonna be the railway push here.
Yeah, it's so one-minded, man. Like they're pushing one side or another and completely ignoring everything else on the other side of the map. Hakiri is taking a lot of damage for this pleasure because they're getting shot by E3s in a side, and there is finally pressure on Reza and Faba. I was actually imagining they're gonna do it a bit different, but they were scared constantly that there is a trap on a zero line that will shoot them in their backs. Lager is pressuring with his E3, and he's gonna take Phil out, so that leaves Patrick and Hakir alone on the rail. Mizik cannot help them from the left side, and Stred is slightly going above on HP, counter pushing the city while this was going on, taking over the positions, and everything that MVPS did so far pretty much went down the drain, and they're starting to slowly but surely lose this game.
Yeah, you can see just there the shot by Lager, the penetration of the E3 proving sufficient for the Chieftain turret front, and now MVP seems to have run entirely out of steam as the zero line push over D0 where the two Chieftains where, yeah, it just has been stopped dead in his tracks, and now Tread firmly ahead in HP, and yeah, 3k, and they still can slow it down if they need to, but I don't think they need to do that as the angles are just gonna be ever so slightly better for Tread as they just have so much more map control, and the two tanks, Check and Black Gekon on the zero line, they're just out of the picture here. It is gonna be the Tread tanks in the city just, you know, taking the map control for Tread.
Well, it just didn't work out, and it's not working out for MVPS in this one. As I said, if they want to go more on this tournament, they're going to have to play a bit more, I don't know how to say, not so one-minded. Like, you cannot put all the cards in a basket. All the teams that we've seen so far actually are doing really well on multitasking the positions and the playfield. Like, you cannot just like send a couple of tanks down one line and everything else is sitting immobile everywhere else and doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, as you can see, here's Namir, the last guy. 4 MVPs to stand in this game, 400 HP, 2 HP, and down he goes, and with them, Tread is taking down the first point in this matchup in the lower bracket, getting ever so closer to staying alive here. And yeah, as you already said, it just looked not very convincing, the approach that MVPs had this game. It was just, yeah, 13 guys or 12 guys just sitting there waiting for 3 guys to make a move. Oops, that one failed. Well, yeah, what next? Let's try something on the other side of the map. Oops, that one also failed. Oh, now we're getting counter-pushed. Oops, we lost the game.
I can't say that both teams were convincing in this one. It looked rather sloppy from both sides. But you could see in one moment that patience that Chad had paid off because they kept a couple of tanks not spotted, and MVPS fell for it. And when they met them and lost that HP, they were kind of like, what are we going to do next?
Yeah, you can see there even the E3s with their large calibers with a lot of HE coming in on the other side. Yeah.
Lager versus Namir.
Yes, on the other side, even the 279s going for HE there. Yeah, 26 shots fired, 20 hits. Out of those, 3 were HE. And yeah, that's just the story of Ensk sometimes. Whenever both teams are sort of stuck, they get out the step HE to just help them out of the out of whatever miserable situation they might be in at that moment. And yeah, I have to completely agree with you. Both teams there with a sloppy start, but in the end, I think Tread managed to pull it together quite convincingly, because as soon as they saw where MVPs was committing, the counter push in the city was immediately there. So nice reaction.
I was actually expecting that those chieftains from the corner which MVPs had, they will try to go lower a bit and like pick a bit below the rail on the tanks from MVPS, not just like to suicidally push over the rail. Because there was still a significant amount of TDs from Tread just waiting for that. And they didn't do anything to lure out their shells first before pushing. So you could see the first guy who went there, he went from like full HP to almost nothing immediately. And then it was just like a cascade of pretty much similar follow-ups. Yeah. So that was not the best thing to do.
Yeah, also for that one-line push that happened there, normally what you want to do is clear out basically the houses that the 279 was hiding behind, and then you just should have, in theory, free shots on him. They didn't expect the 279 to be there, I think, which is sort of weird, because normally that is a pretty standard position for a 279 to be in. And
it almost looks like they were hoping that they will take those houses and use them in their own advantage, but it really backfired badly, because that 279 survived way too long and actually survived till the end of the game, which should not happen.
No, it definitely shouldn't. And I mean, I guess you cannot blame the guys that were sent over to push, because they were just, following orders. You'd just rather have to criticize the call itself. And after that, that follow-up that came from MVPs, where you try to take the rails with Chieftains 279s against pre-aimed E3s, E4s,
the pain is real.
Rarely is that going to succeed.
The pain is real.
And I think I'm sugarcoating it even. But yeah, as soon as we have our replay ready, I think we should be able to go there. Other than that, obviously, the sides are going to be switched now. So it is going to be MVPs defending. And I think they're going to be defending on their map pick, since they picked this one. So not a good start here for the Polish guys.
Well, what's interesting for me here is that we already mentioned that the caps are swapped on Ensk. And I actually like it. The defense is from a lower side, because you cannot really camp it as effectively as from upper side. So that makes teams to do different kind of things.
Yes, as we can see, the lovely posters again there for you to translate, as I'm not the one that would understand.
You see that one, Freedom?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's Ravens though. So.
I'm the wrong person to ask, really. But yeah, it is. I mean, I would still give the advantage on Ensk to the defender, as the defender you still have the option to completely decide whether you want to go for all-out aggression or do some really campy strat, and the attacker needs to figure out what you're doing before you even load into the game, basically, so they do have the proper setup to react to what you're doing. In that kind of way, it's almost the attacker who is pressed into the reactionary role, and we do finally see E100s used in this tournament.
Yeehaw.
Let's go here. MVPs coming in with triple E3, double 26A4, the VK72 by Melody again. Then it is going to be a T57, a 279, E1, E100, and the rest just Chiefs.
This is like super heavy setup coming in by Tread, like big guns in the game. Plus E100s. I was expecting some E100s on the Himmelsdorf, but I guess it's just the first day. There is still some time. But T57, man, I haven't seen that tank in years.
Yes.
In any possible role.
Yes, indeed, and it does put a smile on my face here. And we see Mookie actually with a fire extinguisher, so very afraid to have a warm welcome by the MVPs guys, as shots are being traded, and so far the shots seem to be going in favor of Tread here, as you can see already. Almost up 2k HP, and all of the E-tanks by both sides now trying to get into position. Mijieki here in the 2684 already getting shot at heavily. The 2684 armor just not holding up to the 375 pen of all of the E-tanks. And again, Lodi in the hull down behind the E3, but keep in mind the VK72, he has a weak spot in his gun.
Yeah, that was like a really nice shot coming in from the E3, and there is a slight counter push. So Ejo is pushing on Melody. It's gonna be 1 versus 1. E3 against VK. Melody had an HE loaded, so that's why you saw those 200 damage, but they're trying to do damage on him from the back. Never mind, they're gonna just suffice with the damage coming on E3, who is covering him. I believe like HE on HE, actually E3 should have some advantage there. But that doesn't really matter. There is a pressure coming in from the city. Sema is leading his gangster squad, and they're pressuring toward the MVPs. Will they repeat the mistake of their predecessors and just push those buildings blindly without destroying anything? Yeah, they're actually doing it, and there is a T57 hidden there.
Yeah, the T57 obviously can clip out in 6 seconds, put out the 1600 damage, and then only has to spend a bit more than 20 seconds to reload. So nice choice there, putting that in the what used to be the 279 position last game. And you can see the HP difference has sort of evened out again, as Tread does have a bit more tanks on the rails here. MVPs MVPs needs to be careful. Mlody now down to a 2-shot. Namir is a 1-shot. Piotr Yolo also 2-shot. And the E300 in the city sort of getting stuck there against all of the concentrated hold-down tanks that MVPs has posted. So I believe it is going to be the rails where Tread are going to have to advance further.
Yeah, Mlod is on 700 HP, but also Czech is on 900 and Bark is on 1200. So there is quite a lot that these guys from Tread can actually still do on the rail. They're slightly starting to go above in HP, 1500 so far. But this situation, like Mlody versus Ejo, is quite amusing because they're using the same corpse as a shield. But Mlody dies to the shot coming from behind, so it doesn't really matter anymore. So this part of the rail is a loss for them. The rest of the guys cannot really peek over, so that means effectively that MVP's lines are split in half.
Yeah, also look at Barkis and Czech. They are now getting farmed by Simple Evil. They're almost in the open there, in between those rails. And yeah, the Tread tanks, they can just side scrape off of them. It's just Barkis and Czech. Both of them can't really do anything right now against except reverse. And probably it should be Czech who should be making a shield for Barkis or something. I don't know. And yeah, other than that, the Tread tanks are just advancing through the rails. All of the E-tanks, the 268-4, Mookie, Piotr 40k getting heavily punished here. Almost 2k
he made
damage
a play.
in
He
a
made
second.
a play.
Yeah, he did make a play, but was it for better or for worse? I would say the second one. And yeah, Simple Evil now getting pulled here to defend against the rush by the Chieftain from MVPs. But yeah, it is just Tread just putting on aggression in the city. Piotr now falling here, and this doesn't look good for MVPs.
No, they're falling apart, man. Left, right, and center. There is not a single part of battlefield they're controlling anymore. It's just like a slugfest, and Tread actually has all the guns that they need. I mean, they lost only Lager so far, man. Like, they lost no one else.
Yes, it still is 14 guns available here, and Tread seems to realize just how far they are ahead. Not in HP, but in tanks. They're just over-pushing now. Patrick down to a one-shot here. Destroyer. No, it's going to be Infinity picking him up, and now it's just skirmishes all over the map where Tread is winning everywhere simply due to the gun advantage. And just as on the attacker side, same story goes for MVPs on the defender's side. Tread just taking the win here, and boy, did they seem methodical, and look at the HPs that the Tread tanks have left. They were just doing such good HP management. So many one-shots, but all of those guns just kept in the game.
Well, that's pretty much end of Ensk, which is always interesting sometimes to watch when there is this kind of brawls. I mean, like, come on, you're just watching a bunch of guys slugging HEs left, right, and center. It doesn't really show much of the plays that I love in the tanks, but it is that how it is. So these guys chose to play it 2-0 for Tread. They were the better HE team, and they are taking entire map under their belt. Not something the MVPS wants to happen, but here we are. We're gonna watch probably some of the damage panel now. Barkis actually did 4.6k in his Chieftain, man.
Yeah, 4.6k in the Chieftain by Barkis is very, very nice. Probably getting some nice shots under the rail, judging by the position I saw him in-game in.
Yeah, he was on the rail.
Look at the other side. Stuffer with 5.6k and 4 kills to his name. That's quite an amazing score. Also Destroyer here with 4.7. And yeah, all of them, I don't see them using a lot of HE, just one HE connection each. And then, yeah, we have here Apollo coming in, also just one HE connection. So the HE spam didn't overly come in here. Ah, never mind. Mookie, he did 4 of them, so yeah.
Mookie didn't even have many HE loaded. I was surprised. He had only 5 or 6, man. I was like, what the hell? This is like kind of strange.
Mm-hmm. And
but
yeah,
that was his choice.
Nice play also. I have to give it to Black Gecko from MVPs with 988 in the T57. With a gun like this that sometimes tends to be a bit of a diva almost. Yeah, still to get that kind of a result, that's pretty nice. But yeah, I believe we might have to start to worry about the second Polish team here after Invil in the in the tournament, as we just saw them go 0-2, and this is how it happened. At this point in time, it was, I would say, already almost lost, right?
Yeah, it was already like under control of Chad, more or less. And this is what I meant in last game, if you remember, when I told you. You see the chieftain in top right corner that is closing in on a rail. Like, he doesn't have to sit and do nothing their entire game like the MVPs guys did. You can always come and try to pressure those guys down. Like Simple Evil, what he did.
Yeah, Simple Evil, he can just side scrape and check and Barkis. There's nothing they can do there against Simple Evil, really. He's just gonna side scrape and just pen them.
And if you remember, MVPs had 2 tanks like that in a corner, an A0, and they were uncontested, and they were just sitting there and waiting the entire game.
Yep. And yeah, Tread is doing the right thing here, I believe. They are getting good trades on one part of the map and they are not overly committing on the other part. You can see the T-57 now feels pressured into going a bit forward because all his buildings are destroyed, and meanwhile MVPs, they just cannot repush the city, right? All of those 3 E100s did have the small gun, and since they were using the small gun, there is just so much HP combined with so much armor and also DPM that repushing with chieftains is just not gonna work out.
As we said already, Ensk is done. It's 2-0. Now the next map we will watch is another map we haven't seen in this tournament yet. It's Murovanka. It should have been like one tiebreaker, I believe, today, but it didn't happen. So Muro, first time on the tournament. It's also a map that can be played on like 2 ways. Like you can see something like what Tense and Ray did on Ensk. You can push, or it can be a very, very, very campy map. And I'm hoping not to see the second.
I mean, if both teams try to take sort of, slower approaches, then sometimes very tactical games can develop, and tactical games can be very, very interesting to see. I don't think we've seen a lot of those yet in this tournament, so maybe it would be a nice switch up, but in the end, obviously, it's down to the teams. And yeah, should MVPs be able to get at least one round on Muro, then we're going to head over to Cliff. And yeah, Cliff will always be, for me personally, a treat to watch. But yeah, first of all, they do have to get a point on the board on Murovanka, which is Tread's pick here. So MVPs was unable to get even 1 point on their map pick.
Well, let us see like who will be the better one, who will have the better spotters, and actually who has the better strat on Muro. So far so good for Chad. This is their, I really think this is actually their first public performance as a clan under this name on the tournaments. And this advantage is huge. As we already said, who loses this match, he's gone. There is no coming back tomorrow in different match. This is the lower bracket, the loser bracket, and everyone here now who falls here in the pit is fighting for survival.
Yes, exactly. That is utterly brutal, mostly for MVPs, because this might be the only appearance we see from them in the tournament. Then again, if they drop out with 2 losses, maybe they didn't deserve to be on stream for longer, simply because of lacking preparation, lacking player skill, who knows. But I think we are jumping ahead of ourselves. Maybe there is still at least 2 games to go in this matchup. And personally, I'm hoping for more, to be honest.
Well, it's really hard to just take from someone 2-0 Murovanka, unless there can always be that mental thing. Like if Chad picks up the first round on Muro, MVPs can just, being a bit of fiery Polish team, they can just get pissed off and throw the last game. That is a realistic scenario that can happen. So for the sake of them and for the sake of stream, we should hope that MVPs actually takes the first round now.
I mean, we will see. Maybe it just sparks this sort of reaction by, losing 2 games at first. Now they are going to say, no, we don't want to have this kind of showing for the whole tournament. We are just going to, get our crap together, guys, and, let's just go and push it into Tread's faces now and win 1 round, win 2 rounds, and then win 4 in a row, and then we, go on to the next game. Yeah, I think they have to sort of mentally reset, though, after Ensk, because they did not really have a good showing there. And yeah, I believe in about 30 seconds the next match should start. And yeah, I don't think we've seen Muro yet, have we?
No. This is the first time on the tournament. It's not like we've seen a million matches so far, so it doesn't really matter. But even in the matches that were played like yesterday and this morning, like that were not streamed, there was no Murovanka either.
Yep.
So this is like the first time on the tournament here. I mean, people generally do avoid it. It's like, Magic Forest, Bushwanka and everything, so it doesn't really suit everyone's style.
Yeah, I mean, it's generally more one of the 1-1 split maps, but not always. Not always, certainly not. And we do have seen quite some interesting matches in past tournaments, so especially with the Karo maybe coming in another time, we might be seeing some quite interesting stuff by both teams. Obviously, the defender's side is going to be the north on this map, I believe, and the defensive side is going to be the south.
It's usually like that. Like I was checking, Murovanka was actually Tread's pick. So let's see, do they have something prepared? The defense side was picked obviously by MVPS, so they will have the advantage in that. Let us see what they have actually from the tanks. STRV even taken 1 EBR only, 1 RT, and STRV.
Yeah, on the other side for Tread we have double RT. We do see a Supercomp coming out again and double IS-7. That is a very curious pick indeed. We see Tread with the spotting advantage for their artilleries, like 1 EBR versus 2 for Tread. And yeah, it's sort of the classic opening by Tread, I would say. 1 EBR left, 1 EBR right, and a lot of tanks spread out on the map, just trying to feel where MVPs is going, just, get a feel for the game, try to not get rushed in the beginning completely. And this is already a lot of info gained here for Tread. Kaioken just seeing double Chieftain there. That indicates that there will be more tanks, as we do see in the observer view.
Double RT should work really well for them, especially since MVPS actually does not have anything that can counter them. Like 1 RT, you need to have 1 RT, so you cannot allow enemy to trench up. But the thing that actually makes me wonder is like, why so old school with 2 IS-7s? Like usually you have one when you wanna play slugfest against RT, so you put 1 IS-7 to proxy some position and so on, and you hope your RT does the better job, I guess, combined with the EBRs. And but why 2? 2 can be a liability on a long run.
Yeah, you see that MVPs originally wanted to do some very fast game here, as the Chieftain, not only does he have the HP booster, but also the turbocharger, which enables him to go faster. But I am very curious about the position of Mookie here, as Kaioken takes a shot in the EBR, but where Mookie is, that's not where you normally send an IS-7, Mojo. That is normally where you send no one.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, are they trying to bait MVPs actually to do something? Also, you can see the position of that Super Conqueror. He's definitely a DPM machine. He does have the HP module, so he can tank some shots. Kaioken is playing really careless at the moment. Like, if he gives the info at least about these chieftains, it will partially pay off. But when he comes around that corner, it's gonna be a nasty surprise for him, and he falls for the pressure. There is a big pressure coming in from the MVPS. 907s and a couple of chieftains, Mlodi, Hakir, and the company are pressuring. But did they have enough info? Do they actually know what are they getting into?
Well, the IS-7 and the Chieftain are both spotted here, so they do exactly know what they're getting themselves into. However, now we know why the Super Conk was taken. He does have less alpha, but more DPM than the Chieftains. And the overpush is coming in by MVPs here on their defensive side, on the one line. They're just going aggressively. Sema dropping down to a one-shot, dropping down here. Destroyer in his Conk GC also getting killed here from Tread. 4 tanks already down for Tread, and MVPs seem to have found the opening.
Yeah, this is definitely the right play. They did. RT is already gone, so any advantage that Tread could have over the long run is gone, and there is nothing else they can do about it. Like, they had too many tanks on lower side of the map. They were split too much. MVPS actually got a hint of it, and they used it to the fullest. I thought that there would be better damage coming in from Stebro and from the Super Conk, but it just simply didn't happen. They're trying to do their own counter push at the moment, led by Faba and Apollo and Dava, but it doesn't really happen, because even if they killed those 2 guys, they lost everything else elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, the re-push over the K-line by Tread coming in strong here, and check probably the next one to drop for MVPs as he does. But yeah, as you said it, look at the rest of the map and look at the HP. MVPs just ahead in every department. investment, be it positions, kills, or just, hit points there. And also those chieftains by Tread in K2, they're just stuck back there. They cannot really react to anything. Those guns are almost out of the game. Stepbro Infinity is also stuck on a one-shot here, and no ally to help him out. Tommy in the 279 reversing away from the enemies, paying dearly, dropping down to a one-shot as well. And now there's only one chieftain close to the church for Tread, and one EBR in the forest. But yeah, Stepbro now finally getting unstuck and going to the garage as well. And yeah, double the HP here now for MVPs. And Tread on their offensive side, I believe they have just been beaten.
Yeah, I mean, the way it looked, it even looks better now for Tread a bit. You know, it doesn't look like they can win the game, but still it's not as 1,000,000% desperate as it was like, let's say 90 seconds ago. But still, they can simply not do anything with this. They have a bunch of guys on one shot, and all the HP they have is pretty much on Apollo.
Yeah,
and what is he gonna do, man? Like, he can't tank entire MVP's team.
Yeah, also keep in mind, MVPs still do have their artillery alive. Both of the Tread arties did go down in the process of this push, and now it's just MVPs. They can just rotate around, they can get map control. The STRV is gonna keep the entire western part of the map on lockdown, and it's just up to MVPs how fast they want to finish this game. If they want to let the time run out, they don't care. It's not like, wins on the defensive side really count that much. And it does seem like we are getting life signs by the Polish squad.
Yeah, this was a good and aggressive move. So something that I would be more used to see of MVPs in the old times. Like, they were known as Yala team, not like a slow and wait team. I don't understand why are they changing their style so much more. This was a good counter push and something that they needed in order to come back in the match. So, as we said, the scenario of 3-0 is just not going to happen, because Tread are the guys that are supposed to attack now, and they have 4 minutes to compensate for 4,500 HP.
Yeah, I mean, they did manage to pull all the chieftains out of the K3 area. They are getting some damage done now, and MVP is bleeding, but as I said, the STRV just got over 3k damage. He's just an ace up the sleeve of the Polish team. And the Conk GC does pick up one more chieftain. That is only 4 guys remaining, out of which 3 are a one-shot for Tread here, and the counter push is rolling for MVPs in the Magic Forest, and there's nothing there to stop them. Tommy now falls to the STRB as well, and I believe the Tread guys are just giving their FC time to adjust a little and maybe already think about the next game.
It's all about damage, man. It's all about damage.
True.
And the stats after,
The old saying reigns supreme, damage is damage. And we can see Tread is fighting for every little bit of it. They are certainly not fighting for the win anymore. The Conk GC is just picking up kill after kill after kill. And they haven't really found the EBR. They are a bit careful. I like MVPs as being a bit too careful, or overly so, in my opinion. But now they do see the EBR. The STRV actually not connecting, but Tarx is there in his EBR to pick his enemy counterpart up. And now it's just Apollo V2 in the Chieftain in a one against many situation, and he's not going to be able to pull it off.
Well, Apollo is about to get humped by a couple of angry MVPs guys who are trying to overcompensate for the Ensk they had. So 2-1 coming in now for Tread. So MVPs taking their first round in this match. Now, if they manage to take entire Murovanka back, then they might manage to delete the sour defeat from Ensk and actually come back into the game. What we saw in this game is, I don't know, man, like a major tactical mistake by Tread, I would say.
Yeah, or maybe you just turn it around and say it was a major, tactical call, 5-head, 200 IQ by MVPs coming in with a push just like that. Simple one-line push just got them the win there. The tanks by Tread, they were just too spread out. And we can see the 907s actually not getting that much damage compared to other team members, but it was the important damage they got right at the start, where they just took the positions, forced Tread into a repush with the chieftains, where then the majority of their tanks would be out of position, and yeah, just couldn't help the rest of their tanks that were getting slaughtered. Also, Kaioken there, he got farmed by the 907 from the middle at the church, and he was not able to get the information in time. So I guess that was a big part of where everything went sour for Tread. And yeah, also the arties, as you can see, not really getting a lot done because they died so early.
Yeah, they died right on the start. And I must say, it looked from MVP's positioning that they're just like readying their forces from the very start of the strat that to counter push something. They balled up like 6 or 7 tanks in one corner and they were waiting for a signal, like to see what's gonna happen and where is actually Tread going. Like from the start they could see they have like 2 I7s. You can see that in training room and double RT, man. And I believe no matter what their initial strat was before the game, after they saw the pick like double EBR, double I7 and double RT, they opted for this option because you can change your plans according to what you see. There is no fog of war in tournaments. Like that helps in tournaments in many ways because you can pretty much judge what the enemy will do. On the other hand, it does eliminate quite a lot of element of surprise, if you understand me.
Yeah, exactly. And as I was saying before, Kaioken just not getting the info about that push on the 2-line really. In this situation here comes back to her Tread. You see the Chucky 907, he's gonna pick up the IS-7 very, very shortly. And then, yeah, the Chieftains on the K-line are pressured into this repush, but MVPS, they are far ahead mentally in this scenario, because as soon as the Chieftains get stuck in the corner, they can just overpush everywhere else with overwhelming forces, and then just Tread has no positions left. They lost all the arties, and it's just MVPs from then on dictating how they want to finish the game.
I'm actually even surprised how long the Tread survived all of this ordeal, because it really looked they're gonna get badly stomped. So it did take only just a little bit of more time, you know, for MVPS to deal with them. But from that push initial positions, I really thought the game will end in like 60 seconds, 90 seconds, you know, pretty much as long as as much time they need to find the rest of the tanks. But Tread survived a bit longer, so it's 2-1 anyways. And we are going to watch the second game where Tread will be defending now, I believe. Yeah, and MVPS will be attacking. So I really hope they will not opt for such a slow game. I think that was a major mistake by Tread, taking like 2 I7s and 2 RTs. Murovanka is simply a small map. And taking 2 RTs means that you can actually control the other team. Like, you need to protect your RTs, you need to make sure they are far enough for you to shoot them, and to have enough stopping power to actually stop them where you need them, so you can farm them. So if you cannot fulfill that, like this is exactly what happens. Like, MVPS decided, yeah, we're definitely not going to sit in a corner and get farmed, man. Like, we're just going to find the first opportunity when we see like where the first shell from RT goes and push.
Yes, exactly. And it comes down to the double IS-7 again that we just saw. It just wasn't able to generate the spots for the double RT. Instead, it was just MVPs getting a really, really good push off. And from there on, the game was just over because Tread, yeah, they lost the RTs and they weren't even able to generate any kind of positional advantage for themselves. That all being set aside, the map video already indicates we are going to see the fourth game in between those two teams, and now it is going to be Tread defending, and we're going to find out if MVPs is going to get the equalizer or Tread is going on match point. And yeah, Tread does not seem to be looking for a long game here, Mojo.
Yeah, I think this is a way smarter thing to do. 1 EBR only, 1 CS probably to follow him up. Couple of 907s and everything else, very monotonous way of chieftains with HP modules and probably turbos. So there is a massive push coming over the 2-3 line and few tanks coming in to cover the center, and that's it. They're just looking for a brawl since MVPS has double RT, bro.
Yeah, MVP.
Why do they have double RT after the last game?
It's just they probably expected a longer game, but their expectations were obviously not met, as we do see the train of the Chieftains going here, also supported by double 907s. It's going to be Tomi and Infinity leading the charge, and a lot of the Chieftains are actually getting sent towards the E2-3 positions to just snipe, and not that many forces by Tread are actually getting diverted over towards the 1 line. And yeah, this is crucial now. The MVP's tanks that are coming back over the K line, they are getting spotted here and probably getting farmed by all those chieftains by Tread that were set to the back, but both teams are bleeding heavily.
I would say like the Tread is actually bleeding way more at the moment because EPS did a very smart thing from the start. They set up a small array of tanks in the front end, and they are keeping everyone else in the deep cooldown in the back. They're ready to sacrifice their arties if it can be, but they are protecting their chieftains. So they're doing a way better job than Tread in the last game because they're not dispersed all over the map like they did. They were.
Yeah, and in comes the repush here by MVPs to try and get the positions on the 1 line back. It is going to be 2 907s. Barkis and Black Gekon getting sent here to clean out Razor. Barkis getting the first shot, a second one hitting Razor, and Barkis now picking him off. And this is bad here for Tread, as now it's MVPs who does still have double RD left. They have more tanks still, they have more HP, and they have better positions, Mojo.
Yeah, this is becoming a farm fest for MVPS, but Tread is still in the game. They still have the HP. The only thing that can bring them in the game, they need to delete every tank on the lower side of the map immediately and pressure the artists somehow. But they don't have the number of the guns, man, so that's a big problem for them. I mean, Simple Evil is on 48 HP, Staffa is on 389, so they're one-shot for Archie each. Lager is also pretty much a one-shot. Well, so they have potentially 3 guys who can just die at any fluke shot or done by Artie.
Yeah, the problem here for MVPs is that Tread is actually finding some easy kills on the eastern side, where one chieftain just went down and the second one is now completely cut off from the rest of his team, so he might go down for free. Also, both 907s are ammo-wrecked and don't seem to have repair kits at the moment. And yeah, in comes the repush here now by MVPs. Faber behind the house, he's getting pressured heavily. Yannick actually bouncing, and Shadow will probably need to picking up. Finally, Faber goes down, not only after Apollo gets another kill here, and now Yannick leading the charge here for MVPs, but the HP, they have evened out, and it is the Tread tanks that sort of have the concave here at the moment.
It's been some like iffy plays here coming in, like in shots, I can tell you that, but still MVPS still has things under control, I would say, because of that double RT. Now they need to kind of slow down. They have this cooldown, they need to let RT work, and there we go, a 3600 shot on Apollo and also killing his gunner. So this is what MVPs need to win this game. If they actually do suicidal push like they just did, it's not gonna end well for them.
Yeah, the double RT though admirably still alive, and here putting it to work, the T92 picking up Lager, who was helping the EBR in the east clean up the last remaining chieftain there. And yeah, it seems like MVPs now, with both Amorex back on the 907s, they have been repaired, are trying to get some final push up. Staffa though killing Hakir in the process of this happening, and yeah, MVPs now in their attacking side completely cornered by the defending team, but the double RD, if Tread is not able to shut it out here immediately, as they are already 1k HP ahead, the double RD might turn it here for MVPs, just as I say that, Apollo V2 getting the next kill onto Patrick.
Yeah, let's not forget one more thing. Tread is actually defending here, but they're risking a lot at the moment. Yannick has a lot of HP, so he can proxy the enemy, but the thing that amazes me is that MVPS is throwing HP left, right, and center so much, man. Like, I saw a couple of guys crossing the field like they own the map, you know? Like, no one can shoot me, man. I'm just gonna cross the field. I'm immortal. No one can touch me. And they're all dead now.
Yes, indeed. And as trades are being done left, right, and center, it is Tread who is pulling ahead, not only in tanks now, but yeah, again in HP. And the problem here for MVPs is if their double RT doesn't get some really nice connections in, then it will be hard for the remaining tanks here. Yeah, the RT now softening up Sema for Barkis. That one picks it up in return, but it still is 4 tanks against 6, plus the double RT still. MVPs is hanging on for dear life in this game right now, and yeah, the problem is for them that Kaioken is in the EBR and he's a thorn in their side. You can see Yannick cannot turn away from him because otherwise he will get picked up.
Yeah, frankly, I would say that Tread is holding for their life, but they're defending, so they can afford it. And if MVPS didn't throw in such a fashion so much HP away, they would be done with this game already. They should have won by now.
Yes, and you can see a rotation now coming in from Tread, the EBR leaving the K line, but the MVP's guys are not gonna know if he's still there or not, because they simply cannot outspot a tank like this. Apollo now getting spotted here and getting rolled by Shadow. Nice high roll coming in by the Polish guy, and he does get the pickup here, so the score somewhat evens out. It's Tread now with a lot less HP, but yeah, it's still 5 tanks, and the crucial tank is alive for Tread. It's the EBR that just has so much freedom to do whatever he wants at the moment, and I don't really think MVPs can repush because they don't have the HP at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, man, but there is still 3.5 minutes, and if Dava eats like a couple of shells from Arty and drops on one shot, it's gonna be a huge problem, because that's the only advantage, the real advantage that Tread has. Yes, EBR is a huge advantage because they have the spotting potential, rotation, someone who can pick up both of the Arties on his own, but he's also one shot.
Yeah, and we can see the RT from MVPs now desperately trying to hit Dava, but since he's smartly staying behind that ridgeline here, he's, just not an easy target for artillery. And now you see MVPs committing a half HP STRV. That's where the most of their HP still are. And if you see STRVs committing like this, you know it is, desperate times, desperate measures are being called for. And now the STRV is going to try to find the Chieftain and find out he's not there.
Like, this is such a odd and funny game, man. Like, nothing goes on for both of the teams that they would wish. So they're just like forced to do those mini plays at the end and hope for the best. This is like a random game at the moment. Like, this is not even a tournament game.
Oh, you can see here Piotr, he goes into siege mode, gets tracked here though, and that is the problem from the STRV. He cannot really fight against tanks close up, because as soon as he doesn't have everyone directly in front of him, he's just gonna get his side overmatch. Piotr has to hurry back here. Dava getting the pickup on Yannick. Shadow coming in. He gets, Dava gets stunned by the Arty, by MVPs, but I believe he does still have one more shot into him to put into Shadow. And yeah, Shadow coming in for the kill shot, but it is Kaio from the back lines getting the kill onto
EBR pens, man. EBR pens half a map away, and he pens the Chieftain frontally. Amazing. I'm just gonna say that. Amazing.
I mean, yeah, the EBR was probably shooting heat, so he doesn't lose the pen over distance. That doesn't make it less impressive, as you still have to hit the weak spot here. Edzo now going close against Barkis, and the Arty yet again missing from MVPs. That's gotta hurt. The second one does hit, and Barkis gets the pickup, but it is 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock for 2 one-shots plus 2 artilleries to find 3 enemy tanks, out of which 1 is an EBR. And if there are no misplays from Tread happening, I think they take this game.
Yeah, if there is no misplays, but the biggest misplay is to just leave Dava alone. But Dava is apparently enough on his own, because he is killing them left, right, and center. Will the STRV be the next? No. He picks him up. Piotr has the safe hand, and Dava falls, but it still leaves only one Piotr on 100 HP to go chase an EBR and a Chieftain.
Yeah, and Piotr's problem here is he does have a camo net and a turbocharger, so no way for him to spot. Yeah, if the Arty does a daring blind shot, they might get Mookie, but no way they're gonna catch the EBR. And yeah, I mean, the kill by Piotr was something for itself. The STRV finally showing the role it was intended to be by the Swedes, namely an main battle tank and not a TD. But yeah, Piotr just, desperately trying to find the enemies, but he's not even close. This is a game of hide and seek, and he has lost simply by turning to the wrong side. And yeah, 10 seconds on the clock, and Tread get a defense in what I would say was the most unnecessarily close game we've seen so far, where MVPs should have taken the win.
Like, by setup with 2 Arties, it's a risky one. But the moment they realized like the push is coming, they did a really good call, man. And they took the hold on positions all the way in the back, kept a couple of guys in a front. They did a lot of crossfire damage. But then came that hero moment. I said, dude, what the hell? If you play this game more than 1 year, you should know that open field is open for a reason. You don't cross it. Like, why?
Yeah,
just why?
It just felt like a lot of HP was thrown away there for no reason.
And not only in that moment, there were so many inconclusive peaks, not in cohesion with the rest of the team, just like doing some random crap one by one. I don't know, man. Like, it didn't look like a well organized game. It looked like a lot of people just like doing something on their own in some moments.
Yeah, and you can see, even though it was a 10-minute game, the double arty, in a 10-minute game, I would expect more than 2.7 on one and 2.5 and 2 kills on the other. You can see in a 10-minute game, only 9 shots. He did 12, but yeah, the arty just not being, it seems like either their shots were misplaced or I don't know.
The funny thing is, if Chad had one arty, this game would not even be close.
Yes. That is, yeah. Also, yeah, Tread, their 2 907s, obviously with 0 damage. That was because they pushed in first and just got annihilated. And at this point in time, it looked really, really good for MVPs. But then, I don't know, they wanted to be Patrick Mahomes and throw as well.
Yeah, it also, for those 907s, means that it leaves a lot to be desired how they pushed. Look how they got deleted there. Like, they pushed the open field. That was completely blind. Like, that should have been done by someone else. Like, maybe a second EBR, which they didn't have, or whatever, man. But this was just like...
Yeah.
If you don't see the chieftains yet, and you don't see them in the forest, that means they're ahead of you, pretty much.
Yeah, and Stepbro Savage there, yeah, probably had his boxes full after seeing all of those chieftains in one spot there together with the 907s. And I still agree with this call here to send the 907s over to clear Reza, which they will succeed in at the end. The problem here for MVPs is they're slowly gonna lose the forest and lose all the tanks they have there. And yeah, they're sort of stuck here, but I do not understand why now they want to push over the open field. Instead, why don't you let the arty work for a bit?
Are we seriously doing the step bro stuck jokes? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
So this is the situation, like when you watch the last screen here, I really thought like Chad lost it 100%. But they kind of recovered. I wouldn't even call it a great play by them. There was some good reactions by a couple of their players. I just think like MVPs threw it. That's how it looks to me. They had everything. They had the tanks. They could have navigated those positions a bit different, how to approach, worked with arty better over time, and take the really safe and easy game. But they just kind of threw it away. And like, this is a moment when they can ask themselves, is it worth it, mate? Because this is now 3-1 for Thread. This is already a match point.
It is indeed a match point, and
it could have been a tie.
It could have been a tie, first of all, and now comes Cliff, and Cliff is one of those 50-50 maps where if both teams are equally matched, you normally expect them to both, just take one of the games. But yeah, should we come to a tiebreaker, which means that MVPs would have to take both games on the map picked by Tread, then we would see Prokorovka. But seeing how MVPs has fared so far, I think that's pretty questionable.
I really don't know what to expect now. I mean, technically watching both teams so far, I would expect them to have like at least one arty each, and then just go brawl it out on the center. Cliff, definitely the best map to watch for me, because it's so clear, man. It's like small enough, but it's big enough that you can rotate, but it's fast enough that you must play it aggressive from the very start. Yes. So super interesting, gives a lot of options, but all of them have to be done on the spot and right away.
Yes, also Cliff, one of those maps where the meta throughout the last year or so has shifted a lot due to the introduction of the CS, and I'm wondering if we're gonna see some of the funky stuff that we've already seen by many teams during the qualifiers and the earlier stages of the tournament, where CS are being blocked by EBRs on the ramp simply to give your team the control over the most important position of the entire map, which is the hill with the lighthouse on it. That's going to be very interesting to see. The other thing to keep in mind is Tread did indeed lose 0-2 to more on Cliff yesterday evening when they played the first match.
But the thing is, like what we were talking about earlier, they might have actually learned something from that. Like, there is a vast chance that you can rewatch your replays, find your weakness in the try to fix something about it. Also, like, MVPS is not shining in this tournament. They have some good games, but mostly you can see that they're not playing in great cohesion with each other. It's lacking. And Cliff is a really team kind of map. Like, you really need to be one oiled machine to actually make it work.
Yeah, on Cliff, every single one of the players needs to know exactly what his function is and how exactly his position correlates to other positions that not only his team, but also the enemy team has. And yeah, I'm fairly intrigued as to what both teams are going to bring to the table here. And yeah, as we watch this beautiful map video, yeah, this is the most important position that both teams are probably going to go for, the hill with the lighthouse. And here we go, and already there is some quite interesting tanks picked, namely by MVPs. I do see an Artie here, then we see a Foch B.
Foch, really?
A TVP, an STB, a Caro, 5 CS, triple Chieftain, double 277. This lineup looks like a garage sale.
What kind of Fiesta is this? I mean, I've seen people try to use Foch before. It was usually for 1-2 line and stuff like that, but will it happen in this? I'm not brave enough to even say it anymore. But let us see. Chad is pushing for the center with majority of forces. 50B on the lower side as expected to clip. Like, this is the only place where it's used. And there is also a Chieftain next to him left. That's something I haven't seen many times. And a bunch of CS is going for the center, so let's see. They're trying to climb. Last time they played it, they failed miserably, but it doesn't look like there is many connections coming in from MVPS. Scratch that. Like, there is a lot of connections coming on the MVPS side, so they already lost Janek, EU, and Wawabu.
Yes, there is 2 tanks gone for MVPs, and Tread has already taken the hill as well. There is 2k HP in favor of MVPs as well. So yeah, also the Foch B, I guess that's sort of a standard position for it. In D1, he's not going to have a very interesting game. He's just going to sit there and hope for a repush by Tread. But he's not. He's going to have to wait for a long time here, because Tread is actually repushing around the hill.
I mean, Tread is doing their work, man. Like, but Apollo on 23 HP, lucky guy. Still, there is nothing for MVPS to be gained like this, and they're still not really doing anything offensive. Like, they're a attacking team. So I guess they're counting that maybe, just maybe, ZZ, the squatting Slav, will actually do some magnificent shots on these CSs down there, but all the magnificent shots are done by Destroyer as far as I can see, because he's absolutely destroying MVPS guys on the center.
Yeah, the STB needs to be extra careful now. 65 HP, as if someone as much as looks at him with an HE loaded, he's gonna directly explode here. And yeah, we can see Tread, they seem to be sort of content with the positions they have. They have some control established around the lighthouse. There, the 50B from below actually gets the pickup on the STB. And yeah, this is 3 tanks gone for MVPs, and Tread, yeah, is up there on the lighthouse and still has 15 tanks available. They still have their artillery. The Foch B cannot really push for MVPs. This is looking hella good for Tread, and now MVPs seems to be starting to want to do a push around the hill here, but there is Triple Chieftain immediately ready to receive.
It looks like a really kind of a blind play, bro, because they're not controlling the hill, so they cannot go around the water. That means they can't play the cooldown. They need to rely to go close to the mountain and to try to close in on the tanks. So only thing they can count on is these 4 guys plus an arty.
Yes.
That means Sema will die 100%, like he's a dead dodo. And there is Check coming as the 5th one. But all of them will be farmed by the CSs, man. Why are they exposing themselves so much? Like, Sema will gladly die and take one for the team if this is the kind of trade they're offering, bro.
Yes, indeed. Sema was a dead man walking as soon as he spotted those tanks, but now the problem is here for the MVP's tanks, that there is Chieftain's hold down still in the 9 line that they would need to push to get out of there, and if they do that, there is going to be the CSs farming from above.
Hola.
While we are seeing all of this, the CS tanks by MVPs have actually taken control of the donut, but as far as I can tell, there's not really a lot that they can gain with that, because there's not a lot of tanks by Tread that they can farm from there. And yeah, it is just the artists trading it out right now, and Tread are gonna be content with this because they are the defending team. But the HP have evened out.
It does look like the Tread is trying to do a favor back to MVPS like the MVPS did to them on a previous map, because they're throwing some of HP left, right and center themselves. Also, I don't understand how the hell did that 50B die? Abba was on the lower side of the map. He should be the guy playing the safe position, same as Foch on an MVPS team. How did he die?
Did he maybe
Where did he go with that tank?
Did he maybe get double-tracked by the Foch or something?
Yeah, but what did he do to get double-checked? For that you need to get spotted and in very awkward position, like, you know, going on a toilet on a wrong spot or something.
Yeah, I am not entirely sure. Yeah, Tread actually down now 500 HP, but yeah, in the 15v15, that's actually something you can probably discount here. And yeah, the problem remains for MVPs. They are attacking, and if they do so, they will run into the crossfire of Chieftains at the bottom being Hulldown and the CSs just being able to peek from above. Razor still comfortably sitting on 1500 HP on the hill. He can even take a shot or two while doing that.
Yeah, you must notice one thing here, like Dava is again stuck in a frontline position. So it's pretty much same as on a Murovanka game. He is taking the point, although there is a guy behind him with more HP. That's peculiar. So Stepbro is holding his flank here, and they're just like waiting for MVPS reaction now. This is a big waiteroo. Like there is a pretty similar HP between these two teams. The only thing like I'm really wondering is how did that 50B die? Because that gives a lot of leeway to MVPS to roam and control 1-2 line.
Yeah,
like from the position where they could not move a muscle, now they managed to empty pretty much entire side of the map because of that and do whatever they want.
Yeah, the other thing here is that the Foshby has actually left the D1 position and is now going around the donut to maybe support some kind of push. And Tread has actually taken their 907 that used to be in K5 to just be able to snipe. And they've also put it below the hill as to maybe support with its HP directly. Here you can see the HP boosted 907 Infinity there, just waiting for whatever kind of push MVPs might come up with here. And yeah, Dava and Edzo, they are just trying to wait and see and spot for their artillery. And, you know, whenever the enemy artillery is reloaded, you probably go to duck and cover and hope he doesn't do too much damage.
You know what I was wondering? Like, who is normally leading MVPS? Isn't it Sankinor?
Normally Sanki, but I believe people like Piotr or Lodi, they can do the same thing. Like those are quite some old names for us, or quite some experienced players in the team for MVPs here. So I guess a lot of them can take the responsibility, and maybe one of the MVPs guys is actually Sanki on a is Sanki and he renamed his account. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but he's not in a list of the team. That's quite odd. It might even answer like a bit like why are they so getting slow on some calls and stuff like that, you know. But anyways, like at the moment they're actually doing decent. Like it was really dire in the start, but at the moment they can actually still win this game because the Tread is on defensive and they're pumping the damage from the hill toward the final push that's coming in, and T-Sec and Czech and Black Gekon are pushing in and they're gonna take out Dava, and he's second now, but he's still alive. The man has like 99 lives, not 9, and he's buying all the time in the world needed for Tread to actually overcome these difficulties and this game. Czech is hiding behind the hill now. They need to take out those CSs from the top that are pumping them, but it's simply not happening yet. Reza is fighting Patrick one-on-one, so there's gonna be a stalemate on the hill. But while that is going on, Stebro is stepping in and picking up the kill on Czech, and he's gonna proceed on Bloody now.
Yeah, Haki also Emorect, he's not gonna contribute anything anymore, but still the MVP's tanks are just completely down in HP. Tread seems to have done it here. They have not only stopped the push on the 9 line, but they have held strong and firm everywhere else. Reza on the hill still on a comfortable 1500 HP. He can just go in on Patrick and just take a shot and just finish Patrick off, thus securing that position here. And now it is just 3 tanks plus 1 artillery in this tournament. Make it 2 as, yeah, Tarks also gets picked up. Shadow on a 1-shot falls now, and it is the Karo Euro 45, iconically the last tank here to survive 4 MVPs, and that weird lineup that we saw with a Foch B and everything, it just did not hold strong against what Tread was doing this game. It, just didn't get anything done, and this means that Tread is gonna win in a convincing 4-1 against the Polish guys from MVPs here in the lower bracket, and we have to say bye-bye to MVPs.
I would say result-wise it is convincing 4-1, but I can't say I'm really convinced how the games went. I think the entire match left a lot to be desired for the both teams. Sadly, MVPs will leave us now. Like, this was their last game because this was, as we said already, loser bracket. They passed the qualifier, the second one. They beat Legend, I think, in that one, and Daddy. And then they, in group stage, lost only to Tents, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
And no, they lost to Tents this morning, sorry.
Yeah, that wasn't group stage anymore, though. That was the tournament itself. But yeah, as we can see here, there were some guys on the MVP's team putting up quite some admirable damage number, namely the MVP, the Artie.
They lost only to Tread in the group stage.
So they did get defeated twice by Tread now, I guess, and are thus out of the tournament. And on the bottom side for the MVPs, it just doesn't look good. I mean, Yannick is great again. He wasn't great this game. He doesn't even have a shot done. Uabaobao also only one shot. I guess those were the two CS tanks that were trying to get up the hill. Then you have the STB on the ramp just getting farmed by artillery. The Caro 944, maybe some blind shots in there. But yeah, overall the lineup, it didn't convince me when we started into the game. The Tread lineup looked a lot more responsive to whatever MVPs was gonna do, and indeed they just have to wait. They just had to wait for MVPs to make decisive mistakes and then just capitalize on them.
Faba did a lot of damage in that 50B, so 2.8k. So initial damage he did on CSs, that's for sure, while they were climbing, probably connecting a lot of shots. I'm just like, I haven't seen how he died on the map, and that really kind of tilted the things and brought the match back to the MVPs. So I don't know, was he ordered to do something and it got him killed or what? Like, I really don't know. This is pretty much the opening moment that put a full stop on any plans on MVPs what they had, because they lost 2 tanks immediately. Yannick and Wabu just died. Right now the camera doesn't show it, but this is what happens. Like, we have the Chieftain and 50Bs and TVP shooting from down, 3 tanks pumping them while they're climbing, and it really didn't suit them.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like one of them got double tracked and the other one got set on fire. So really not a good start here for MVPs, and they never did fully recover. Yes, the 50B died for free, but it still remains that MVPs would have had to push anywhere or everywhere on the map, and they didn't really get a well-timed or well-coordinated push. And I think that one on the 9 line, it was doomed to fail with the CSs on such high HP still on the hill with the Lighthouse.
Well, they didn't have any other options, to be honest. They had to do something, and it might have even went better. But the way they pushed it was kind of weird. Like, they killed Sema, then they were sitting there for a million years, and then they pushed after like 2 minutes. I don't know, man. Like, any kind of momentum you had by then was long gone. Yeah. But this is the way how they played, and as I said, it leaves a lot to be desired, and that's why they will fall out now. They still came really high up in the tournament. Like, not many teams, no matter how sarcastic anyone can get after watching some of the games, like, these guys still came in top 6.
Yeah, those are among the top 6 of the server. But yeah, I think that is quite enough from us two for the time being. As we just saw the bracket here, I guess we're gonna head over to the analyst desk for to give us two a little break here, and then in a few minutes time we should be back with the last match.
And hello and welcome back, everybody. I'm joined by Barry again, who is here in his handsome jacket. How did those games go for you? Okay. Okay, so I am talking. You can hear me, guys, but Barry didn't. So, yeah, I was just asking, how did you feel those games went for you, Barry?
Yeah, they were. I think Key and Mojo touched on it just at the end there. There was a lot more to be desired from, at least from a competitive standpoint. I think it was quite a good game to watch, though. But in terms of the quality of the gameplay, it was a bit disappointing, I must say.
Okay. Okay. And I know we'll have the replays ready soon, but we need to give our casters a little bit of a break and get everybody ready and raring to go. So I need to highlight that we do have the Razer sponsor going on right now. Make sure you check out the announcement below, as well as the products they're giving away for prizes. The drops have been going, and I've seen a lot of people started claiming those. So make sure that you follow those instructions there. It is a new system. You have to claim. There is no automated system anymore. You actually have to claim it. But it's really easy. There's a message in the chat now. It tells you exactly what to do, how to do it, how to track it. It's all there. Just read the messages, follow the instructions, guys, and it's that simple. But here's all the goodies that you can get, and here are the time stamps that you need to do it. You will not get any additional rewards until you've claimed the first one. So you can't get a silver badge until you've claimed the bronze one, and so forth. So yeah, make sure you follow the instructions. Make sure you get your loot that's going on there. A lot of people I'm seeing saying it's not working, and if you mute the stream, that doesn't count. Twitch is very good at tracking when you're actively watching and when you're fake watching. So yeah, make sure that you don't mute it and you follow instructions very clearly, very easy, and you'll be sorted. So I'm not sure if the replays are ready for just yet. I'm still waiting for the go-ahead. I think that was it, a good to go.
Yep. Yeah, so this is the second game here. You can see, I actually liked what Tread did in this game. We can't see where they started off, but that's fine because we can actually see what the line of the Tread had was very, very heavy. You can see these E3s here pushing down the middle of the map, down the rails, and just taking control away from MVPS. And then on the one line, they actually had, I believe, was it three E100s, and they've just got a bit more HP than what teams usually bring, which is the Chieftains. They've got a bit more HP, and they're using that new, well, fairly new, 530 Alpha gun now with that DPM. And I think it just caught MVPS by surprise. You can see that they're just not really prepared for this type of play because there's nothing they can do on the rails, which is a very important thing to control on Ensk. And then also Tread is saying, well, our next strategy or our next plan is to take away that one line from you because we've got E100s with almost 3,000 health and the DPM to match. And we're just going to bully you away. After we bully you away from the rails, we're going to bully you away from the one line. So this is one of the games that I actually really liked from Tread. And this is kind of what I mentioned at the start about this game. The quality of the teams, let's just say you can tell that we're in the lower bracket is all that I was thinking. Because this kind of blind push from MVPS is... They were kind of waiting at the back, not taking any map control, and then just said, okay, we're going to do a delayed blind push. And the worst thing is it kind of seemed to actually work for a while because Tread reacted way too slowly to this. You can see their tanks rotating on the K line. But they're rotating, and by the time they rotate, it's almost too late. So it's little things like this the better teams do, and that would have been nice to have seen. But unfortunately, that was kind of the level. You could see that we were in a little bit of a lower skill level here just by watching what they did. And also, I think Mojo mentioned this. Look at that IS-7's equipment there. He had, I think that was spore liner, optics, and hardening. I would like to have known, I'd like to do an interview with the commander and see what they actually plan to do there. So then we're actually on the reverse now. And you can see that MVPS were basically set up for the same thing that they did. So they're ready to punish Tread, and they actually get some good damage in here. And this is what I was saying in the last game. MVPS do this kind of blind push, and if somebody's waiting for you to do that same push, you can see how badly you can get punished there. Those 907s going down almost for free. And this was a game where MVPS really could have won if they managed to do something more after this initial play now. So they managed to defend that push from Tread, and they're pushing those 907s up, but this was kind of where they peaked. After this point, they never really managed to find a way back into the game. And while it is difficult when those Chieftains have that three-line ridge, they really needed to do something instead of, as you can see, there's like 8 or 7 tanks just sat in one square. You know, that's where actually I think we'd almost be like watching tents, because they've got their tents set up here and they're just camping. But no, it's actually MVPS. And this was what I believe was the final game. And this is what I actually like to see from Tread. You can see they deserve to win this game, because look at the damage that these CSs take. One goes down in one moment, and the next one follows soon after. And this is because they actually managed to predict and read exactly what MVPS were doing. MVPS bought a specific lineup here with the Foch, with 5 CSs, and basically what they're trying to do when you have 5 CSs, they're trying to overload areas of the map that they want to take control of. So that's why they had 2 CSs going on the hill, and then they had the 3 taking the donut. But that's a very predictable thing to do when you run that specific lineup. And Tread actually reacted well. They had a 50B on the 1 line, but instead of sending him all the way out to the 1 line, they left him around G3. And that's a position where he can actually unload his clip on the hill. And that's what I like. That's what I was talking about earlier. In some teams not actually being able to adapt their lineup and their positions to the enemy team, but in some occasions, their Tread did that really well.
So my prediction was way off, completely. I'm just trying to have a look at yours. So at least you got the right team to win, and only off by 1 point. So it was a fairly accurate one on there.
I think we all did that. All the let's say players with a little bit more experience.
But really, you're going to go there? You're going to go there?
I'm going there twice.
Okay. So you're suddenly accidentally going to lose feed in the next analyst segment, and it's going to be pure coincidence.
So you want to do this all alone now?
Completely, okay. Yeah. Just like Barry's just left right now. He's gone. We can't see him anymore. So I believe the casters will be ready soon, who will take you through the next following games. So who do you... I'm just having a look at who you think is going to win between Moa and Tents.
I think Tents really did well in that first game. I think it was a 4-3, wasn't it, against Raid? And It was a close game. There are obviously areas for improvement, and I don't know if they've had the time to adjust what they did wrong.
Yep.
But I think against that kind of opposition, Raid are obviously a former winner of this tournament. More a team we've never actually seen other than this morning, but not on the World of Tanks stream. So I think Tents will win that fairly decisively. And how about yourself?
So I know I went with 4-2 for Tents. You broke the mold from what I can see on this one. You went 4-1 for Tents.
Yeah, I couldn't just be the same as everyone else. I saw 4-2, 4-2, 4-2, so I went 4-1, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so, well, here's hoping that I get one prediction today, right? I don't think I've got a single one ready. Yeah, okay. So we're passing you over to Keyhand and Mojo. We'll take you through the final game of today. Again, make sure you do the drops instructions, and we'll see you after this next match.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Iki just broke my dreams. You actually have to have the stream unmuted to watch it. I will have no drops because of that now. Come on. Have a pity on me. Anyways, this match is done. This was the third match of day, the 5th of the tournament. So MVPS is the first team to fall out. Now we will see the battle between Tents and Spanish Inquisition team more. Can they actually pass the camping position of Tents? I don't know why is Barry calling them campers, man. They actually play quite aggressive entire tournament.
I mean, their clan motto is, I think, literally rent your tent and camp with us. Something like this. But yeah, we do see the community predictions going in, and it is Tents being ahead and favored over more. I think I would have to agree with that notion, just based on how we saw them perform so far in the tournament. They did have... I would say the stronger enemy, and they did look very good, even losing against them. We can see the lineup again, the old Germans with the E100 and their stylish red camo here. And yeah, captain is still, that hasn't changed since the last time we saw them here on stream, still Katja Krasavice. And yeah, for more, it's a Radio Primate FM as the captain, and while some of those names in this all-Spanish lineup might be sort of familiar, I guess most of those are sort of new to this kind of stage.
Well, supposedly they should be like the Spanish superstar team. Will they perform or not? It's up to them. Same as many other national teams, those are usually fiery, and susceptible to quite some emotional outbursts. So whether the match starts good or bad, it can be actually a huge difference for them. Tent's proven that they actually have the patience and that they have the guts to play the hard match. Raid beating them in a tiebreaker game is really nothing to be ashamed of. And I believe they will be fired up for this match. And Moore is actually the one who has to prove their worth and merit in this game.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
As we said before with the last match, there is going to be no saving grace. If you lose this one, both teams will be out. And we see the first map is going to be Himmelsdorf. And I believe the teams are almost ready. So we should probably be hopping into the game any second now. As we do, Tens coming in on Himmelsdorf with a double 50B, 5 chieftains, and the rest is easily summed up as 5 279s, and the rest is easily summed up as chieftains.
Yeah, the first map we will be watching is Himmelsdorf, guys. As we already said, it's best of 7, so first who gets 4 victories. Tents will be playing on attacking side. This is quite a heavy setup, like 5 279s. It usually means that you want to pressure down the rail or something like that, but we will see what they decide to do. But FVTD,
I believe
really?
That FVTD is there to counter the window in D4, and it fails miserably as its job. As you can see, the optics not quite good enough to counter the chieftain there. Juggy just getting the hit easily in. And yeah, Tents on their attacking side, they are making their way towards the hill. It is a lot of 279s being posted on the 2-3 line by Moore here to receive any kind of push. And we can see Leechbear bravely coming in here with his 279, taking only 1 shot so far for his troubles for reaching the hull down in G23. That's actually not a lot of HP there. He takes a second one, but I would say that cross was pretty cheap.
And there was only one guy to shoot him now, and even he should start backing off. But there is a interesting follow-up here coming in from Tents. They were actually hiding some tanks, and they are showing them on the hill now. So that means that they are putting Leechbear just as a spotter there, and they're putting one more guy on the courtyard so he can proxy the tanks. And there is a bunch of them on a hill to snipe. But there is also a bunch of tanks from Moore there. So there will be a big brawl, and we need to see actually, do the tanks from Tents can shoot them in the back? Can they pressure the lower side of the map on the time? Because they have so many tanks on the down part.
Yeah, the 50Bs here seem to be stuck in between a rock and a hard place. There is chieftains on both sides, but Strong Maxi and Zeriuxin, they cannot really overpeak onto the 50Bs because there's a lot of tanks from Tents on the lower side. Even Gotcha Baby here trying to peek behind the rubble, getting punished heavily. So the 50Bs are going to survive for the time being. And while all of this is going on the hill, there is actually a big push that you mentioned through the courtyard. It gets its first victim, Strong Maxi, there to fall on the hill, I believe that was. And yeah, the Tents guys, they seem to be sort of content with the map control they have on the lower side, and now there is chieftains on the hill pushing to finish the job there.
Yeah, there is already 4,000 HP advantage all over the place. It does look like the Tents guys are holding their positions and trading 1-for-1 way better, because it seems in their case it's 2-for-1. Now Hero died here by FV, but he was already on low HP, so it doesn't really matter that much. The main focus here is the hill. What's going on the hill? And it does look like Tents are constantly making sure that the guys from the lower side of the map have shots in a crossfire, because that's how they made the first initial advantage.
Yes, at the moment, Tents seems sort of hesitant to directly commit in, and rightfully so, as there's a lot of chieftains by Moore still up there. And now in comes on the right side the double chieftain here. The first shot goes in Tents' favor, but now the double chieftain is gonna clip out on the double 50B is gonna clip out on the chieftain, and one of the 50Bs already fell there.
Yeah, this is a kind of a good work by them, because they were surviving on a thread for a while now, and they're still doing their damage, so they're gonna go in a third clip, which is something unforgivable to allow. 19,000 HP compared to 13 that Moore has. That's kind of arithmetics that you cannot run away from. Like, the hill even might be lost for Tents in this moment, but not yet. But the lower side of the map is definitely going toward the Tent guys. They're pressuring toward the 3 line and crunching everything on their way.
Yeah, you can see now Katja coming in from the back, the leader of the team. He was holding the hull down there, giving some nice shots, and Ghosty is probably the next one to fall, as Alexandros was still able to do 1 or 2 more shots here in his 50p on one shot before he fell. And yeah, on the lower side, it's just all red tanks here. The Germans, they have overwhelmed the Spanish defenses, and the hill is still not entirely decided yet. But yeah, since the Tens tanks are already going to the cap here, this does look like a firm first round for Tens, even though the HP is sort of close.
Yeah, but it's only technically, if you can see the number of the guns and positions, it's like really overwhelming in Tens' favor, to be honest. Like Himmelsdorf is kind of the map that you can easily end up with just a few hundred of HP of difference. But they even haven't won the hill yet. Like Moar should have won the hill by now at least, but they haven't won even there.
Yeah, the Tens tanks on the hill, they were severely outnumbered, I believe, but they were doing a great job of just stalling the enemy. And yeah, Katja seems to be chasing the 50B on the hill now. Does get the pickup, 500 HP, maybe that even was an HE into the back of the 50B. And a beautiful finish here for Tens, as they do kill and cap, so they didn't even have to argue over what to do, they just do both.
Both. Sadly for Spanish Inquisition, this did not work out well. I was hoping to see some, trick shot, but that FV to make me smile a bit today. I mean, I actually hate the tanky randoms, but in a tournament, I would actually like to see someone actually use it properly for once. But it's not gonna be today. 1-0 for Tents. They pretty much established themselves firmly from the very start. Nice damage done by Ghosty from the Moor. And on other side, we also saw Katja doing 4.8k and 5 kills. That's amazing.
Yeah, the team captain coming in admirably here, and now I really do want to find out what exactly the stage 2 did. Not a whole lot, to be honest. He did 4 shots, 3 of them only hit, and none of them panned, leaving him with 1,614 damage and 1 kill to his name. Yeah, I think the overall idea was that basically the stage 2, it just counters one of the windows, but that's why he had an optic to just be sure to spot the chieftain, but there was a tree in the way, and I believe the chieftain just outspotted the FV in return and just gave 1 shot for free. So it started off with something not working out for the Spanish guys, and from then on it did not become any better. As we see the predictions again, those are starting to ring true. Tens with a convincing game 1 victory, I would say. And it's up to more now on the attacking side on Himmelsdorf even to show us what they got.
Well, attacking defending side on Himmelsdorf doesn't really matter. We know that either one of them can be played like super offensive and should. Usually.
We've so far to see a camp on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, technically we still need to see that one. I hope we won't. And most of the teams that are of higher quality do know how to deal with it. But we will see. Maybe today we will have to watch something like that. Hopefully not.
Yeah, we will see about this. But yeah, but I guess what we said coming into this match does ring true. Tens coming from the close defeat against GX Raid, which are generally considered to be one of the contestants for winning the tournament. And yeah, Tens look very, very good there, and they are sort of asserting dominance here in the first game. I mean, the amount of time that it took on the hill for the Moor tanks to get some sort of cleanup, and then in the end they didn't even win it. It was, yeah, either it was the Tens guys just having such a good time there and doing such a good job, or it was the Moor guys not being completely efficient up there.
The crossfire that was done by Tens guy from the lower side of the map and from the guys up was actually quite decent. And it costed all of that HP to more guys that they actually stopped it. They didn't know what to do for a while. So entire initiative from the very start was from the tent side. Like whether it was a Lich Bear going with his 279 in that proxy position, and so let's not also forget, like from there he can shoot pretty much anyone in the back who wants to push the hill. Also,
yeah, as we can see now, game number 2 about to start. We do see a rather conservative setup now coming out from more with double 50B, 1A100, double 279 and rest chieftains, whereas Tens, they do have an A4. That's normally not one of the tanks you typically see on Himmelsdorf.
Well, I've seen in the last 2 days that people actually switched to using E4 quite a lot on Himmel. But I was wondering why. I guess like they want that initial big punch on 279 or something like that. That is a lead tech, you know, because you can position it on a couple of. Oh, there you go. 700 damage done on Charlie.
Yeah.
And it was done by Lichberry in E4.
Ouch.
From the 3 line.
Yeah, that one hurts when as soon as you drop immediately under 2k and the game is not even a minute old. And yeah, there is a lot of tanks by TenS being sent towards that hill, which indicates they want to get the heavy presence there. And there is only one chieftain by Morg, or I guess it is a chieftain or a 279, probably a chieftain, getting sent to the hill. So it will be more having the heavy overmatch on the 1-2 line, but there still is big guns set up to receive this there with
This is a very similar play to what TenS did from upper side. They're sending a portion of the tanks on the hill, and they have a really large portion on lower side of the map also. So they're relying that Moore will not play aggressive enough to actually overmatch them on lower side of the map. They're relying on it.
Yep. And yeah, we can see more. They were probably sort of making a trap or a bait for TenS, or maybe expecting a 1-2 line commitment by the Germans here. However, TenS, they did go to the hill and they have completely established control over it. And this means that one of the key positions of the map has now shifted control in favor of the defending team, and that is going to be hard for the attackers to overcome, although the TenS guys have to be careful not to overextend on the hill here.
I actually don't understand what the hell is Moore now doing, because they gave hill for free and they're counter-attacking it now. Are they counting that the TenS have only 2 or 3 guys there? I mean, that must be it. They think that they did a kind of a ruse on them, and that the TenS think that they have like massive forces on 1-2, so they can actually counter-attack them and win them. But how do you win the guys in this number? Like TenS will just like make a crossfire and keep them here until the end of times and shoot them in the ass if they try to leave.
Yeah, definitely. This is just like, I don't know, there's enough TenS tanks, and it's the more tanks who would have to push into a bottleneck here. And yeah, they're just doing just that, and they're just getting cornered, and now the repush comes in by TenS. They've had enough of brawling hold down. They realize they do have the advantage. They're just coming in. John JM, they're getting focused in the 50B. It's a gigantic cluster of tanks shooting at each other, but it's just the TenS tanks taking the win due to numerical advantage, and there is a 2-line push rolling by Moore, but it is probably too little too late, as the HP difference is already 5,000 and still expanding.
Well, TenS guys are like, yeah, we accept free gifts, thank you, come again. They helped themselves and they wiped out entire Moore force that came to the hill. Now there was a counter push from Moore force on the rail side. They're trying desperately to cope with the loss of the tanks that they had on other side, and they're trying to make the pressure and pushed over the cap, but it's just not gonna work, man, because they have no one left to watch for their base anymore. The base is completely empty. There is only wind going flowing in there, and that's it.
Yeah, you can see now the desperate struggle in between Chris and Strong Maxi here, both of them on a one-shot, and it is actually both of them dying because there is a third tank spoiling the party, and now Rubus is in a 1v2 here against Hero and Ehrenbrudi. Ehrenbrudi desperately trying to not let Rubus get Hero here, but he does in the end, but does get picked up right after, and now it's only 4 tanks remaining here for Moore. The guys on the lower side that pushed, but TenS has started the cap to put an end to this game, where I have to say the repush was atrocious.
I don't understand that. That's something like you might have expected from a team from X years ago, but not by a team who... I actually played some of their watched some of their advances, man. They played really well. I have no freaking idea what's going on now. But let's hope it's just like some kind of tournament nervousness, you know, in the start, because they're on a stream and everything, and maybe they will just play better the next games. I mean, Himmelsdorf is done, man. It was bad. It was just bad. God damn, I was expecting a better game by them here.
And yeah, it was... I don't know what were they thinking. As soon as you see that one chieftain holding the hold down, and the chieftain doesn't run away when you come with like 5 chieftains and double 50B, then you should know like, oh, maybe he does have some backup. The decision making is just...
I mean, I can imagine like the confusion on 10's TeamSpeak or whatever. Like they're picking with a guy. They're pushing hill. They're what? They're pushing hill.
Are you sure about that?
They have less tanks than we do.
Yeah.
Really? You know?
It's it just feels like, you know, the more guys, they are in a very generous mood and out there to just gift presents to the 10th guys. That was what this game felt like. It was just a gigantic miscall.
It was just a blind play.
And yeah.
It was just a blind play. They thought that they will provoke reaction because they had like one guy proxying the courtyard. They had like one guy a bit more aggressive on the rail. But they've shown nothing in enough amount so that they would provoke the rotation from 10s. That's the thing. They've shown nothing enough to provoke them to jump down from the hill and rush to the rail and abandon all those positions.
Yeah. I mean, the best thing for all of us and mostly for the guys from War would be to wipe Himmelsdorf from their memory, reset the hard drives, and just go think about the next map, because if you keep thinking about the one we just saw, you probably want to stop thinking or something. The next map will be Sand River, and Sand River is obviously a different kind of beast than Himmelsdorf. Maybe we see some more convincing stuff. But yeah, as we see once more.
That's a mighty kill by FV done on 100 HP 279.
Yeah, that is actually the replay from the first game here, and it felt like on the hill where there was a crucial fight going on. It was just individual plays going in 10's favor in this game, and yeah, the second game.
Not much to say about that one. Nah. But anyways, that's Himmelsdorf 2-0. As we said, best of 7, so first to 4. This is, I believe, still the first game.
That is the second game.
No, this is the second one, when the 10s were
you saw the one where
10s were defending.
The Chieftain by Moore did the right decision to run away again because he didn't have any backup, but then the move back up the hill was one of the most questionable things I have seen in my career as a commentator or caster. But yeah, Himmelsdorf, it did get picked by Moore, and they probably regret that pick now, I would say.
Next we will watch the Sand River, which was a 10th pick, and they didn't play that bad, man, last time.
Yeah, they did actually have some interesting stuff on there, but yeah, I'm just hoping for maybe the more guys to get one round there on Sand River at least, because otherwise this would be a very, very short match in between both of them. Yeah, I'm still taken aback by the last match. I'm a bit speechless, to be honest.
I mean, last time when 10s played Sand River, it was actually in a match against MVPS, the one that was not streamed on VG channel, but on Phil's. So that was their opening round, and they won it 2-0. Now, we can debate this or that, because MVPS was not in the best state in this tournament also. But we need to see now what can actually more show us. Like, as I said, they're guys with potential, and they should show way more than they're showing at the moment.
Yeah, 10's here seemingly believing in hold-down power, as they have one EBR, 1279, and the rest is just entirely Chieftains. More, on the other hand, they go with one CGC, double EBR, 99907, one CS, and the rest Chieftains. So 10's on the attacking side with a lot more aggressive setup, I would say. They don't even have Artie. And they are going for some big kind of split, whereas more are keeping together, Mojo.
Yeah, I think I've seen them last time also play without RT. It was 15 tanks also on Sand River, and it doesn't look like they changed a bit. Maybe they'll change the approach a bit. We said that Sand River is one of the 3 maps with where the spawns were swapped. So tents are attacking from the right side, you can see them, the red guys, and more is defending from the left. I just need to see a bit. It does look very similar to what they did actually in that previous match. The only difference is more now is pushing super hard aggressive on top of the map to prevent exactly that. They're pushing all the CSs, you can see them already crossed. Bunch of chieftains following 907 on top side of the map. So they're ready for a big engagement then.
Yeah, indeed. I believe the mediums even managed to cross unspotted. Now Katya sees this big commitment here, but doesn't even see all of the chieftains by more. And the chieftains are just going to immediately cross over, and there they might have 1 or 2 easy picks if Katya and his fellow body here don't go back immediately. And now we do see the Arty by more stunning its own tanks. That was maybe an unlucky shell. And yeah,
Oh my
Charlie.
god, they checked him in such a bad position, man. Those snipers from the base and 279. There is a 3 tanks pumping plus 2 chieftains there. If do you want to overmatch that, you need to do it really decisively with a really big number, while the chieftains from the K line are still not in play. So we are actually watching in a worst possible scenario for more. They're losing a game against inferior number of tanks.
Yeah, they are just... Tense is doing an admirable job of holding back an entire team with just what seems like 5 tanks in the front and 2 tanks in the back. The EBR getting picked up. That's a lot of map presence gone here, as Moore only has 1 EBR remaining. And in the meantime, on the southern side, you can just see 5 chieftains from Tense taking a lot of what the southern side, which would normally hold the advantage for them anyway, is. And there is only 1 chieftain in the F1 position that is going to get found pretty soon. Iker Gamer, that is, and he's going to get overpushed. Then next it's going to be the chieftain in C2, and then Tense will have control over the Moor cap. Yeah, Tense is already ahead 7k HP, Mojo.
There is absolutely nothing going on for Moor here, tactic-wise, position-wise, how they play, like communication between their players. Like absolutely nothing seems to work for them today. I don't know what's going on, man, but they're just getting stoned by Tense at the moment. There is 6k HP advantage, which is not the end of the world, but when you watch the game itself, it looks like it's 60,000, not 6.
Yeah, indeed. Also, Iker getting blown up. That was the chieftain in E1 there. And now it is Tense tanks swarming over the cap here for more, from more. There isn't chieftain in A1. He does have a nice position. The problem is the artillery is already spotted out in the open. And Katya, the team captain himself, takes care of that one. Moore is already behind 4 tanks. They are behind 9,000 HP, what seems like. Now Katya with the next kill here, so that's 5 tanks. 10 still with 15 alive, and now Leechbear and Daniel Fugu, they are coming in from the back to seal the deal here. The cap is already down to 10 seconds. And yeah, it actually goes up to 27 seconds again. So at least Moore is extending the content a bit.
Well, Katya is a true follower of a frag religion, man. Like, you know, the frags know no boundaries, nationalities, colors, nothing. Like, frag is the holy sacred thing, and he's really like looking into it. I mean, there is a final push from the 10th tanks. They're just lifting even the guns, man, and going forward. Like, come on.
Yeah, what are they supposed to do? They were searching for enemies, not victims, going into this game. Yarby is gonna get picked up by Leon here. The score, it is only 4 tanks alive here for more. Well, only a single tank, 4 tanks is still left alive. Got you, baby, now dropping in the CS. It is just 2k HP left here, out of which the 907 has a lot. And yeah, it's just the Tense tanks are encroaching now. Katya, the fan of the kills, he does get killed himself. No more kills to his name. Laza getting the next pickup here. A slight glimmer of hope, but it does immediately get shut down, as the 907 is just now getting swarmed by chieftains.
Must say, this red skin of Tense is not bad at all. It looks quite decent. I'm seriously, I'm gonna troll like Iki and everyone every tournament. When the hell are you gonna implement that teams can have their camos in the game? Because I've seen some really good ones.
I can already tell you Iki's answer, which is gonna be soon TM. And yeah, that's that. But yeah, there is still, some might have forgotten it, a game we are still commenting on. It is still Tense.
Wait, I can even ask you now about that. You're working for Wargaming nowadays.
True. But yeah, we do see the battle results coming in. Yeah, the kills tell the tale. It was just 15-3 in the end. I believe Tense could have made the score even look prettier if they had tried to. Yeah, Mayo coming in with nice connections, 999. That's a very German thing to do of him. And yeah, Magnus 1098. It was just good gameplay by the Tense guys, and not so much of that by the Moor guys, I guess.
Well, nothing really to be proud of at the moment on the Moor side. Like there is a couple of guys trying to do some damage and struggling, but tactic-wise, they're lacking at the moment a lot. 3-0, it doesn't look really good for them. I mean, one more game and they are out of the tournament. If it goes on like this, and they're not showing any signs of improvement as the time goes. Like the opening was aggressive and they took the positions there, and then this pick by Sarto, I don't know what to tell him, man. Like there was a bunch of guys from tents ready exactly for that. Tents are the guys who have the backup plan if the plan A is not really the greatest. So they have some backup options, like how to at least trade 1-for-1 damage and number of the tanks if they lose some. But on the other hand, more guys like go aggressive to some positions and they stop. There is no follow-up. There is no flow what to do. You know, they're not one with the force, man. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, what I said after map number 1 also holds true now after game number 3. Moor just needs to reset mentally and get a new approach, because the old one clearly isn't working. We are in the match point for Tens here. It is 3-0 and not a single map really has been close so far in between those two teams. We'll see if Moor can turn it around here, or if Tens actually gets the clean sweep against the only Spanish contender we've had so far in the tournaments. And yeah, I believe we're about to cut to the tank lineups. Here we go. Tens coming in with 1 EBR, 1 907, 1 CS. The rest is again Chieftains and more. They have gone for the double RT here.
Well, we are watching now more on attack side, so they opted for double RT, but as I don't know what you want to do with double RT against a team who refuses to play with those. Like Tents are even defending now with RT, so I guess Moor is just playing a standard without thinking who are they dealing with and what are they playing.
Yeah, as we can see here now, the split by Moor coming out. They are attacking here, and they are taking sort of the southern side of the map. Obviously, as I said before, this one favors the team from the east. So in this case, the attacker. Tens so far has gone for some reactionary split. Gonzi, hey brother, slight misdrive, I guess, with the EBR. It doesn't really turn back to hurt him a lot. He does get out full HP. Probably only 1 or 2 heartbeats missed there for that thing to happen. And yeah, it seems to be like the Moor guys, they want to get the south immediately. They want to get spots for their artillery. And we're going to see soon how Tens responds to this.
Well, double RT can work from this side at least, if they make it. But they're trying to play super aggressive again, a bit blind with those chieftains. That's a dirty shell coming on Daniel, but there is a lot of chieftains behind him, so they're just using him as a bait, more or less. Yeah, but there is a big push, as you say, on the middle coming in from the Tens guys. They're not waiting for anything. Their defense is the strongest one. It's the offense.
Indeed, and yeah, the push does seem to find some people off guard here. The 907 managing to run away as far as I can tell, but the EBR gets caught in return. And yeah, you have Timmy Flutschfinger and Chris and Katja and Pfeil all coming through that middle. Laza is only down to a one-shot here in the 907, and some of the more chieftains that were supposed to cover the southwestern area, they have to come back because they are in danger of getting capped here. Katja getting one more shot into Laza, making him an immediate one-shot. And the HP, they are already again in favor of Tens here, 5k.
Man, apparently, like, Tents are just like, I don't know, they're betraying their own logo. Seriously, man, they're making Tents in enemy bases, like, in this tournament. Anyways, they haven't lost a single tank yet, and it's 5,000 HP advantage for them. They won the upper side of the map already decisively. They won the center side of the map, and they're holding the pretty much K line against the push of Moor. Moor has those double RT still, so they can make some work with them, but it doesn't look like they're utilizing the entire team as a whole. Because they're giving up or losing size of the map. It doesn't look like they have devised like the crossfires between themselves very well. And it looks like at the moment, what I objected to MVPS play in some moments, like a lot of guys who know a lot about the game, but not playing as a team, as a group, but as a lot of individuals.
Yeah, it seems like on the Moor team there's nothing going their way. Just as I say that, Juggy actually giving himself up as the first guy on the Tens team here, and now the HP, they are sort of closing again, Mojo. It's only 3k now, but yeah, the map still is hugely in favor of Tens here. 1k now on the HP, though Tens need to be careful. I mean, one of the arties is gone, one other one was spotted already, but didn't go down, and now Leech Bear also falls here. There is an overpush coming now finally from the Tens guy in the north, but the HP, Mojo, now they're in favor of Moor, and I believe Hero might pay the ultimate price as he's down to a one-shot.
Yeah, the thing is that, like, as far as I saw, Tens actually almost suicided, and they pushed in from the upper side of the map. They finally won it, so the RT should fall very soon, but it costed them dearly. They lost so much HP for that, but in reality now they will have a crossfire. They will have like more tanks between the two groups of them, like one group in the base of Moor and one on the hills in front of their own.
Yeah, I mean, the HP now almost dead.
Why is that Artie still alive, man?
That Artie, I believe he is trying to juggle safe behind the sort of rock in K0. But yeah, the kills, they are again swinging in Tens' favor. Just as I say, that double kill here.
101.
And yeah, there is cap now going on. Chris is hold down behind File, who tries to do a hold down here, but the problem is he should be able to reset with HE again. And with Chris leaving the cap, I believe the one shot should also leave it here, because then he maybe can get 1 or 2 more shots in. But the guns, they tell the story of the game, as it's only Gonzi and Ziriuxin still holding the Spanish flag up in this tournament. And yeah, it's just MV0RG crushing all hopes, picking up the next kill. Gonzi, hey brother, last tank alive here for Moor, and the Sharks are closing in.
Well, the Spanish Inquisition journey on this tournament ended right now. 4-0, quite a devastating defeat also, like none of the games were even close. It's a big lesson for them, and if they endure it, they can actually come back stronger on the next tournament. I hope they will not be weak as many teams were before. When they get so defeated on a tournament, they just give up. Like, that's the worst thing to do. This is a lesson. You take it and you play on. That's about that. Like, we can remember Tens from previous tournaments. Like, this is their strongest edition. But we saw them play previously not so great. Like, some of the games maybe, but they progressed over time. And that time is not like that short. I would say it's a spanning on period of between half a year and a year to get to this state.
Yeah, you can see here Radio Prime at the captain of the Moor team coming in with the top damage for his team, leading by example, but it was not to be, as Tens just overall in this whole matchup just played better together as a team. It just looked like the focus fire was better, the tactics were better, the calls were better, and maybe even the individual players who knows. But yeah, after a 4-0 where 3 of the games were not even remotely close, and the last one it looked like, you know, Tens at one point in time was relaxing a little, and then they noticed, oh, we might actually throw this, and then they focused again. It was just a mismatch between those two teams here, I would say.
Well, they still deserve their spot here. They passed, as we said, the qualifiers, the groups and everything, and there were some other teams like CSA who didn't make it, or I don't know, Nomi, and so on and so on. So it is as it is. And on next tournament, we can just wish them the better luck. This is the last game of the day that we had now. We already lost 2 teams in the tournaments, so the MVPS and Moor are gone, and the teams that proceeded to tomorrow are Invil and Raid as expected, and Tents and who was the fourth? I'm losing
the
it.
The fourth one is Tread. We saw them winning against MVPs. Yes. So
we have those 4 ready for tomorrow, and these 2 will say goodbye to us today.
I believe we are ready to see a small replay, though, of how exactly Moor had to say goodbye here. You can see scores 3-0 in a best of 7. That means Tens is on match point, and the first EBR directly gets picked up from Moor. I believe it is Nacho who will fall pretty soon, and the positions on the map, it was just tense. Having a look what Moore is doing, then like, all right, you're doing this, you're doing that, immediate reaction, counter push through the middle with the Chieftains, with the 907, and then you have the complete map. Then you just let the positions work in your favor. You also take the 0 line after clearing out the 907, then you get the RTs, and then it's just over for Moore, because your one-shots, they do not really have to peak, but you can always over-peak and get the more one-shots.
It just looks like the understanding of the map itself, both here and on Himmelsdorf, is just higher from the 10 side. Like, they know how to react better, they move on the map better, they create the crossfires better, and when it comes to those dodgy situations, when you have a lot of one-shots, they are also like better and coming up on top on those. It's just like that simple, and then you know that one team is dominant over another. Like, those aspects are pretty much what it makes the game.
Yes, exactly. And as we watch now here, I mean, it was probably the double RT, weirdly enough, keeping a more sort of in the game a little longer, because they were able to just, you know, finish off either very weakened tanks or just assist where needed when there was a push happening by tens. But yeah, in the end, if we're honest with each other, Moore did not stand a chance in this matchup. And yeah, this means for tomorrow, we are going to have 4 more games that we're gonna probably go through. But yeah, for the time being, I believe that is probably enough from us, as we're just about ready to head to the analyst's desk, I believe. Or maybe not. Ah, yeah. Now we just have the bracket here on the screen. Yeah. Tomorrow we are gonna see the matches in the order that you see here. Match 7 is the first match that is gonna be played tomorrow. It is another elimination match in the lower bracket, where both clans are still fighting for survival. Tread, who we saw eliminate MVPs, and Tens, who we just watched just stomp over Moore here. Match 8 is gonna be a very interesting one. I'm looking forward. Invil against Raid. The loser of this one is not gonna drop out of the tournament, but instead is going to match 9, where they will meet the winner of Tread against Tens. And then the winner of match 8 is gonna battle the winner of match 9 in the grand finale, which is match number 10, which should conclude the tournament tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe our mega analyst desk is ready. So like we're gonna take it away from them, and that's it from 2 of us. So see you guys tomorrow.
Hello and welcome back. So that was the final game of today. The last match was definitely faster than the first 3. So yeah, let's see what the prediction was on that one. I don't think anybody even got it slightly right.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I don't think anyone got the prediction right there. I think everyone was betting on 4-2.
Yep.
But I was the anomaly. I went 4-1, but even I was closer, but still didn't hit on the money there. You know, 4-0. That was peculiar. Many questions. I had many questions. I'd love to know. It almost seemed like their FC didn't turn up today. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay.
Things, as the casters were saying, there didn't seem to be any cohesion between the players. Some of their tactical positions, like their tactical awareness, was just lacking. Definitely lacking.
So, sorry, I'm just checking the list to see that you do have replays. Yes, you do. Okay.
Yeah, we've got a few replays coming up, I think, and I think they should demonstrate exactly what I was talking about. I think you probably picked it up when you were watching it as viewers. Even this was a strange map, and honestly, this was, I think, the strangest Himmelsdorf I have ever seen. And as a member of Fame, I've played a lot of Himmelsdorf over the years, and I don't think I've ever seen a game pan out like this. So basically, there are ways to think about Himmelsdorf from a competitive standpoint. You can see that Tens has 4 279s and an E4. So one way to think about Himmelsdorf is how many tanks can go to the hill and how many tanks can't go to the hill. That's kind of the simplest way to break it down in terms of trying to predict where the enemy are going to go. So you can see that Tents have, as I said, 4-2-7-9s and an E4. That basically means that they're always going to have 5 tanks on the downside, as it's very unlikely that they would ever go to the hill because they're too slow to be to impact the fight. So Tents now decide to re-push the hill with only 6 tanks. But as we just did that simple maths, there are 15 tanks. It could be 10 tanks on the hill. Tents actually has 9, so close to that number. And Moore only pushed the hill with 7 tanks, but one of them or 2 of them are 50B. So the numbers were never in their favor, and at this moment in time, the game is already lost. And as I said, this just requires a simple kind of an FC to say, okay, these could still have 9 or 10 tanks on the hill. If we're going to re-push the hill, we need to do it with a lot more tanks, because Moore actually had a lot more chieftains this game. And as you know, chieftains, good on hold down. They really could have won the hill if they decided to just do some simple maths, you know? But they didn't, and this is why Tents is now able to re-push, because they've realized that Moore don't have enough tanks here, and the remainder of the Moore tanks push down the one line, but that's never going to work because they now don't have the tanks to push out that side either. So they really needed to concentrate their forces, and they might have still been able to take that. And then we see again, this was actually really good from Tents now. So this is Tents reacting well to what the enemy are doing. So they realize that Moore have 2 artillery and they can't fight there. So they actually take some more defensive positions, and they re-push the middle instantly once they know that Moore are on the 1-2 line. And that is the perfect response. So they now push down the middle, and they're slicing the map and basically going straight towards the cap. So they're taking 3 kills and 3 damage in the middle. As you can see, Lazar goes down, Nacho's gone down, and they're basically now saying, okay, fine, you can have the K-line if you want it. We'll take every other part of the map and also your base. Just while Moore is basically getting into position on the J1 area. And so this was a great reaction. But now I think Tents get a little bit too confident, a little bit cocky. Because as you can see down in that J1, J2 area, Tents actually have, I think, double the tanks, or around about double the tanks there. I think Moore has 4 or 5, and Tents had maybe 8, I think it was about 8 tanks, 7 or 8 tanks. So what they needed to do is actually re-push in a concentrated way. They needed to push with a goal, but instead they kind of just sit on the ridgelines and don't really do anything. And they actually allow Moore to pull back some HP and get back into this game. And this was unnecessary. As I said, before this, around 30 seconds ago, 45 seconds ago, they could have actually re-pushed. They had all the info because they knew that some of the tanks from Moore had relocated out. They were spotted. And that's where a better team, as we were talking about earlier, maybe someone like Raid or Invil would have said, okay, you're making another mistake. We're going to punish you even harder.
Yep.
But Ten still managed to win that because of their early reaction. But I said, they don't seem to be on that same level as, say, Invil or Raid. They're still that little level below from what I've seen today. Maybe tomorrow they can up their game slightly, and they really could, maybe they could beat, say, Raid if they do meet them again tomorrow.
Okay. Bold words. Bold words, but let's...
I said maybe.
No.
Do you want me to?
It's clipped now.
Do you want me to underline that?
No. Everybody said that Barry said that Tents are going to beat Raid tomorrow. That's the clip that we're going with.
Yes, there was a maybe in there. Just going to point that out.
Thank you very much to your awesome analysis today, and to helping to keep things going between the rest of it, even with the bit of shade, Barry, even with the bit of shade. And thank you very much to Mojo and Keyhand for the awesome work and excellent casting abilities going on there. Thank you everybody in chat for watching and taking part in drops. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at the same time at 1500 CET time. Make sure you tune in for the final day and the finals going on there. I will let Barry have the final say so he can be famous even more, and then we'll pass you over as we get ready to raid somebody.
Put me on the spot. What I was going to say was, hope you have a good evening, and I'll see you tomorrow.